Chapter 151 Fighting for the Concept. Ninja, shouldn't the mission be the most important thing? Isn't the mission the most important thing? Walking out of the Hokage building, Kakashi recalled the expression of Nagatomo Toda in the office, and felt a little confused. He said that Nagatomo Toda completed the mission and was a qualified ninja, but Nagatomo Toda was not happy, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes when he looked at him. If it wasn't in the Hokage's office, Kakashi felt that Nagatomo Toda might say something. But Kakashi didn't understand why Nagatomo Toda was angry with him. His teammates didn't die because of him, but because of the enemy. He just expressed his opinion. Is the life and death of the disciple more important than the completion of the mission? Kakashi thought to himself. If Kakashi thought so, it would be good if Nagatomo Toda did not serve as a mentor. Nagatomo Toda, who had such an idea, was not a qualified ninja at all. A qualified ninja should complete the mission at all costs, even if it will lead to the death of teammates. At night, Kakashi, who returned home, murmured while looking at the dark house. Once, Kakashi also had a father that made him proud. His father was Hitaki Sakumo, who was very powerful. He had made great achievements in the Second Ninja World War and killed many ninjas from hostile ninja villages. He was honored as Konoha White Fang. Kakashi admired his powerful and reliable father and had been practicing hard with his father as his goal. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6. This was all following in his father's footsteps. But an incident that happened when he was 7 years old changed the image of Hitaki Sakumo in Kakashi's heart. In a major mission, Hitaki Sakumo failed in order to save his teammates, causing Konoha to suffer huge losses. The village was full of curses, and even the teammate who was saved stood up to accuse Hitaki Sakumo of doing something wrong. Soon, one day when Kakashi came home after training, he saw a body lying in a pool of blood at home. The White Fang short blade that killed countless ninjas finally ended the life of its owner. From then on, Hitaki Sakumo was no longer the strongest and most qualified ninja in Kakashi's heart. As a ninja, Hitaki Sakumo was unqualified. He was emotional and caused Konoha to suffer huge losses for his teammates. As a father, he abandoned his 7-year-old child, which was also unqualified. He was no longer proud of his father, nor was he proud of anyone. Kakashi opened the door and first cleaned the house from top to bottom. A lot of dust had accumulated in the house after not coming back for more than a month. With the convenient ninjutsu of Shadow Clone, even one person can quickly clean the whole house. Kakashi quickly completed the cleaning work and the house returned to its former cleanliness. Do you want to exercise next? Kakashi thought to himself after cleaning up. Dinner had been prepared on the way home, so he didn't need to make it himself. In the end, Kakashi did nothing and lay in the yard to watch the moon. Kakashi, are you home? At this time, a familiar female voice came from outside. Maybe he went on a mission again after coming back. Xiaolin, we can just go and play. Then an excited male voice came from the side. Kakashi walked out slowly and said calmly, "What's the matter?" "Damn, there's no mission." Obito complained in a low voice, feeling very sorry. "If nothing unexpected happens, I won't have to do missions for a long time in the future," Kakashi said. He also guessed that there might be no team to join, and he could only wait for the freshmen to graduate. After all, this mission took so long, it's okay to rest a little more. Noharolin said with a gentle smile. She didn't know that Kakashi's long time could be 4 or 5 months. It's not for this reason. Kakashi shook his head and said. What's the reason? Kakashi, you can't be lazy. Obito really hopes that Kakashi can do more tasks. There is no team for the time being. The teammate died. The captain is not going to continue to serve as the instructor for the time being. Kakashi did not hide it and said lightly. The teammate died, this. Hearing Kakashi say these words lightly, Obito was shocked. Because he had seen it a month ago, Obito had not even forgotten the appearance of Kakashi's two teammates. However, two living people died just like that. Obito felt the cruelty of the ninja in an instant. "I'm sorry." Obito apologized to Kakashi. He felt that Kakashi must be very uncomfortable now. Hearing Kakashi's words, Nohara-rin was also stunned, and then quickly spoke to comfort Kakashi. "Did you misunderstand something? I'm not too sad. Although the teammates died, they did not sacrifice in vain, and the mission did not fail," Kakashi said. "Kakashi, what do you mean? Is it worth it for the teammates to sacrifice for the mission?" Obito couldn't help asking. He was not familiar with Kakashi's teammates, but Obito knew that Kakashi's teammates were definitely not bad people. Kakashi's teammates could have just informed Kakashi and left, but they didn't. They also reminded Kakashi that this mission was difficult and he needed to prepare more. Compared to the failure of the mission, the sacrifice of teammates is easier to accept. Kakashi replied calmly. "I really can't like you at all." Obito's blood pressure rose after hearing Kakashi's answer, and he couldn't help but punch Kakashi. "Because you are not a ninja yet, the world of ninjas always prioritizes missions." Kakashi caught Obito's fist and said. "Ninjas who are emotional are unqualified ninjas. Come and fight, I'm going to wake you up." Obito couldn't help it anymore. Kakashi threw Obito out, and then said, "You are the one who is not sober. A student who has not yet graduated is here to lecture me, a chunin." Obito, who was getting more and more angry, opened his mouth. Breathing method, improve physical ability, want to teach Kakashi a lesson. But at this moment Kakashi had no intention of holding back, he directly used all his strength to suppress Obito. Various earth escape and lightning escape plus no mercy physical skills made it difficult for Obito, who used full concentration breathing, to resist. Damn it! When he was knocked to the ground by Kakashi again, Obito couldn't help but shout unwillingly. He was unwilling to be inferior to people like Kakashi. If you still have that childish idea, then give up the idea of becoming a ninja. Kakashi said mercilessly. Do you feel the gap between you and a formal ninja? Although he kept belittling Obito, Kakashi was a little surprised in his heart, because in just over a month, Obito had made considerable progress, both in fire escape and physical skills, and he could hold on for so long when he used all his strength. I just don't want to be defeated by someone like you. Obito clenched his fists tightly, his unwillingness reached the extreme, and his anger was burning fiercely. What do you think of your companions? After an angry shout, Obito's breathing became more concentrated than ever before, and he felt a constant stream of power surging from his body. Breathing of flames, breathe with all your concentration. Instantly, Obito's body disappeared from the spot and appeared beside Kakashi, punching Kakashi in the face. Obito's sudden increase in speed caught Kakashi off guard, and he was knocked to the ground. Can it be stronger? Kakashi was a little confused. He had never encountered such a thing before, where his opponent suddenly became stronger after shouting something during a fight. Fortunately, Kakashi had rich combat experience. Not to mention this kind of sparring battle, he had also been at a disadvantage in a life-and-death fight. He quickly stabilized the situation and did not let himself fall further. At this time, the battle was already very fierce, with constant flashes of fire and light on the open ground, and the aftermath of the two people's attacks created small pits around them. Stop fighting! If you get hurt, you won't be able to play. Nohara-rin's tit-for-tat momentum was totally unlike an ordinary sparring match. She spoke up because she was worried about something going wrong. Nohara-rin's words gradually calmed down Obito, who was angry. He was not strong enough to defeat Kakashi. After Obito stopped, Kakashi also stopped. His desire to fight was not high. Really? If you have different opinions, you can discuss them properly. Why did you suddenly start fighting? Nohara-rin sighed and said helplessly to help the two people brush off the dust on their bodies and tidy up their clothes. It's because his words are so irritating. Obito was still upset about what Kakashi had just said. Being angry only shows that you are still very naive now. Kakashi said lightly. You bastard, do you want to continue? Obito's blood pressure, which had originally dropped, began to rise again. If you want to be taught a lesson, that's fine. Kakashi said it didn't matter. Anyway, he could win. You guys, if you continue like this, I'll be angry. Nohara-rin said with her hands on her hips. Recalling the scene of Nohara-rin breaking the tree with one punch, Obito shut up. Obito stopped talking, and Kakashi didn't want to take the initiative to make trouble, so he also calmed down. He was not in a calm mood today. However, with this episode at the beginning, Obito and Kakashi were destined to have difficulty getting along peacefully today. When Kakashi bought a grilled fish, Obito would say that the fish must have died for a while and was unhealthy. Obito bought a tempura and Kakashi said that the oil might have been used countless times and was very unhygienic. In short, the other party's right foot was wrong when entering the store, and his breathing was not right. There was something wrong with his existence. Nohara-rin could only keep trying to smooth things over and had no other good solutions. It's almost the end of the semester, and another semester is about to pass. Time flies. Nohara-rin tried to find a topic that the two of them couldn't quarrel about. We will graduate in another semester. If some people keep such childish ideas, I'm really worried about the village. Kakashi took the lead in attacking. Whoever becomes your next teammate is really unlucky. Obito was not to be outdone. Nohara-rin. I drank at my uncle's house today, so it was a little late. Chapter 152 An Unexpected Surprise. Obito, what did you do when you went back yesterday? Miyu asked, looking at the flame breathing that had already been introduced on Obito's panel. I didn't do anything, I just went out to play with Xiaolin. Obito replied. You and Xiaolin. Miyu felt that Obito might not have said something. There is also a rather annoying guy. Obito answered honestly, but he felt that Miyu and Kakashi were not familiar with each other, so he did not say Kakashi's name. Obito said this, then Miyu knew who it was, 100% Kakashi. Miyu gave Kakashi a thumbs up in her heart. Not only can it help trigger the training task, but it can also stimulate Obito's strength growth. It is worthy of being Obito's future teammate. He started to exert his strength before becoming a teammate. You don't need to practice anything else today. Get familiar with the current breathing of fire. You have already completed the introductory stage of breathing training. Miyu said with a smile. Hey, have you learned it? Obito scratched his head. He was so obsessed with fighting wits and courage with Kakashi yesterday that he didn't realize that he had completely learned the breathing method. Yes, I have learned it. You are the first one to learn the breathing method. Miyu praised. Haha, is that so? Shisui and the others should also learn it soon. Learned it, right? Obito's face lit up with a smile. The first one. Shisui, who was still practicing the breathing method, was a little unwilling. Although he had tried hard to practice, he was still a step slower than Obito. Miyu used the appraisal to take a look at Shisui. His proficiency had reached 90 points, and there was still a short distance. The disciple's progress in practicing the breathing method was much faster than he expected. Even if Shisui was a little slower than Obito, Miyu felt that Shisui could complete the practice before the end of this semester. Miyu couldn't say anything about Might Guy, because Might Guy only had 70 points of proficiency now. However, Obito and the others only started to increase rapidly after starting combat training. If Might Guy also made rapid progress in combat training, he might be able to catch up with Shisui and Obito. Next, Shisui and Kai will have combat training. Miyu thought for a while and said. Might Guy has also completed all the basic training recently. Yu asked Obito to be his opponent, thinking that the two of them were not much different in strength and could hone each other. But now Yu feels that the breathing method still needs to fight against stronger enemies and bear greater pressure to make rapid progress. Hey, what about me? Obito pointed at himself and asked. He was still thinking about taking out the fire breathing. He had learned to have a good time on Might Guy and experience the feeling of Shisui's undefeated record. Get familiar with the fire breathing. Yu knocked on Obito's head and said. Although Might Guy has just started training, considering the difference between the fire breathing and the rock breathing, Yu directly entered the third stage, that is, Shisui can use all abilities except the Sharingan, and Might Guy can also go all out. After all, Might Guy's rock breathing is purely to provide physical strength, and Might Guy doesn't know any ninjutsu. If the same rules are maintained as before, it will purely limit Shisui's strength. Shisui, please teach me more. Might Guy gave Shisui a thumbs up and said with fighting spirit. Shisui is Yu's youngest disciple, but he is the strongest. In Might Guy's eyes, Shisui is an absolute genius, and Might Guy likes to challenge geniuses the most. Please give me more advice. Shisui nodded in reply. Let's fight. Yu announced. As soon as Yu finished speaking, Might Guy immediately changed his breathing rhythm and rushed out, kicking out the physical technique he was best at. Konoha Whirlwind. The extremely fast whirlwind kick kicked towards Shisui. Shisui has not fought with Might Guy since the end of the summer special training, and he is not clear about Might Guy's specific strength, so he chose to make a tentative attack first, and also used the Konoha whirlwind kick. The powerful force made the two retreat several steps each, and Shisui retreated a lot more. What a great force! Shisui was a little surprised. At this time, the power that Might Guy exploded was even greater than that of Obito after he entered the state of full concentration breathing. I can't fight with Kai in physical skills. Shisui thought to himself. Without full concentration breathing, he has such a terrifying strength. Shisui can imagine how much the rock breathing can benefit the body. It is unwise to fight with Might Guy in physical skills. Boom! Sensing the danger, Shisui shaved away from the spot, and the next moment the tree where he was directly kicked by Might Guy and broke and fell to the ground. The strength of physical skills shown by Might Guy did not make Shisui panic. This level alone could not make him fail in front of Yu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui quickly formed a seal and spurted out a huge fireball towards Might Guy. At the same time, he used shuriken to predict some dodge space for Might Guy, and finally used the body flickering technique to dodge to a place that was not blocked. Might Guy did not expect Shisui to think so much in the time of a ninjutsu. After he dodged, Shisui spurted out flames with a palm and swung it towards Might Guy. Rock breathing, concentrate on breathing. Might Guy, who had no choice but to use full concentration breathing to strengthen his body. The practice of rock breathing, which greatly improves physical ability, can also make the body's defense stronger. If Yu opened the pattern, Shisui's small flame would not be able to break the defense, but Might Guy had not yet entered the breathing method, so he could only reduce the damage he suffered. The high temperature of the flame still made Might Guy feel uncomfortable. The physical ability was strengthened again, and Might Guy directly burst out chakra and kicked Shisui quickly. Shisui also considered that the full concentration breathing of rock breathing would have a strong effect on strengthening the body, and he had no idea of pursuing the victory. After waving his palm, he directly left with the body flash technique, making Might Guy's attack miss again. It's really strong. Shisui thought in his heart as he looked at the ground where Might Guy kicked a small pit. The following battle made Might Guy feel extremely frustrated for a while. Except for the beginning, he didn't even touch Shisui once. I got you. Just when Might Guy tried his best to use his second full concentration breathing to hit Shisui, his foot suddenly passed through Shisui's body. Illusion. Might Guy was stunned. At this moment, a kunai with flames flew past Might Guy. It's over. Shisui said. He could have thrown it directly at Might Guy when he was in the illusion, but he was not the enemy, so there was no need. What a youthful battle! Might Guy admitted his defeat and laughed and praised Shisui. Now Shisui has no rivals among his peers. Even Kakashi, who is 2 years older than him, will not be Shisui's Miyu judged in his heart. Even if Kakashi has more chakra, Miyu doesn't think Kakashi will be Shisui's opponent. When Shisui doesn't use the Sharingan, the two may be evenly matched, because Kakashi has more combat experience. Once he uses the Sharingan, Kakashi is definitely not Shisui's opponent. Miyu feels that Shisui is being slowly trained by him to be a boss. If it is the Shisui in the original work, it is impossible for him to have such strength at this age. Opening the Sharingan in advance will increase the mental ability sharply, and there is also a breathing method to exercise the body. Shisui will become more and more exaggerated in the future. You are all very good, take a break and continue to exercise. Miyu smiled gently. Let the disciples rest. Miyu also began to think about how to increase Might Guy's trust level on his birthday. Today is December 10th, and there are only 21 days left until Might Guy's birthday. Based on observing the expressions and actions of the students, Miyu confirmed that when he helped Shisui celebrate his birthday, other disciples should have also increased their trust, so now Might Guy should have a much higher trust than Shisui before his birthday. However, Miyu didn't know the extent of this hint. The trust level could not be identified, and there was no way to see the increase. Miyu could only speculate based on the student's performance. To be on the safe side, Miyu tried to do her best to raise Might Guy's mood as much as possible, and broke through to the 4th level of trust in one breath. However, Might Guy's side is more difficult. Unlike Shisui, who has long been an orphan, although Might Guy has no mother, he has always been taken care of by his father, and he has a good relationship with his father and does not lack fatherly love. As for giving ninja tools, Might Guy rarely uses them, so there is not much significance. Moreover, Shisui has just given them, and the second disciple still seems a little perfunctory. In fact, Miyu started planning a big explosion a long time ago, but Might Guy really couldn't think of a good way. Maybe we can start with Kai's father. Miyu suddenly thought of something, and felt that her previous ideas were too narrow. To improve the trust level of the disciples, it may not be necessary to focus on the disciples themselves, but to expand it. There is still more than half a month, and Miyu is not in a hurry to make a final plan. In the afternoon, because it was Sunday, Miyu went to Asma's house as a tutor. Teacher Miyu, how is your wind escape learning going? Asma asked curiously during the break. Although I didn't become the wind escape genius you expected, it doesn't seem to be too bad. Miyu responded with a smile. Wind escape, big breakthrough. Miyu quickly formed a seal to perform wind escape, and blew a strong wind towards the tree. Hwa hwa. Under the strong wind, although the tree did not break immediately, it was bent by the strong wind, and the leaves kept making noises. It's still much worse than fire escape and water escape. Looking at the slightly bent tree, Miyu sighed. In order to create a character for himself, Miyu made sufficient preparations. Not only did he borrow a lot of information about wind escape in the library, he also went to Minato to ask for advice, looking like a beginner in wind escape. It's already very strong. Teacher Miyu, you have only learned it for more than a month. Asuma felt that his wind escape was saved. You should also work hard to practice fire escape. Don't wait until I finish learning wind escape before you have fully mastered the training content. Miyu touched Asuma's head and said with a smile. Of course not, I feel that my fire escape has become much stronger recently. Asuma said that he would not disappoint Miyu's expectations. After sending Asuma home, Miyu found Sarutobi Hiruzen smoking in the classroom again. Sandame-sama. Miyu greeted. The training is completed. Thank you for your hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded. When Miyu was about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered something and called Mu. Mu, have you decided on the candidate for the internship program? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Not long ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen finalized the internship program after Mu's revision and selected Mu as the person in charge. Well, it's done. The grouping and the instructor have been determined. Mu nodded and said. There were only 10 days left before the ninja school was closed. Of course, he couldn't drag it to the last minute. There should be 2 people, Might Guy and Uchiha Obito, on the list. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to ask. Yes, they were the top 2 in the 4th grade exam of the last ninja school. Mu replied. Then I'll trouble you this time, Mu. Please modify the list, remove 1 person or add 2 more. I have a ninja who has graduated and needs your help to teach. Please arrange him to be in the same group with Might Guy and Uchiha Obito, and then you will be the instructor. Sarutobi Hiruzen told him his plan. Looking at Mu, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Kakashi, who currently had no team to join. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want Kakashi to continue to degenerate like this. Obito and Might Guy were the few people Kakashi cared about now, and Mu was an excellent teacher with strong teaching ability that Sarutobi Hiruzen believed. 1 month of vacation plus 3 months of internship in the 3rd semester is a total of 4 months. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect these 4 months to allow Kakashi to completely get out of the shadow, but at least not like now. Is it inappropriate for students who have already graduated to participate in internships? Mu. You listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and had a rough guess about the person who was about to insert himself. Having the opportunity to become Kakashi's instructor was a pleasant surprise, but Mu had to act first. It is true in common sense, but it is also a helpless move. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and told Mu about Kakashi's experience. From graduating quickly and becoming a super genius who attracted everyone's attention to the Chunin to now even finding an instructor is difficult. So it's Lord White Fang's child. Mu showed an expression of surprise and regret, as if she was worried about Kakashi. Lord Sandame, don't worry, Kakashi will be handed over to me, and I will definitely work hard to help him get out of the shadows and regain his life. Mu said seriously. Lord White Fang is a ninja I respect very much, and I will never let his child live in the shadows forever. Mu continued. I feel relieved with your words, Mu. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Mu is actually a fan of White Fang, which is an unexpected gain. After returning, Mu modified the internship plan. Originally, he wanted to group Nohara Rin, Obito, and Might Guy. Since the 3rd generation wanted to insert Kakashi, Mu directly excluded Nohara Rin from the internship plan. It is better to follow his shadow clone for 4 months than to follow those Chunin teachers to do tasks. Chapter 153 Preparation before the big explosion. Akai, is your family convenient today? I want to go to your house for a home visit. After training, Mu said to Might Guy. Ah, what home visit? Might Guy scratched his head and was a little puzzled. Ninja schools do not have the habit of holding parent-teacher meetings, nor do they have home visits, so Might Guy does not quite understand what Mu means. You can understand that I will visit your house later. After all, this is the first time I know that there are practitioners of the 8 gates of Dunjia other than me. Mu said with a smile. That's no problem, it's very convenient. Might Guy nodded happily and replied. Mu was going to visit his home. Might Guy was naturally very welcome. After all, Mu helped him so much, and Might Guy was really grateful to Mu. Whether he was the first in the grade of the ninja school or defeated the ninja who spoke ill of his father, he could have such strength and it was inseparable from Mu's careful teaching. It can be said that without Mu, he would not have achieved his current results. Then teacher, I will run back and talk to my father first, and ask him to cook more meals. Might Guy thought for a while and said. Might Guy's cooking time is not fixed. Sometimes Might Guy has already finished cooking when he returns, and sometimes he has not started yet. It's okay, let's go back together, I can also buy some vegetables on the way. Mu Yu said in a gentle voice. Although Mu Yu originally had no intention of eating, Might Guy said that he had said it, and Mu Yu was not going to refuse Might Guy's kindness. Eating together would also make it more convenient for him to plan in the future. Teacher Mu Yu, since you are going to visit, how can I trouble you to buy vegetables? Might Guy shook his head, feeling that this was not good. Just think of it as the teacher being picky about food. Mu Yu touched Might Guy's head and said with a smile. Might Guy still felt that this was not good, but he couldn't argue with Mu Yu, and was finally persuaded by Mu Yu. Finally, Might Guy led the way and brought Mu Yu to his home, and bought some vegetables at the nearest market on the way. I'm back. Might Guy said as he pushed open the door. Kai, welcome home, did you exercise to burn your youth today? Might Guy responded enthusiastically while washing vegetables. Of course, today is also a day of boiling youth. Might Guy replied subconsciously. When he remembered that Mu Yu was here with him, Might Guy quickly said. Dad, don't be busy, there are guests at home. Oh, there are guests. Might Guy stopped and walked towards the door. Dad, this is Mr. Mu Yu, a teacher at the ninja school. He teaches very well. Because of his outstanding teaching ability, he has been promoted to a special jonin. Might Guy introduced Mu Yu. Because of Mu Yu's previous request, Might Guy did not reveal too much information, but just said what everyone knew. A special jonin? He must be a very good ninja. Might Guy showed his big white teeth and gave a thumbs up. Hello, Senior Dai. Mu Yu said with a smile. Might Guy introduced Might Guy to him on the way. Might Guy's sense of Mu Yu rose immediately. Although he was much older than Mu Yu, as a special jonin, did not need to call him a genin as a senior. Dad, these are the vegetables that Mr. Mu Yu bought when he came. Might Guy handed the bought vegetables to Might Guy. Why do you still need customers to buy vegetables? Might Guy felt that this was inappropriate. Haha, I saw a store offering a discount on the street, and I couldn't help but buy it. I'm really sorry if it caused you trouble. Mu Yu said apologetically. If it's a discount, then there's really nothing I can do. Anyone who encounters a discount on a product will be tempted, right? Might Guy touched his chin and showed an understanding look. Might Guy scratched his head. Mu Yu and he were not together when buying vegetables. He didn't know whether it was a discount or Mu Yu said it specifically for Might Guy to accept it with confidence. Then Mu Yu didn't force him to help with cooking and washing vegetables. It's not good for the guests to be too enthusiastic. It should be moderate. During the meal, Mu Yu took the initiative to start a topic and said with a smile. Akai works hard in school. Although his foundation was not good at the beginning, he has been studying hard since the first semester of the 4th grade. I have been gradually gaining strength since the beginning of the semester. Now there is basically only one opponent in the 4th grade. This is youth. Might Guy hugged Might Guy and cried. He was proud of Might Guy. Although his grades were not good at the beginning, Might Guy never gave up his efforts. Might Guy, who watched his son grow from the last to the first, was really moved. Dad, are you still eating? Might Guy reminded. Eat more, the burning youth also needs energy support. Might Guy encouraged. Senior Dai, can I see your 8 gates of Dunjia? I also practiced this forbidden technique. Mu Yu said after finishing the meal. Teacher Mu Yu, how did you know, and you actually practiced this forbidden technique? Might Guy said with some surprise. Dad, I told Teacher Mu Yu. Might Guy said. In addition to taking my class at the ninja school, Akai is actually my disciple, so he once told me about learning the 8 gates of Dunjia. Mu Yu said simply. It was Mu Yu's careful consideration to expose the master-disciple relationship with Might Guy to Might Guy. First of all, Might Guy is a very reliable and low-key person. Although he has mastered the forbidden technique of 8 gates, he is also honest as his 10,000-year-old genin. There is no need to worry about leaking this relationship to Might Guy. Then, telling this relationship can improve Might Guy's favorability, which is convenient for continuing the next Might Guy trust level improvement plan. Teacher Miu, it's not. Might Guy was a little surprised. He just wanted to help Miu explain, but he didn't expect Miu to say something that he had forbidden. Miu strictly forbade his disciples to tell their relationship. It's okay, after all, he is your father, Kai. Miu explained gently. Might Guy felt Miu's trust, and thought in his heart that he must remind his father not to tell this matter later. Kai's teacher, that's it. Might Guy figured out some things that he hadn't figured out before. Might Guy was very clear about his son's strength. In the first semester of the 4th grade, Might Guy's strength suddenly improved by leaps and bounds. Since Might Guy didn't tell him, Might Guy just thought it was Might Guy's accumulation of strength, but if there was a teacher teaching him, it would be much more reasonable. Thank you very much, and I'm really sorry to trouble you, Teacher Miu. Might Guy bowed solemnly to Miu. He felt a little guilty about Might Guy. As a father, he could only teach Might Guy the extremely dangerous forbidden technique of 8 gates ninja. He couldn't teach any other ninjutsu or taijutsu because he didn't know any of them himself. I'm stuck today. There's only one chapter left. Chapter 154 6 Gates Might Guy. Since you, Teacher Miu, have requested it, I can't refuse it. Might Guy took Miu and Might Guy to the place where he was training. Teacher Miu, what do you want to see? Do you want me to show you the effect after opening the gate? Might Guy asked after arriving at the place. Well, if possible, I want to fight with the senior in the 6-gate state. Miu said. For people with average physique, the 3 gates are the last safe zone, and for people like Might Guy who have practiced the 8 gates for more than 20 years, the 6 gates are not a big problem as long as they are not opened for too long. Okay, then open to the 6th gate. Might Guy nodded and agreed. Open the injury gate. Open the scenery gate. Might Guy quickly opened the 8 gates to the 6th gate, the Jing gate. Every time he opened a gate, his aura became stronger. When he opened the 6th gate, Might Guy was shrouded in green energy. The aura alone made Might Guy feel unable to move. Through the Byakugan, Miu saw that the chakra in Might Guy's body was growing step by step. Teacher Miu, don't you use the 8 gates? Might Guy asked. He thought Miu was going to have a duel with him in the 8 gates. I have also mastered other physical skills. Senior Dai, just feel free to attack. Miu said. He estimated that Might Guy in the 6-gate state was at most at the level of an elite jonin. Then you have to be careful, Teacher Miu. Might Guy reminded, then rushed out and punched Miu. Miu maintained the rock breathing state for 24 hours, which greatly enhanced his speed and strength. With the strong insight of the white eyes, he easily avoided Might Guy's attack by slightly turning his body. Haha, it seems that this will be a battle full of youth. Might Guy saw that Miu had avoided it so easily, and decided not to hold back. Just now, he didn't know what Miu's true level was, and was worried about hurting Miu, so he didn't go all out. Next I will be faster. After Might Guy reminded, he disappeared from the spot and kicked Miu. Rock breathing, concentrate on breathing. Miu took a deep breath on the basis of the regular state, and once again strengthened his strength and speed, and punched hard. Bang! A huge collision sounded, and the aftermath of the collision between the two people's legs and fists directly overwhelmed the surrounding trees, causing Might Guy to retreat uncontrollably. Both are so fast and strong. Might Guy stared at the battlefield intently. He was learning the 8 gates and the breathing method. Both the 6th gate shown by Might Guy and the breathing method of Miu showed a power that surprised Might Guy. After the collision, Might Guy retreated 1 meter and Mu Yu retreated 3 meters. It's still too short a time to learn the breathing method. My body is a little worse. Mu Yu thought to himself. Open the door, open. Mu Yu he also opened the 8 gates, but only the first one. Then the two began to fight again. After opening the 8 gates, Mu Yu's physical ability was enhanced again. Even if Might Dai used all his strength to activate the power of the 6 gates, he could only be on par with Mu Yu. Open the shoe gate. Then Mu Yu opened the second gate again to further enhance his strength. Konoha whirlwind. Mu Yu kicked out a very fast whirlwind kick at Might Dai, and Might Dai burst out all his strength to meet it. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the powerful energy impact caused cracks on the ground where the two stood, and mud and rocks were blown away. This time Mu Yu retreated half a step, and Might Dai retreated 3 meters. If it's pure physical skills, without opening the stripes, the 2 gates of the 8 gates plus the breathing method plus the white eyes have the strength to defeat the elite ninja. Mu Yu calculated in his heart. Not counting those mastery level ninjutsu, he still has a lot of unused abilities. He can also switch breathing methods in battle. If he switches to thunder breathing, Might Guy with 6 gates can't even touch him, and the transparent world is useless to him. Mu Yu feels that he is in an awkward state at present. He is not durable enough to fight those shadows, but he can kill Jonin at will. Senior Dai, stop here. Mu Yu took the initiative to stop him. After all, it is the 6th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. It is better to open it less time if it is not necessary. Hearing Mu Yu's words, Might Guy cancelled the 8 gates of ninjutsu, closed the opened gates, and the green energy on his body dissipated. So strong, just opening 2 gates is stronger than my 6 gates. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and praised. He was very happy to see that Mu Yu was unexpectedly strong, because Mu Yu was Might Guy's teacher. Might Guy was really happy that his son had such a strong teacher. Having an excellent teacher can save him a lot of detours in cultivation. Senior, you are also very strong. Actually, I have heard some bad things about you, Senior Dai. Mu Yu suddenly said. Haha, it's something like a 10,000-year-old genin, Teacher Mu Yu, you don't have to care, I don't care about these things. Might Dai laughed naturally. Before I met Senior Dai, I thought they were talking nonsense. Senior Dai, you can teach a hard-working child like a Kai, how could it be like what they said? Now after fighting with Senior Dai, I am more sure of my thoughts. With your strength, it is more than enough to become a Jonin under normal circumstances. Mu Yu continued. It's not their fault. Before I successfully practiced the 8 gates, I was indeed just a useless genin. Might Dai explained. The reason why he became a 10,000-year-old genin is because he only practiced the 8 gates for more than 20 years. And the 8 gates takes a lot of time to learn, which makes Might Dai very weak for a long time and a drag on any team. After Might Guy learned the 8 gates, he was already a notorious genin. The only tasks he could do were catching cats, picking up trash and moving things, and he had to beg the client to accept them. No one was willing to team up with him, no one believed in his ability, and he had no chance to show his abilities. Senior, you have such strength but you are just a genin. It's really a loss for Konoha. Mu Yu sighed. Haha, catching cats is also maintaining the stability of Konoha. Might Guy has a good mentality. He feels that it doesn't matter what happens to him, as long as Might Guy can realize his dream. Dad, Teacher Mu Yu, you are both so strong. Might Guy is still recalling the battle between the two. After the battle, Mu Yu chatted with Might Guy and his son for a while, and then left. Today, he came for 2 main purposes, one is to pave the way for the plan to improve the trust level, and the other is to see his own strength. Mu Yu was quite satisfied with the result. Just using the breathing method and the 8 gates, he had the strength to surpass the 6-gate Might Dai. Now, only a few people at the top of Konoha could bring him danger. That's it for today. I will try to get 10,000 points tomorrow. Chapter 155 Obito's Regret. The final exam will be held next week. You can review at home during the weekend. Miyu reminded after the last class on Friday. There will be no classes next week. We will have exams from Monday to Wednesday and then go on vacation. It's going to be a holiday again. What are you going to do during the holiday? Hiking, picnic? I hope I can do better. If I get 90 points in theory and 30 points in practice, I can have a comfortable holiday. Speaking of the final exam, the students in the classroom began to discuss it. Teacher Miyu, are you going to have special training during this holiday? Are you sure? Gang Zisha asked. He was not worried that he would not be in the top 8. He had the advantage of participating in a special training and he did not slack off in his usual training. It has been confirmed. There will be special training at the end of this semester. Starting from the third day after the test results are released, the school will notify the selected students in advance. Miyu said. The internship plan does not affect the development of holiday special training, and the two will be carried out together. Are you still going to teach, Teacher Miyu? Shen Yu Chuyun asked the question he was most concerned about. If the responsible teacher is not Miyu, then his expectations will be lowered. After all, it will be a big problem for him to change. Other teachers may not be able to teach as well as Miyu. I'm not in charge of the holiday special training this time. I have other things to do. Miyu replied. But don't worry. There will be 3 teachers teaching together this time. The school still attaches great importance to this. Sarutobi Hiruzen considered that the teaching ability of other teachers would not be as good as Miyu, so he arranged 2 more teachers to teach together, and chose teachers with outstanding performance. Then I won't be able to see you for a long time, Teacher Miyu. Hongdu was a little disappointed. If I have time, I will also go to see the special training situation. Miyu said with a smile. Complete the lecture. Evaluation, B. Chakra, 20. After class, Miyu talked to the disciples about the interns. This holiday, Obito and Kai, you two don't have to participate in the special training. You will experience the work of ninjas in advance as interns. Miyu said. Intern ninja. Experience ninja work in advance. Obito and Might Guy noticed that the focus was not in the same place. Teacher Miyu, does experiencing ninja work in advance mean completing commissioned tasks? Might Guy asked. Yes. Miyu nodded. But because I am an intern ninja, I can only accept commissioned tasks of lower levels. Miyu said. Then will I get commission money for completing the tasks like a formal ninja? Might Guy asked excitedly. If that is the case, Might Guy thinks it is great, so that he can also subsidize his family expenses in advance through his own efforts. The commission money is the same as for formal ninjas. Miyu replied with a smile. Is it just me and Kai? What about Xylan and Shisui? Obito thought for a while and asked. Intern ninja is a matter for 4th-year students. Shisui is a first-year student, so he can't participate. Intern ninja 4th-year students are also selected to participate in a small number of students, and other students are still trained normally. Xylan was not selected. Miyu continued to answer. So that's the case. That's a pity. Obito said with regret. As an intern ninja, Obito felt that it was a good thing to get familiar with ninja work in advance. He could make money and become an excellent ninja faster in the future. It's a pity, but there's nothing I can do if I'm not selected. I'll ask you to share your experience of ninja work when the time comes. Nohara Rin said with a smile. Nohara Rin, who was not selected, did feel a little regretful, but not much. Even if she didn't have this internship, she would graduate and become a ninja in a few months. Leave it to me. I will definitely tell you the mission process and feelings when the time comes. Obito patted his chest and said. Then I'll trouble you, Obito. Nohara-rin smiled gently. The allocation of interns this time is similar to that of formal ninjas. 3 students in a class are paired with a mentor. You and Kai are in the same class. Miyu continued. Hearing Miyu say this, Obito felt even more regretful. It would be great if he was in the same class with Nohara-rin. Doing tasks together every day, Nohara-rin would definitely understand his extraordinary qualities more deeply. Teacher Miyu, if there are 3 people in a class, who is the other person? Obito asked curiously. You will know when the time comes. It is someone you know. Miyu said with a smile. I know him. Uchiha Tetsuka? Or Shiranui Genma? Miyu shook her head and denied several names even after Obito asked them. He scratched his head and did not ask again. It was too broad to define the scope based on people he knew. It's okay as long as it's not Kakashi. Obito thought to himself. He felt that this was completely impossible. Kakashi had graduated for several years. How could he still come to participate in the internship of the ninja school? Remember to review well after you go back. There are final exams before the internship. Miyu reminded. Ah, I almost forgot the exam. The damn shadow clone asked him to review but ignored me. Obito wailed. Although it is said that the shadow clone will be painful after being used for learning, the pain of the shadow clone is only for a moment, while learning by oneself is continuous pain. Keep working hard. Even if your actual combat performance improves, you can't give up on the theory. Nohara-rin encouraged softly. The next morning, Miyu got up early and went to the South Forest to teach students. Obito was familiar with the changes in the nature of breathing training, while Might Guy and Shisui were doing combat training, and Nohara-rin was practicing medical ninjutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Obito made a seal with his left hand and held 4 kunao in his right hand. With just one seal, he released the ninjutsu. The 4 kunao burning with flames blew small pits on the ground. Finally, I won't make mistakes anymore. I can use ninjutsu with one hand. Obito was very happy. Konoha Tornado. Konoha Big Tornado. Konoha Strong Tornado. Might Guy, who used rock breathing with all his strength, wanted to disrupt Shisui's rhythm with a violent attack. Under the powerful force of Might Guy, trees kept falling down, and there were constant rumbling sounds, but Shisui remained calm, constantly using the instant body technique to dodge and wait for Might Guy to reveal a flaw. Looking at the messy forest, Miyu felt that they had to find an open place to fight in the future, otherwise the trees would become more and more sparse. Miyu used the appraisal to check the progress of the 2 people's breathing method. Shisui had reached 97, and there were only 3 points left, while Might Guy had reached 82, and there were only 18 points left. Obito should still win this time. Miyu speculated in his heart. If Obito was not so extravagant in that case, with Might Guy's current progress in breathing techniques, it would be difficult to beat Obito. However, it would be almost the same if they win, as their theoretical scores are too average, and they are destined not to get perfect scores. First, I will post a small chapter. Chapter 156, Nohara-rin's Amazing Performance. On Monday, after Obito finished washing up, he quickly said to his shadow clone. Go to school quickly, or you will be late. Haha, you want to trick me into taking the exam while you are lazy. Do you think I don't know that today is the final exam? The shadow clone sneered. As Obito, he didn't need to think for a second to guess what the original body was thinking. Anyway, you usually go to school, so the theoretical exam is up to you. Seeing that he couldn't fool him, Obito made his attitude clear. Going to school is to give face to teacher Miyu, so forget about taking the exam. The shadow clone also made his attitude clear, saying that it was impossible to do the test paper. If I take the exam, both of us will suffer, but if you take the exam, only one person will suffer. The shadow clone analyzed with reason. Obito felt convinced in an instant, as if it was true. Obito had to dismantle the shadow clone, and then said depressedly, "Damn Senju Tobirama, this shadow clone is not useful at all." The clone exam plan failed, and Obito had to eat breakfast and go to school to take the exam. On the way, Obito also met a few first-year juniors who had some impressions. Because they were students in Muyu's class and participated in summer special training together, Obito remembered some of them. "Good morning, Senior Obito." Gang Zisha, Shenyu Izumo, and Hongda greeted Obito. "Good morning to you too." Obito smiled and greeted. "I see that Senior Obito doesn't seem very happy. Did something happen?" Shenyu Izumo asked. "It won't be because of today's exam," Gang Zisha guessed. "I guess so. I'm not good at the theory exam." Obito nodded. "Hey, Obito-senpai, you're not good at theory either." "Me too." Red Bean looked like she had found a confidant. "Those theoretical knowledge are so hard to remember. It's normal that you're not good at it." Obito seemed to see his own shadow in Red Bean, and felt a sense of familiarity. "We are actually." Gang Zaitetsu and Kamitsuki Izumo wanted to blend in. "Obito-senpai, don't be fooled by these two scumbags. They have good theoretical scores. They got full marks in the last exam, and 98 and 97 in the last exam." Red Bean mercilessly exposed their lies. "Full marks? Are you geniuses?" Obito was shocked. That thing could actually get full marks. Shouldn't the limit of humans be 60 points? No, I just reviewed a little more during normal times." Gang Zaitetsu said honestly. "Only someone like Shisui is a real genius. They are so hateful. They bully me, who has a low score in theory, all day long." Red Bean said with her hands on her hips and puffed up her cheeks. "Obito-senpai, how many points do you usually get in exams?" "It should be above 80. Red Bean asked. She thought Obito would not be as bad as her and could only get 78. How many points do you usually get in exams?" Obito felt that this poor student confidant was not right, and his shadow and intimacy disappeared instantly. "Don't laugh at me, Obito-senpai. My grades are very bad, and they are still declining. The first time I got only 80 points, and the last time I got only 78 points. Red Bean sighed. There are really not many people like Miyu in her class with such low scores, so Red Bean felt that no matter how low the score was, it would not be below 78 points. "I seem to see an acquaintance in front of me. Let's talk later when we have time." After listening, Obito glanced around and immediately trotted forward. "Akai, wait for me." Obito really didn't want to stay with Red Bean and the others for a moment. If he stayed for a second longer, he would feel that a kunai would pierce his heart. 80 points is a bad score. If you review more, you can get full marks. After hearing this, Obito almost had the illusion that exams are easy. If he hadn't scored more than 70, he would have believed it. "I only got 20 points in my first exam." Obito compared his initial scores and roared in his heart. If he got 80 points, he would have to stick the test paper on his clothes to let everyone know. It's another morning full of youth. Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up and smiled enthusiastically. "Are you confident about this exam, Kai?" Obito asked, seeing Might Guy in such a good state. "Yes, today is the exam." Might Guy's thumbs up instantly fell down weakly, and the smile on his face froze. Seeing Might Guy like this, Obito breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with relief. This is right. The juniors in the first grade are completely abnormal. On the first day of the theoretical exam, although Miyu did not participate in the invigilation, he also wandered around the exam room several times. On the second day of the theoretical exam, Miyu went to the exam room of Class 2, Grade 4, where Obito and Nohara-rin were. Miyu mainly came to check Nohara-rin's performance in the practical exam. Among Muyu's disciples, Nohara Rin's strength is the weakest, and she is far behind Might Guy and Obito. Even some students in the class are not opponents. Now that Muyu has taught Nohara Rin super strength skills and strengthened physical skills, he feels that Nohara Rin should perform better should not lose to anyone other than Might Guy and Obito. Nohara Rin became Muyu's disciple during the summer special training period, and it has been almost 5 months now. Teacher Muyu. Ueda Iya greeted Muyu, who was in charge of the invigilation of Class 2 of Grade 4 this time. Director Muyu. The other invigilator was not so familiar with Muyu, so Muyu's position was added. Muyu smiled and nodded in response. I'll take a look at the students I'm in charge of during the holiday. Muyu, you have also been selected as the intern instructor. Ueda Iya asked curiously. This is not a secret among teachers, and almost everyone knows it. Yet. Muyu nodded. Who are the students you are in charge of? They should be Might Guy, Obito, and the others, right? Ueda Iya speculated. After all, Muyu has strong teaching ability, and Ueda Iya feels that the school will definitely arrange the best students for Muyu to lead. For Class 2, it's the 2 of them. Muyu replied. Exam number 1, Nohara Rin, and exam number 2, Uchiha Tetsuka, are ready to take the exam. The invigilator announced. When the exam started, Ueda Iya picked up the score sheet, stopped chatting with Muyu, and prepared to score seriously. Nohara Rin is unlucky this time. If she hadn't met Tetsuka, she might have been in the top 4. The students in Class 2 began to discuss. Since the end of the last special training, Nohara Rin has also performed very well in the class. In the last exam, except for Obito and Might Guy, who were in the top 2 without a break, only Uchiha Tetsuka could beat Nohara Rin. So they think it should be similar this time. After all, Tetsuka was in Group A at the beginning of the special training, and Nohara Rin seemed to be promoted to Group A at the end. Most students are more optimistic about Uchiha Tetsuka, thinking that Uchiha Tetsuka is stronger than many students who participated in the grade actual combat, but there are only 2 people in a class, and Might Guy and Obito are too strong. Xiaolin, you have to be more restrained later, don't punch that guy to death. Obito said with an exaggerated look. He didn't think Uchiha Taihuo could beat Nohara Rin. It's not as exaggerated as you said, Obito. Nohara Rin felt that her image in Obito's heart seemed to be a little different. Hee. Obito smiled and didn't answer, then waved his fist to cheer Nohara Rin up and said, Come on, Xiaolin. Nohara Rin smiled gently and walked to the battleground to make the opposite seal and wait for the battle to begin. Uchiha Taihuo also quickly walked into the venue and took a stance, but he didn't take this battle seriously, but was thinking about how much gap there was between him and Obito Might Guy. I don't know how Uchiha Obito trained, it feels like the harder he works, the bigger the gap. Thinking of his battle with Uchiha Obito in the last exam, Uchiha Taihuo was a little depressed. The battle begins. Seeing that both of them had taken their positions, the invigilator announced. As soon as the invigilator finished speaking, Nohara Rin disappeared from Uchiha Taihuo's sight with a whoosh and appeared beside him. What a fast instant body technique! Uchiha Taihuo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was very surprised. But what surprised Uchiha Taihuo even more was Nohara Rin's physical skills. Because of his carelessness, Uchiha Taihuo had no time to dodge and could only raise his arm to block Nohara Rin's weak little fist. Bang! With a loud bang, Uchiha Taihuo was directly hit by Nohara Rin's punch and flew backwards and hit the ground hard, splashing a cloud of dust. Feeling the severe pain from his arm, Uchiha Taihuo was stunned, looking at Nohara Rin's slender arm with a face full of question marks. If it was Might Guy who was fighting him, Uchiha Taihuo would not be surprised, but the one he was fighting was Nohara Rin. He did not expect Nohara Rin's physical skills to become so strong. Uchiha Taihuo wanted to seal and release the ninjutsu with pain, but the injury on his arm slowed him down. Soon, Nohara-rin rushed up again, forcing Uchiha Taihuo to fight with Nohara-rin. However, how could Uchiha Taihuo, who was already in poor condition, be Nohara-rin's opponent? He was knocked to the ground by Nohara-rin in 2 moves. The students watching were silent, and even Obito had a cold sweat on his forehead when he saw Uchiha Taihuo being beaten back and forth. Is Nohara-rin's physical skills so strong? The students watching were dumbfounded. It was completely different from what they thought. Uchiha Taihuo not only didn't win, but even lost without much resistance, and lost miserably. Nohara-rin won. The invigilator announced after finishing the scoring. Teacher, quickly have someone take me to the infirmary. Uchiha Taihuo, who was lying down, felt that he was going to die. You continue to invigilate, I'll take him to the infirmary. Miyu raised her glasses and said with a smile. He came here mainly to see Nohara-rin's performance, and he could come when the second round of battle came. Miyu carried Uchiha Taihuo on his back and sent him to the infirmary of the ninja school for treatment. Thank you, Teacher Miyu. Uchiha Taihuo, who had recovered, thanked Miyu. It's nothing, as a teacher, this is what I should do. Miyu replied in a gentle voice. Teacher Miyu, am I the kind of person without talent? Uchiha Taihuo suddenly asked. Uchiha Taihuo was a little autistic after being beaten by Nohara-rin in 1 round today. Although he was careless at the beginning, Uchiha Taihuo knew after reflection that he was not careless and just lost slowly. He accepted losing to Uchiha Obito. As Uchiha, Obito might have exploded his potential. He also accepted losing to Might Guy. After all, Might Guy worked so hard that he was a little abnormal. He really didn't expect to lose to Nohara-rin. Although Nohara-rin had good theoretical grades, she was always mediocre in actual combat. She was the type that Uchiha Taihuo didn't even bother to remember her name. From being the first in the class at the beginning to being defeated by Nohara-rin cleanly and neatly now, Uchiha Taihuo's confidence was beaten out. How could it be? The fact that you were assigned to Group A at the beginning of the special training shows that you are ahead of many people. Don't deny yourself because of a temporary failure. You have been defeated. Haven't you defeated them? Believe in yourself. Miyu, who was about to leave, turned around and comforted him. Uchiha Taihuo felt much more comfortable when Miyu said this. Indeed, Obito and the others were only 2 semesters stronger than him, but he was 3 years stronger than them. You should have a good rest. I have something else to do. Miyu smiled and turned to leave, heading for the training ground where the actual combat exam was held. Miyu felt that if there were levels for giving chicken soup, he should also have a level close to mastery, and he just said it almost subconsciously. The first round of battle was the longest. Miyu did not rush to the examination room of Class 2 of Grade 4, but went back to his own class to watch for a while. Miyu's class was still the same as before. Shisui was the strongest and unshakable. Hongdo was basically the second as long as she did not meet Shisui in advance, and Shinayu Izumo and Gangzai Tetsu were in the 3rd tier. The remaining students were not weak, but the first few had surpassed the current grade. Dean Miyu, the average level of students in your class is too high. If you pick a few people to go to other first-year classes, they will definitely be in the top 4 or top 2. The invigilator praised. Every teacher who came to invigilate Class 1 of Grade 1 would be shocked by the average level of Class 1 of Grade 1. It is normal to have a few genius students. Konoha has never lacked genius ninjas. But if a whole class is at an excellent level, this situation is very exaggerated. It is impossible for a class to be full of little geniuses. Miyu said a few humble words and then had an idea. What would happen if he and the 3rd generation suggested to modify the grade practical combat rules, from 2 people per class to the whole grade competing for practical combat scores? There would be a total of 16 people in the grade practical combat at that time, and maybe 12 of them would be in Miyu's class. After the first round, it would basically be a civil war in Miyu's class. However, this would not mean much to Yu. It would only make his class look very strong and awesome, and the system would not give more rewards. In fact, the comparison of the average scores of the practical combat of each class can tell the strength of his class. In the last exam, the average score of the practical combat of Yu's class was twice that of other classes. When the first round of Yu's class was almost over, Yu went to the examination room of Class 2 of the 4th grade. Nohara Rin was the number 1 candidate, and she was the first to start the second round. There will be more later. Chapter 157 Steady Obito. Candidate number 1 Nohara Rin and candidate number 3 Might Guy are ready for the exam. The invigilator announced. Yu knew that Nohara Rin's practical combat exam was over as soon as he heard it. It would be better for Nohara Rin to meet Obito, but she would definitely be crushed mercilessly if she met Might Guy. Nohara Rin now relies on physical skills to fight against the enemy, while Might Guy is best at physical skills, so there is no chance to fight. It seems that Nohara Rin defeated Uchiha Taihuo so easily. There is no chance to defeat Might Guy. Now that you say that, it is really possible. Might Guy also rose suddenly like this before. Maybe Nohara Rin will do the same this time. It may be because Nohara Rin's last battle was too clean and neat, which made the students of Class 4 have great expectations for her. Xiaolin, come on. Obito didn't say much. He knew the difference in strength between the two. Yet, Nohara Rin nodded and walked into the venue. Akai, you must show all your strength. I want to see the gap between us. Nohara Rin said seriously. Burning Youth should go all out in every battle. Might Guy gave Nohara Rin a thumbs up before making the seal of opposition. The battle begins. Just when Nohara Rin wanted to replicate the last battle, she suddenly found that Might Guy was already rushing towards her, and Might Guy's speed was faster than her. Konoha Whirlwind. Might Guy kicked out a whirlwind kick at Nohara Rin at high speed. Swoosh! At the critical moment, Nohara Rin used the shaving limit to avoid Might Guy's kick. But before Nohara Rin could figure out how to attack next, Might Guy instantly appeared in front of Nohara Rin and punched her. Nohara Rin had to compress the chakra in her hand, and then quickly punched. Bang! The airflow generated by the huge force of the two people blew up Nohara Rin's brown short hair. The next moment, Nohara Rin couldn't hold on and retreated several meters in a row. The power is so strong, I'm no match for him. Nohara Rin judged while sensing her numb arm. She was very surprised in her heart. She didn't expect Might Guy's pure physical strength to be so exaggerated. Nohara Rin's strongest power was no match for Might Guy's breathing technique, which had already sealed her defeat. Then Might Guy attacked with all his strength as he said, and a series of swift attacks left Nohara Rin helpless. This was suppressed by Might Guy like this. The students watching from the audience looked depressed. They thought Nohara Rin could break Obito's monopoly on Might Guy. The situation of the second, unexpectedly, was not a match at all. This made them fall into deep thought, whether Uchiha Taihuo was not as strong as they imagined, or Might Guy was stronger than they expected. Might Guy wins. When Nohara Rin lost his ability to fight, the invigilator announced Might Guy's victory. Xiaolin, are you okay? Obito quickly helped Nohara Rin off the field and asked with concern. Nothing happened, but Akai is really strong. It seems that I am still a long way from you. Nohara Rin replied. If you continue like this, you will definitely catch up. Obito encouraged. He believed that Nohara Rin would catch up with them sooner or later under Miyu's guidance. After all, he and Might Guy were not very strong at the beginning. What a pity, if it was in other classes, this strength would definitely be able to enter the grade actual combat. Ueda Aya gave Nohara Rin a high score and said regretfully. In her opinion, with the two mountains of Might Guy and Uchiha Obito, others would never have a chance. I don't know what luck this guy Iketani has. Why are there so many outstanding students in his class? Ueda Aya complained in her heart. She doesn't think that the strength of Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, and Nohara Rin is the credit of Iketani Isumasa. If Iketani Isumasa was really this level, he would have won the title of Outstanding Teacher long ago. How could he be like this? She just thinks that Iketani Isumasa is lucky to take over a class with great potential. When the class practice on the second day was about to end, Might Guy and Obito finally met in the last battle. Akai, I'm sorry, I'll accept this victory, I will avenge Xiaolin. Obito was full of confidence. Through the previous battles and watching Might Guy and Shisui fight, Obito was sure that his strength had surpassed Might Guy by a lot. Haha, then come on, let's burn our youth together. Might Guy was full of fighting spirit. The battle begins. Rock breathing, full concentration breathing. Might Guy instantly changed his breathing rhythm, entered the full concentration breathing state, improved his whole body's ability, and rushed directly towards Obito. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito also changed his breathing rhythm, dodged and retreated, made a seal, and sprayed a huge fireball in front of him. Although the great fireball was a sea-level fire style, it was really powerful. Might Guy didn't dare to take it head-on, and dodged to the back and side. Seeing Might Guy being so cautious, Obito shook his head regretfully. If Might Guy dared to rush up from the side aggressively, he would immediately use the Balsam Claw Red. Obito immediately replaced the kunai with shuriken and shot at the running Might Guy. However, under Might Guy's full strength, Obito's shuriken didn't hit a single one, and all of them were shot in vain. In the first round of confrontation, both sides consumed some chakra and physical strength, and temporarily showed a balance. Because of their long-term training together, the two knew each other's intelligence and were careful of each other. Might Guy used extremely fast fire style to defend against Obito's flame breathing, while Obito defended against Might Guy's powerful rock breathing. After a minute of stalemate, Might Guy felt that he had caught Obito's flaw, and he instantly burst forward. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Obito quickly completed a seal with one hand and quickly threw out a flaming kunai. But Might Guy had expected it, dodged it at high speed, and then fiercely kicked Obito with a whirlwind kick. Just when Might Guy thought he was going to win, Might Guy saw Obito and smiled. Flame breathing, concentrate on breathing. Obito steadily caught Might Guy's fast kick, and then a large amount of flames spurted out of his palm. Although his legs were blessed with chakra and his body was strengthened by the breathing method, Might Guy still felt the pain brought by the high temperature. Why did Obito's strength and speed suddenly become stronger again? Might Guy was puzzled. Obito shouldn't have been able to catch it just now. At this time, Obito was extremely proud. After he really got started, he realized that the previous full concentration breathing was not concentrated enough. The full concentration breathing after getting started was the real full concentration breathing, and the improvement was much greater than before. The large improvement was also very terrifying for the consumption of physical strength and chakra. After getting started, he could not use the full concentration breathing for the second time after using it once. He had already exhausted all his strength to maintain ordinary breathing. Although the bonus became larger, from Obito's observation of the battle between Might Guy and Shisui, he was at most equal to Might Guy in strength when he got started with full concentration breathing, and he could not suppress him. At most, he was equal in strength, but the consumption was even greater. His experience in physical skills was not as good as Might Guy, so Obito did not think of relying on breathing to beat Might Guy in physical skills. But he could rely on the power of full concentration breathing to catch Might Guy off guard. Just now, Obito deliberately exposed a flaw to make Might Guy anxious to attack him. Taking advantage of his weakness, Obito launched a merciless fire attack. Might Guy used the rock breathing to the extreme but could not withstand Obito's attack and soon lost the battle. Miyu nodded, which was within his expectations. After all, Obito's breathing method was so far ahead. There was only one result of losing to Might Guy, that is, Obito wasted himself and Might Guy performed exceptionally well. Uchiha Obito won. The invigilator announced. Finally, he got the first place in the class. Obito couldn't help but punch to celebrate. It's strange to say that he got the first place in the grade once, but it was the first time he got the first place in the class. Obito just felt that it was not easy for him. He was a little disadvantaged in fighting with Might Guy, because the power of fire release ninjutsu was very strong, and if he was not careful something bad will happen. He will feel restrained when fighting. Win tomorrow's battle steadily and get first place. Obito said secretly in his heart. He also had an advantage in the last exam, but he was too careless in the class actual battle and was defeated by Might Guy, so it led to the embarrassing situation that the first in the grade did not get first in the class. This time, Obito decided to fight calmly like Shisui, and never be careless even if he had the advantage in strength, and win the battle steadily. Obito, you played very well this time, very powerful. Nohara-rin praised seriously. Hehe, Xiaolin, you will become like me sooner or later. Obito smiled with a blushing face. You really played very well, and you didn't waste the breathing method you learned first. Miyu praised with a smile. Obito felt that the world was so beautiful, and he was praised by both Nohara-rin and Miyu at the same time. Is there anything happier in the world than this? After the exam, Miyu took all the disciples back to the South Forest, first helped Might Guy to heal, and then began to teach Obito new ninjutsu. I'm going to teach you the dust hiding technique next. This technique has a good effect whether you are retreating or launching an attack. Miyu introduced to Obito. Obito has mastered 4 offensive fire jutsu now, so Miyu chose to teach Obito a functional fire jutsu. Fire jutsu, dust hiding technique. Miyu concentrated the chakra on his throat and spit out high-temperature flames and hot dust in front of him. Since there were big trees nearby, Miyu controlled the power of the ninjutsu and did not create too much flame, mainly dust. Obito lost Miyu's vision in an instant. He could not see anything inside under the thick dust. After giving Obito a simple demonstration, Miyu cancelled the ninjutsu. But what if I can't see myself using this ninjutsu? Obito scratched his head and asked. There are 2 options. One is to use it only for retreat and run away after use. The second is to undergo special training so that you can listen to the sound and identify the position and launch a surprise attack in the thick dust. Miyu said. Obito decided to learn it first. This ninjutsu looks pretty powerful. You taught your disciple the fire style, dust hiding technique. Since your disciple was very grateful, you rewarded him with a critical hit and obtained the ninjutsu fire style, great flame technique, proficient level. It was a small hit, but the reward was a bit ordinary. This ninjutsu Miyu could not use in normal situations, because this fire style is the secret technique of the Sarutobi clan, and only the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan can master it. On the 3rd day, Miyu chose the 4th grade venue for the grade practice. There was nothing interesting in the 1st grade. Shisui was completely killed. As long as Red Bean didn't meet Shisui, she would be 2nd. In the 4th grade, Obito still had a chance to fail, after all, he was Obito. On the 3rd day, Obito and Might Guy met in the top 4. I don't know if Obito learned from the previous lesson. Even though he won yesterday, he didn't take it lightly. He won the battle steadily and defeated Might Guy again. This time, Obito must be first again. The students watching thought that this game was the start of the finals in advance. Because the winner of the other 4-2 battle was Hyuga, who was easily defeated by Might Guy in the previous exam. As many students expected, Obito easily beat Hyuga, and the intensity of the battle was not as intense as the 4-2. Now Obito doesn't need to use too many ninjutsu to beat Hyuga. He just needs to use a big fireball to force him to move and then rush forward with the breath of flame. Hyuga can't resist at all. The first place in the grade practical battle of this final exam is Uchiha Obito. The invigilator announced Obito's victory and also announced that this final exam was completely over. After the exam, it is naturally a holiday for the students, but the fourth-year students can't enjoy too long a holiday. They have to participate in special training or internships after 4 days of rest. Mu also decided to give Obito, Might Guy, Nohara Rin, and others a short vacation to let them rest for a few days. Obito and Kai, remember to gather at the training ground I mentioned next Monday. Everyone can have a good rest during this period. Mu announced that everyone will have a holiday. We'll start doing the commissioned missions on Monday. Obito was looking forward to it. It's only Wednesday today, so there's a lot of time to rest. Nohara Rin, who has been practicing every day since becoming Mu's disciple, feels that these days' vacation is so long. A passionate youth should practice every day. Might Guy is not going to rest, he will go to the South Forest to practice as usual tomorrow. Teacher Mu, will you still be in the forest these days? Shisui asked. Well, if any of you can't stay idle, you can come to me. Mu smiled gently. I feel that there are still some things I don't understand about the breathing method, so I'll trouble you, Teacher Mu. Shisui said. Students' vacation is also equivalent to teacher's vacation. Shisui felt that he was taking up Mu's vacation, so he used the word trouble. It's the teacher's duty to answer students' questions. There is no trouble. If you have any questions, you must ask me in time. Mu smiled warmly. For a teacher, the most gratifying thing is that students' strength improves. Shisui and Might Guy both want to continue training, which makes Obito feel a little embarrassed. If he doesn't come, doesn't it mean that he is the laziest among Mu's disciples? Obito, are you going to share the good news of your victory with Kakashi tonight? In order to cope with the next ninja life, it is indeed necessary to practice more. Obito said with a serious face. Extreme 10,000 per day, a small request for monthly votes. Chapter 158 Kakashi is about to join the team. On Friday morning, Mu went to the ninja school. Today is the day for the results, he has to hand out the students' test papers, and then there are some meetings to be held. Today Mu was in a good mood, and soon after he woke up, he received the exam reward. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to practice and achieved perfect results in the academic assessment, and received rewards, Chakra plus 300, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to practice and achieved excellent results in the academic assessment, and received rewards, Chakra plus 250. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to practice and achieved good results in the academic assessment, and received rewards, Chakra plus 200. He increased 750 points of Chakra in one breath, and he is one step closer to his goal of 50,000 Chakras. Name, Hanya Mu. Chakra, 30,500. Now Mu's Chakra has reached the level of 12.2 Kakashi. Mu was quite satisfied with this, because the training tasks of Obito and Might Guy had not been settled yet. This growth rate was also thanks to Shisui's Chakra leap after opening the Sharingan. This semester, he has made great progress. From the end of the special training to now, his Chakra has increased by nearly 15,000. You should know that from the first day of the special training last semester to the end of the special training, he only increased by about 10,000 points. The time was more than a month less, but the Chakra increase was much greater. There are many reasons for such a large increase, such as giving up ninjutsu as a class reward to brush all Chakra, the body Chakra naturally increases faster, and the disciples begin to develop. Mu feels that this increase should be able to stabilize for one semester. Although Shisui's Chakra growth rate is recovering from the surge, it is still much faster than before the Sharingan, and Obito and Might Guy's strength is also constantly improving. It should be possible to try to complete it before graduation. If the increase can be stabilized, Mu has the hope of achieving his goal of 20 small cards, that is, 50,000 Chakras, when Obito graduates. Even if it does not reach 50,000, it will not be much different. Teacher Mu, I have made great progress this time. I got 83 points. Can I get a reward? Hongdu started to tell Muyu the good news after entering the classroom. Improvement of 5 points is also called great progress, right? Muyu knocked on Hongdu's head. Hehe, this is my best theoretical score. Hongdu laughed. Take it and eat it. Muyu handed Hongdu a dumpling and said. In fact, no matter how well or badly the exam was done, Muyu would give students some food. Spending a little money can gain a lot of goodwill. Muyu thinks this is a good deal. The first meeting is a summary meeting, and then it is to issue excellent teachers and the like. Muyu's excellent teachers are naturally unshakable. His first-year class is already a fairy class in the eyes of other teachers. After the general meeting, there is a small meeting, and only teachers in important positions will participate. The small meeting mainly discusses the next teaching work, summer special training and interns, and the pilot of large classes. The theoretical average score of the 4 classes led by Mr. Kangji in this final exam rose by 3 points. In theory, the effect of large classes and small classes is almost the same. A teacher said after reading the information. There are 8 classes in the first grade, Muyu leads 4 and Kono Kangji leads 4. Because Muyu's personal ability is too strong, the results of Muyu's classes were not compared. After the discussion, the teachers believed that large classes could be extended to other grades. When Muyu was about to leave after the meeting, he learned that the 3rd generation had summoned him, so he went to the principal's office. Although the principal's office has been empty for a long time, someone cleans it regularly. When Muyu entered, he found that it was still the same as the first time he came. The 3rd generation did not sit in the office chair, but sat on the tea table not far from the door. Muyu, you are here, come and sit. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off the pipe in his mouth and said with a smile. Sandajime-sama. Muyu did a good job on the surface, and then sat on the chair beside him according to Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions. I thought that Muyu, you could be as good as in the first semester in every semester. I didn't expect that you could continue to surprise me. Your practical performance in the first grade class has made a big breakthrough, and your strength is far beyond other classes of the same year. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. It seems that I still underestimated your strength, Muyu. If this continues, the benchmark of the first grade class will not be other classes of the same year, but higher grades. The main reason is that the students are also very cooperative. Muyu said simply and modestly. Excessive modesty will lead to being underestimated, but his achievements are here, and his modesty will only make people feel that he is humble. Muyu, do you have any ninjutsu you want to learn? Any ninjutsu or sealing technique is fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, stroking his mustache. Muyu can't be promoted in terms of position for the time being, because Sarutobi Hiruzen is already preparing to promote Muyu to the position of deputy monitor of the teacher class next semester. The next promotion he could make was to be the head teacher of the teaching class, but this head teacher was a senior, one of the first graduates of the ninja school, and he also made some contributions in the Second Ninja World War. Muyu wanted to take him down if he comes. His current achievements are far from enough. If he can't get promoted, he can only be rewarded with ninjutsu, so Sarutobi Hiruzen lets Muyu choose for himself. I want to learn the sealing technique. Muyu thought for a while and said. He has not yet learned the sealing technique through the system, and it would be good if Sarutobi is willing to give it to him. No problem, I will have someone send it to your home in a few days. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. This is within his expectations. It is more difficult to learn than ordinary ninjutsu sealing techniques. Please take care of Kakashi's affairs, Muyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen said at last. He couldn't bear to see a ninja genius like Kakashi continue to sink. I will try my best. Muyu said seriously. If someone with S potential is sent to him, he must definitely grasp Kakashi. He has been waiting for this opportunity to keep the 4th disciple position unused. Although there are many geniuses in the ninja world, according to his system, it is definitely better to accept disciples as early as possible, and those who have already grown up will not be able to maximize the benefits. 8-year-old Kakashi is very suitable. Shisui is actually a little young. If it weren't for the Sharingan, Miyu would have to wait for Shisui to develop. On Monday, just when Kakashi was thinking about whether to stroll around the village or read novels at home today, he suddenly remembered that Sarutobi Hiruzen had found him another team. Training Ground No. 22. Kakashi went to the training ground while recalling what Sarutobi Hiruzen said to him. New team. Kakashi remembered the face of the former instructor in the Hokage's office, and hoped that the instructor and teammates this time would be more mature. There are too many bugs in the bedroom, so I killed a lot of bugs today. Since the computer is in the bedroom, there may not be many updates today. Chapter 159 Konoha Classic Project. I'm really looking forward to the life of a ninja. Obito got up early, finished washing up, and walked towards the meeting place agreed with Miyu. Who will be the other teammate? Will it be Lin? Did Miyu lie to us to give us a surprise? Obito couldn't help but have delusions. Uncle Tiaki, give me a pancake. Obito quickly ran to the pancake shop to buy breakfast. After buying it, Obito ate quickly while walking towards the training ground. After studying in the ninja school for so many years, Obito was very excited to finally have the opportunity to experience the life of a ninja. Grandma, do you need help? Obito suddenly noticed an old man who needed help. Obito ate the pancake very quickly and threw the garbage into the trash can and went forward to help. Today is also a very meaningful day. After helping the second old man, Obito smiled and said, "Wait, we still have to gather." Obito suddenly remembered that today was the day for the internship gathering, so he rushed to the training ground. He was glad that he got up early today, and even if he wasted some time on the road, he should not be too late. After entering the training ground, Obito heard two familiar voices and saw two familiar figures. As expected of my best friend and nemesis, we met by chance in so many training grounds. No, I'm not here for training, I'm here to find the team. Want to have a competition of youth and passion? Let's compare speed. No, I have something to do today. Hey, Kakashi, why are you here? Obito couldn't help but rushed forward and asked after seeing Kakashi. He had a very bad premonition in his heart. Could Kakashi be another teammate? It shouldn't be. Kakashi has graduated for several years and has become a chunin long ago. How could he in turn with us? He must have just happened to meet him during training. Obito comforted himself. Hearing Obito's voice, Kakashi turned and looked at Obito with some doubts in his heart. It would be fine if he happened to meet a might guy, but why was Obito here too? I should be the one asking this. Don't you have to go to school at this time? Kakashi said lightly. What an idiot. The ninja school was closed last week. Obito seized the opportunity to scold him. Sorry, I've graduated for so long, and I'm not as sensitive to time as you. It's been a long time, 3 years, and you're still in ninja school. Kakashi mocked. You. Obito was speechless. Every time he talked about this, he would be at a disadvantage. He couldn't refute it at all, because these were all facts. I don't have time to waste with you today. Kakashi said and prepared to look for other places. He didn't have the habit of being late like Obito. You must be Hotaki Kakashi. Miyu appeared next to Kakashi and asked. So fast. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. He didn't even notice when Miyu appeared, and didn't sense any breath at all. After coming to his senses, Kakashi nodded and said, Yes, you are Captain Hanyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen told Kakashi that the instructor of the team he was going to was Hanyu Miyu. Looking at Miyu's face, Kakashi remembered some memories. He seemed to have seen Miyu once, perhaps during the junior ninjutsu competition. Yes, I am. Myu smiled and nodded. Captain. Obito's bad feeling reached its peak. That's right, Kakashi is your next teammate. Myu announced directly. No, that's totally wrong. Obito couldn't hold it back. He never thought that the person Myu said he knew was actually Kakashi. He did know him, but Kakashi shouldn't be here. Do you have any questions, Obito? Myu asked. Kakashi has graduated for a long time and is now a chunin. Why did he join our internship team? Obito scratched his hair and asked. He was still thinking that it couldn't be anyone else, but it turned out to be Kakashi. Internship. Kakashi also showed a puzzled look on his face. He originally thought that meeting Obito and Might Guy was a coincidence, but it turned out that they were his next teammates. The reason is a little special, but in the next few months, Kakashi will be your teammate, there is no doubt about it. Myu replied. Obito and Kai have not graduated yet, but the ninja school held an internship activity to allow outstanding students to get started with ninja work faster in the future. Myu then answered Kakashi's question and explained the matter of internship ninja to Kakashi. Kakashi felt that he was tricked by Sarutobi Hiruzen. What the hell was he doing by throwing him with the students of the ninja school? Did he become careless after taking a break? He didn't even notice the teacher of the ninja school approaching him. Kakashi thought in reflection. Everyone, please introduce yourself. Although you are an intern ninja, you are still a ninja, which is different from before. Let's start with me. My name is Hanyumwoo. I like teaching and watching students become stronger little by little. My hobbies are calligraphy and I like cooking related to eggs. Myu said with a warm smile. You are worthy of being teacher Myu. Might Guy gave Myu a thumbs up and said. I am Might Guy. I like to exercise. My dream is to become the strongest physical ninja in the world. I want everyone to know that even if you don't know ninjutsu and illusion, you can still become a strong person. Might Guy shouted with blood boiling. It sounds like something he would say. Kakashi complained in his heart. Only Might Guy could say such a thing to become a strong man without relying on ninjutsu and illusion. I am Uchiha Obito. What I like is helping people in need. What I hate is doing homework. My dream is to become a Hokage who surpasses all the previous Hokage. Obito also said quickly. Kakashi saw that everyone else had introduced themselves, and he had to say something, so he thought about it and said. I am Hotaki Kakashi. I don't want to say what I like or hate, and I don't have any interests or dreams. Isn't this just saying nothing except the name? Obito couldn't help complaining. Kakashi ignored Obito's words and looked at Myu with a calm face. Such personal things cannot be forced. Next, let's start our first training. Myu took out 3 small bells and said. In the next day, you will succeed as long as you snatch my bell. Those who fail can only solve their own dinner at night, and can't eat my special dishes. Boring. Kakashi didn't think much of it. What kind of punishment is this? That's it for today. I'll update more tomorrow. I feel much better after killing insects. Chapter 160 Respective Countermeasures. Okay, next you can use any method to snatch the bell from me before the sun goes down. After Myu finished speaking, he hung the bell on his waist and sat against a tree, looking like he was resting. Although Myu was full of flaws at the moment, the 3 did not attack immediately. Obito and Might Guy had been taught by Myu for a long time and knew how terrifying Myu's strength was, especially Might Guy, who had seen the battle between Myu and Six-Gate Might Guy. That speed and strength were not a realm he could touch now. Kakashi was already an experienced ninja, so he didn't plan to test Myu's strength by himself. He wanted to wait for Obito and Might Guy to take action before taking the opportunity to grab the bell. What should I do? It's so difficult to snatch something from Myu teacher. Obito scratched his head, and couldn't think of how to snatch the bell from Myu for a while. Might Guy, who likes to be straightforward, nodded and said, I feel that if I rush up directly, I can't grab it at all. At Miyu's speed, rushing up directly is like giving up. Do you know the information about Captain Hanyu? Kakashi thought for a while and asked. If you can know the information about Miyu, it will be very helpful in the battle. Of course I know, because Miyu teacher is. Obito suddenly remembered something and paused. What is it? Kakashi saw that Obito stopped talking halfway and asked. It's our summer special training teacher. Obito's mind quickly turned and supplemented. Mr. Miyu has a high level of chakra control. She is very good at treading water and climbing trees, and her body flicking technique is also very fast. Kakashi was speechless. The only useful information in the call was that her body flicking technique was very fast. It seems that I was not careless just now. Kakashi thought to himself. He speculated that Miyu might be a speed-type ninja. Kakashi thought for a while and had already determined the countermeasures for snatching the bell. Speed-type ninjas have low tolerance for error, and the opponent is a teacher in the ninja school. It has been a long time since he had a real battle. In this regard, he has a great advantage after just experiencing a brutal battle. After thinking for a while, Kakashi decided on the countermeasures for snatching the bell. Speed-type ninjas have low tolerance for error, and the opponent is a teacher in the ninja school. He has not had a real battle for a long time. In this regard, he has a great advantage after just experiencing a brutal battle. After that, Kakashi felt that he had a great advantage. It's definitely not possible to fight alone, but we just need to grab the bell. We can choose to use traps to distract Miyu teacher's attention. Obito thought for a while and said. He had experienced the effect of traps when he was learning to shave. Once he relaxed his vigilance, he was either hung on a tree or beaten away or fell into a pit. Might Guy nodded. Whether Obito's method was good or not was not discussed first, but he really couldn't think of any method. Hey, Kakashi, don't you come and set the trap together. Obito looked at Kakashi, who looked like he had nothing to do with it and couldn't help but feel a little angry. Don't go shopping and cry secretly when the time comes. Your imagination is quite rich, but I don't believe in your trap-making skills. I can do things like grabbing bells by myself. Kakashi said calmly. Making traps is a basic exercise for ninjas. If the battle site can be confirmed in advance, then setting traps is a must. Kakashi also plans to set some traps, but he is not going to join Obito and his friends. After watching the traps set by Obito and his friends, Kakashi can only say that the students of the ninja school are just so-so in terms of trap making. They are all traps that are not very threatening and easy to dodge. Kakashi thinks that with Obito's trap level, there is not much difference from going directly. After all, in training such as grabbing bells, the teacher will usually let him go. With Obito's strength, he may be able to grab it with good luck. Kakashi, even if you beg me, I won't share food with you. After setting the trap, Obito wiped the sweat on his head and said to Kakashi. There is a store called a shop on Konoha Street, where you can buy food. Kakashi said as if he was giving a retard a science popularization. Also, I won't lose. Before Obito got angry, Kakashi disappeared in front of Obito with a flash. Kakashi didn't know whether Miyu's special dishes were delicious or not. For him, grabbing the bell was just a task assigned by Miyu. He was just trying to complete the task. Okay, let's do this. You should be faster and lead teacher Miyu to the trap area. Under my fire escape and traps, teacher Miyu will definitely not have much energy to pay attention to you. Then you can take the opportunity to grab the bell. Obito said excitedly. He has been training with Miyu for so long, and he has fought with Shisui and Might Guy many times, but this is the first time he has fought with Miyu. Obito wanted to get Miyu's recognition. He used to be a student, but this time was different. This time he was a ninja, and an intern ninja was also a ninja. Leave it to me. My youth is already burning. Might Guy smiled with his big white teeth, and his blood was boiling. Worried that he would be killed instantly by Mu Yu if he got too close, Might Guy stood 20 meters away and threw several shurikens at Mu Yu. Mu Yu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes instantly and dodged the shuriken. Finally ready, Mu Yu said after moving his limbs briefly, and then rushed towards Might Guy. After throwing the shuriken, Might Guy turned around and ran towards the trap area. Looking back at Mu Yu catching up, he started to run faster with rock breathing. The purpose was just to train students, so Mu Yu certainly didn't use all his strength to catch Might Guy directly. He controlled his speed and hung behind Might Guy. Obito, who had been ready to go, saw the two people coming and took out a kunai to cut the rope that bound the big wood. A huge wood hit Mu Yu, and Might Guy was ready to dodge directly. Whoosh! Just when the wood was about to hit, Mu Yu flashed and appeared on the tree next to him, avoiding the attack of the trap. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal and used ninjutsu on Mu Yu. A huge fireball 4 meters high hit Mu Yu. Success! Obito couldn't help but punch to celebrate. He was not far from Mu Yu. At this distance, Mu Yu did not have much time to dodge or use ninjutsu to offset the fireball, and Might Guy was still watching closely. Water style, water wall. Mu Yu quickly condensed chakra and formed a seal, and a water wall quickly rose. Rock breathing, concentrate on breathing. Might Guy took this opportunity to rush up directly using breathing techniques. Just when Might Guy was about to grab the bell, he found that his hand could not move. He looked up and saw that his hand had been grabbed by Mu Yu. What a fast reaction speed! Might Guy was very surprised. You know, the trap fire style and his surprise attack happened in an instant, and Mu Yu actually took them all smoothly. Bang! Might Guy was thrown by Mu Yu and hit against a tree. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. In order to prevent Mu Yu from continuing to attack Might Guy, Obito used the fire style ninjutsu again. In order to ensure the power, Obito did not use the one-handed one-seal version, but the ordinary version of the Balsam Claw Red. A large number of shurikens were thrown at Mu Yu like small fireballs. Mu Yu silently switched her breathing method from rock breathing to thunder breathing, and instantly disappeared from Obito's sight. So fast, where did she go? Obito looked around, trying to find Mu Yu's trace, but unfortunately he couldn't find Mu Yu at all. Damn, if only I had a Sharingan. Obito was a little envious of Shisui who opened the Sharingan at the age of 6. The next moment, Obito felt the strong wind coming from behind him, but when he had this feeling, he flew out and hit the big tree next to Might Guy. Might Guy quickly got up at this time, and rushed towards Mu Yu with concentrated breathing again. However, facing Mu Yu in the state of thunder breathing, Might Guy was destined to not even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. Bang! The next moment, Might Guy flew backwards to the big tree at a faster speed than he rushed over, and the big tree was shaken violently by the impact. Obito, who was originally prepared to stand up despite the pain, sat down directly. It was unrealistic to grab the bell alone, so he should recover his chakra. After temporarily dealing with Might Guy and Obito, Mu Yu began to look for Kakashi. The speed is indeed very fast, but at this position, there is a chance. Kakashi, who had been hiding in the dark and observing, saw Mu Yu walk around his trap and prepared to act. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of shurikens shot towards Mu Yu, and the dense shurikens forced Mu Yu to retreat to the back. Then Kakashi burst out and rushed out, pulling out the short blade behind him in the air and slashing at Mu Yu. Mu Yu reacted quickly and quickly took out a kunai to block the sharp blade. Kakashi's knife was very fast, and he chopped at Mu Yu's vitals with every move, forcing Mu Yu to retreat a little distance again. Success! Kakashi directly detonated the detonating tag prepared in advance. Mu Yu, who noticed something was wrong, quickly retreated to the side. Boom! The fiery red light suddenly bloomed, and a huge explosion sounded, creating a scorched earth with a diameter of more than 5 meters. And Kakashi also seized this opportunity to grab the bell on Miyu's waist. The trap is good, but the power of one person is not enough. Miyu grabbed Kakashi's hand and said, "What a fast speed and reaction!" Kakashi was shocked. He didn't feel much when he saw Might Guy and Obito being beaten, but when he faced Miyu, he found that Miyu was ridiculously fast. "Why don't we attack together when Obito and the others attack? It's easier to seize the opportunity if 3 people attack together." "Because I think one person is enough," Kakashi replied. "Really? It seems that you are wrong." Miyu smiled slightly, and then Kakashi was also hit by Miyu and thrown onto the tree next to him. Puff! Kakashi, who was hit by the tree, turned into white smoke and disappeared. Kakashi, who had been hiding in the dark and ready to attack, seized the opportunity when Miyu attacked, and suddenly pulled out the white fang short blade and chopped at the bell on Miyu's waist. Sure enough, one person is enough, Kakashi thought in his mind. Chapter 161 Alliance. But something Kakashi didn't expect happened. He saw Miyu in front of him also turned into white smoke and disappeared like his shadow clone just now, and no bell fell down. It's a shadow clone. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately wanted to chop behind him, but when he had this idea, a cold kunai was pressed against his neck. When you use the shadow clone tactic, you should also think about whether the enemy uses the same tactic. Miyu, who appeared behind Kakashi, said. After all, I am not in your sight all the time. Kakashi remained silent. He had taught Obito not to be reckless before, but this time it was his turn to be taught. Obito rushed to the scene and laughed at Kakashi when he heard that Kakashi was criticized. The enemy has already disappeared in your eyes, but you rushed forward without careful observation. If Teacher Miyu was the enemy, you would have died. Obito said bluntly. Seeing that Kakashi also failed, Obito felt that the pain in his body was reduced a lot. It doesn't matter if he fails, it's better if Kakashi doesn't succeed. At least I killed Captain Hanyu's shadow clone, which is better than you being beaten to the ground without even touching it. Kakashi couldn't help but fight back when he heard Obito use his words to describe him. Miyu smiled but said nothing. With the current Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy, if he didn't let them go, his shadow clone could easily take care of them. Because Kakashi was specially assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Miyu thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be so bored as to spend hours watching them fight for the bell, but for the sake of caution, he did not reveal too much of his strength to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from seeing anything with the telescope technique. He had sensed the surroundings in advance with the Byakugan and perception ninjutsu, and there was no Anbu monitoring. After all, Kakashi is not his son, so he shouldn't care about him to that extent. Miyu thought in his heart. Because I'm not facing a shadow clone at all. I held on for a while when I faced Miyu's real body, but you couldn't do it once Miyu's real body came out. Obito retorted. Maybe the one who knocked you down at the beginning was also a shadow clone. Kakashi sneered. Absolutely not. Obito firmly denied Kakashi's words. You're right, aren't you, Kai? Obito saw Might Guy coming over and wanted to pull him into his camp. There's no point in discussing this, we all failed. Might Guy said. He felt that whether it was the shadow clone or the real body, they were all defeated and failed to grab the bell, so they were all the same. Obito didn't expect Might Guy's words. Might Guy simply didn't help anyone and became his own faction. It's good to summarize failures, but you should pay more attention to the areas where you didn't do well. Miyu stopped the argument. It's still a while before the sun sets, you still have a chance. In fact, your strength is not weaker than your peers. You might as well try teamwork. The power generated by cooperation can make 1 + 1 greater than 2. Miyu reminded. The classic project of bells is actually to test teamwork. As long as the instructor sees that the students are working together, they will let them off to a certain extent. How can 3 newly graduated genin snatch the things of Jonin? Miyu started with this classic project to let Kakashi and Might Guy communicate more with Obito, so that Kakashi can realize that his teammates are no longer the same as before. Hearing Miyu's words, the more mature Kakashi basically understood Miyu's implication. He has been a Chunin for more than 2 years and is very clear about these. It seems that we have to cooperate. In order to complete the task of snatching bells, Kakashi decided to cooperate reluctantly and complete the task first. On the other hand, although Obito was very reluctant, he quickly adjusted himself in his heart and walked up to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, now you should know whether you can do it alone. Let's work together. The 3 of us will work together. Let's burn our youth together." Might Guy also invited Kakashi. "We can cooperate, but I must make the battle plan." Kakashi ignored what Obito said before and said expressionlessly, "Why should you do it? Can't we discuss it together?" Obito said unconvinced. "Is it enough for me to become a Chunin for more than 2 years?" Kakashi said indifferently. "Your arrangement is too rough. If Captain Hanyu didn't take it seriously, you wouldn't have any chance at all." Kakashi directly used the ninja level to suppress others. Obito couldn't think of how to refute for a while. He only hated that he hadn't met Miyu earlier, otherwise he would have been a Chunin at least. However, it was impossible for Obito to be convinced by Kakashi, so Obito said, "Don't use your battle plan and still lose. Then let's talk about it after we lose." Kakashi replied indifferently. If they still lose after doing this, Kakashi can only say that Miyu didn't intend to let them pass this training from the beginning. Then Kakashi instructed Obito and Might Guy to set up traps, and then explained the next battle plan to Obito and Might Guy in detail. "I arranged the shadow clones to keep an eye on Captain Hanyu in advance. The one sitting over there now is the shadow clone, and the real body has been hidden. I will arrange the shadow clones to lead Captain Hanyu's shadow clones over, and his real body will definitely follow. Then we will. Pay attention, don't do unnecessary things," Kakashi reminded after explaining. Then Kakashi asked Obito and Might Guy to hide, and hid his real body, and commanded the shadow clones to lure Miyu. When the shadow clone Miyu was lured to the trap area by the shadow clone Kakashi, shuriken from all directions shot at the shadow clone Kakashi and the shadow clone Miyu. The shadow clone Kakashi knew his mission, and did not dodge and turned back to use the lightning ninjutsu to delay Miyu. In an instant, both shadow clones were stabbed and dissipated. It's a good tactic. If it wasn't for the shadow clone, it would be dangerous, Miyu whispered to Kakashi, who was observing the surroundings. God knows how surprised Kakashi was at this moment. Miyu actually touched his side quietly again. Kakashi went directly to the ground with a flash of body, and pulled a distance from Miyu. Miyu's praise just now really scared Kakashi to sweat. However, Miyu didn't rush to make a move. He jumped under the tree and continued to smile. This time it's very good. I learned from the last lesson. Although the situation was a little bad, Kakashi, who had faced a real life and death crisis, was still able to remain calm. He carefully observed Miyu and immediately shouted, "This is not the real body, it's a shadow clone. Don't come out yet, keep waiting for the opportunity." He remembered that Miyu had been lying on the grass to rest. Even if he got rid of the grass roots and dust, it would not be so clean that there was not even a little dust. But Miyu in front of him looked like she had changed into a completely identical new outfit. Then Kakashi stared at Miyu cautiously. Miyu was not easy to deal with, whether it was the real body or the shadow clone, because it was too fast. Is it really okay to be alone? Have you forgotten how you failed not long ago? Miyu continued to rush forward to Kakashi and punched. Miyu was very fast and powerful. Even if Kakashi tried his best to deal with it, it was very difficult. He was soon hit by 2 punches and a kick, and looked very embarrassed. You will fail if you come out now. As long as they hide and don't come out, there is still a chance to snatch the bell. Kakashi retorted. If the whereabouts of all people are exposed in order to defeat the shadow clone, then the combination punches originally prepared will be completely useless. They have no chance of winning in a head-on battle. It would be better for him to hold Muyu's shadow clone now, and let Might Guy and Obito continue to hide and find the location of Muyu's real body, so that there is still a chance of winning. Kakashi thought well, but holding Muyu was harder than he thought. His rich combat experience and fast, accurate and ruthless swordsmanship were completely useless in front of Muyu. Muyu seemed to see through all his attacks. Kakashi didn't even touch the corner of Muyu's clothes, and he had endured countless attacks from Muyu. Muyu was much stronger than Kakashi imagined, so strong that Kakashi couldn't understand why a ninja of this level would be a teacher in a ninja school. With this strength, he would make a lot of money doing missions. Kakashi was getting more and more tired, and Muyu's attack was getting more and more fierce. He was almost unable to hold on. Even though there was more and more dust on his body, Kakashi still had no intention of asking Obito and Might Guy to come out. He still had the same idea. If he didn't come out, there was still a possibility of success. If he came out, he would fail. For the mission, he could give up his teammates, and at the same time, he could give up himself, not to mention that this was not even a real fight. Pata! Muyu seized Kakashi's flaw, knocked the short blade in Kakashi's hand away, and then punched Kakashi. Just when Kakashi was ready to be hit hard, a passionate voice sounded. Konoha Big Tornado! I saw Might Guy approaching at some point, and kicked Muyu with a very fast tornado kick, forcing Muyu back, allowing Kakashi to survive. The rescued Kakashi did not smile, but frowned and asked. Didn't you say not to come out? If you expose your position now, there will be no hope of success. I don't understand what you said, but I know that I am not practicing for the sake of practicing. This power is to protect the existence I want to protect. Might Guy stared at Muyu and said. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Then a hideous fire dragon suddenly appeared and flew straight towards Muyu. When Muyu tried to dodge, it also turned and rushed, successfully forcing Muyu back a distance. What a joke! If the victory is achieved by giving up companions, I, Uchiha Obito, don't need it. Obito continued to shoot shuriken at Muyu and said. Seeing Obito also came out, Kakashi frowned even more. In his heart, this training was destined to fail. However, he would not give up directly. Since it has come to this, let's make a last attempt. There will be more later, I will finish it today. Chapter 162, Too thin is not a good thing. Rock breathing, concentrate on breathing. Might Guy concentrated his breathing again and again, absorbing a large amount of oxygen while quickly condensing chakra, strengthening his body to the current extreme. Konoha Goriki Cyclone. Might Guy continued to attack Muyu. Boom! Muyu dodged Might Guy's attack, and the big tree behind him was directly kicked down by Might Guy, and the big tree pressed towards Muyu. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi quickly formed a seal and performed a ninjutsu. A thick earth wall with a dog head in the middle rose from the side of Muyu, blocking one direction of Muyu's retreat. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. At the same time, Obito was not idle either. He immediately used the powerful and low mana Great Fireball to block Muyu's retreat in another direction. Muyu is now under pressure from a tree, with the wall blocking his way on the side. There is also a huge fireball burning with fierce flames rushing towards him, and there is a Might Guy next to him staring at him. Muyu holds up the tree with one hand, switches his breathing method to the breath of fire, and then uses a hand seal to release a ninjutsu. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Miyu spits out a huge fireball up to 5 meters high in the direction of the incoming fireball. When the two fireballs meet, the stronger fireball on Miyu's side directly engulfs Obito's great fireball, and the remaining flames continue to rush towards Obito. Use a hand seal to release a ninjutsu. Watching Miyu's operation, Kakashi was shocked. He didn't expect that Miyu could release this level of fire style while holding up the tree with one hand. Might Guy on the side immediately attacked Miyu while Miyu couldn't free his hands, and Kakashi, who reacted, also used the instant body technique to rush towards Miyu. Now he couldn't be sure whether this Miyu was a shadow clone or the real body. Could this kind of performance be a shadow clone? Obito also used his fire breath to dodge the incoming fireball and headed straight for Miyu. Miyu pushed the tree in his hand towards Might Guy, instantly repelling him, and then took out a kunai and started a fierce battle with Kakashi, who was holding a short blade. Obito, who was in a state of full concentration breathing, directly transformed into a flame maker, constantly using the characteristics of fire breath to create flames to interfere with Miyu. And Might Guy kept charging towards Miyu, attacking Miyu with various high-speed whirlwind kicks. Finally, Kakashi took advantage of the gap between the two people's attacks, sneaked into the ground, and took down the bell on Miyu's waist in one fell swoop. It's really the real body. Kakashi looked at the 3 bells in his hand and couldn't understand. Finally succeeded. Seeing Kakashi's sneak attack succeeded, Obito collapsed to the ground. It was okay when there were 3 people, but after facing 2 people for a while, Obito felt that it was difficult to support, and he was exhausted. Might Guy also lay on the ground and took a deep breath to rest. He was in close combat with Miyu the whole time. If he hadn't made some progress when he rushed out to protect Kakashi just now, Might Guy might not have been able to hold on to the end. Kakashi was actually very tired. He was the first one to bear the pressure. Seeing that his teammates were resting, Kakashi also sat on the ground to rest. At dusk, the 3 disciples beside Miyu showed different ways of resting. Only Miyu stood. Very good, you completed the training through cooperation. Miyu also sat down and said with a smile. Although it was the result of his serious slacking, the cooperation of the 3 was really good, especially in the first wave. An ordinary jonin might not be able to bear it. With Miyu's strength, if he didn't slack off, Obito and the others would have no chance to play. With the Byakugan, the transparent world, and the perfect thunder breath, it would be strange if Miyu could be attacked by surprise. Captain Hanyu, could it be that did you change clothes during the trip? Kakashi asked his inner doubts. Well, I went home during the trip and changed my dirty clothes. Miyu nodded and replied. He went back to cook, so he took a shower and changed clothes. Kakashi's mouth twitched. It turned out that he thought too much. Sometimes it's not a good thing to observe too closely. Next is the time to replenish energy. Miyu got up and quickly took the prepared food and distributed it to the 3 people. Today there are grilled fish and tempura. Obito couldn't wait to open the lunchbox. Seeing the rich food inside, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva, shouted I'm starting and quickly started eating. Only by replenishing energy in time can youth burn more fiercely. I'm starting. After Might Guy opened the lunchbox and smelled the fragrance, he also began to eat quickly. Kakashi felt a little strange watching Obito and Might Guy eating so quickly as if they were worried that someone would come to snatch it. It was indeed a bit tiring, but not to this extent. Kakashi opened the lunchbox in his hand and felt that Miyu might indeed have some skills. The appearance and arrangement of the dishes themselves were very beautiful. Pick up a fried shrimp and put it in your mouth. Biting through the crispy skin, Kakashi instantly felt the locked juice burst in his mouth. The crispy, tender, and fresh tastes mixed together gave Kakashi an unprecedented enjoyment. In a trance, Kakashi seemed to have gone to the underwater world, where there was no need to practice or have tasks, and he swam freely every day. Delicious! Kakashi said subconsciously. When Kakashi woke up, he looked around quickly and found that no one was using ninjutsu, and everyone was eating. Kakashi admitted that he underestimated Muyu's cooking skills. If he didn't eat such a level of food because of training failure, it would be a pity. Kakashi ate more and more delicious food, and finally ate faster and faster. While eating, suddenly the chopsticks didn't touch anything, and Kakashi found that the lunch box was empty, but he was still not satisfied. Satisfied? No regrets today. Obito smiled foolishly while lying on the ground. He got Muyu's praise and ate delicious food. Except for the absence of Lin, today was perfect. Kakashi, you should thank me and Akai. If it weren't for us, you would have to go to the street to buy food in shame today. Obito, who was full, began to look over the accounts. It's obviously the real body, but you still say shadow clone, and you asked us not to come out. It was indeed my misjudgment this time, but if that was really a shadow clone, your actions would only lead to the failure of the training. Kakashi said. He admitted that the shadow clone was indeed a misjudgment, and he was wrong, but he did not think that his decision was wrong. If this were a real mission, Obito and Might Guy would only lead to a complete failure of the mission and lose the chance of success. You are just being stubborn. What kind of ninja are you if you don't take action when your companions are in danger? After finally catching the opportunity, Obito output fiercely. No matter how many times I encounter this situation, I will only make this choice. Kakashi recalled the kick that Might Guy stepped forward, and surprisingly did not refute Obito immediately. You are disobeying orders. However, Kakashi quickly found a point to attack Obito. Muyu did not stop it, watching all this with a smile, and only spoke when it was time to disband. Tomorrow we will officially start the mission. Chapter 163, Commissioned Mission. Obito, you are late again. Kakashi looked at Obito who was running over in a hurry and said dissatisfiedly. You should have gotten up earlier, instead of making everyone wait for you alone. I got up very early, but I was late because an old lady asked for directions on the road. Obito defended. Your reasons never change. Kakashi said speechlessly. Obito had been using this reason when he was still in school. Because this is the fact. Obito said unconvinced. Kakashi, sometimes you have to believe in your companions. I think Obito should really help the old lady, not make excuses for being late. Muyu said with a smile. Are there really so many elderly people who need help? Kakashi was skeptical about this. Could it be that Obito's youth is to help the elderly? Might Guy showed a serious thinking expression. Why do you make doing good things sound so strange? Obito couldn't help but complain. He just went to help when he saw someone in need. Okay, since we're all gathered, let's go to the Hokage building to take the mission. Muyu said. Basically, everything related to Konoha and ninjas has to go to the Hokage building. What mission will it be? Protect our princess? Or defeat the leader of the enemy country? Obito looked at the tall Hokage building and couldn't help but reveal a yearning look. What are you thinking about? How can an intern ninja like you who is not even a real ninja take on such a level of mission? Kakashi ruthlessly broke Obito's fantasy. Genin can only take on D-level to C-level missions. You intern ninjas are at most Genin, and what you are talking about can only be S-level missions. Only Jonin will be allowed to take on such extremely difficult missions. Kakashi has been a ninja for several years and has long been familiar with Konoha's missions. According to his speculation, Obito and his team probably can't accept C-level missions, and can only do D-level missions. What are the D-level missions? Obito asked. Catching cats and dogs, cleaning up garbage and taking care of children. Kakashi replied. Isn't this just doing odd jobs? Obito was shocked. It was completely different from the ninja life he imagined. Pa! You have to do the mission step by step. Muyu knocked on Obito's forehead and said. Muyu also had some expectations in his heart, but he was not looking forward to doing the mission. He didn't yearn for the life of a ninja at all. He just expected whether his disciples would be rewarded for completing the mission. Why didn't they bring forward protectors? The ninja who registered the mission asked when he saw that Obito and Might Guy didn't have forward protectors. Take out your internship certificate. Miyu said. Intern ninjas don't get forward protectors, but they will get an internship ninja certificate, which is equivalent to a temporary forward protector. So you're an intern ninja, so you can only take D-level missions. Choose from these. The registered ninja took out a scroll and spread it out for Miyu to choose. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already notified in advance that there would be a group of intern ninjas to do missions recently, and they could be regarded as newly graduated genin. Obito and Might Guy came over to take a look. Find a lost pet cat, help take care of a 3-year-old child, clean up the garbage in the training ground. Obito found that they were all miscellaneous tasks, and Kakashi did not lie to him. Then let's take this one to find a lost pet cat. Miyu glanced and said. Among them, taking care of a child is a fixed time and takes a day, so this must be ruled out first, and the others are similar. You can get 5,000 taels for finding a cat. Might Guy was shocked when he saw the reward for finding a cat. He remembered that when his father didn't bargain, the meat was only 100 taels per catty, and 5,000 taels could buy 50 catties of meat. It's not 5,000 ryo per person, it's 5,000 ryo in total. To prevent Might Guy from misunderstanding, Miyu explained. 5,000 ryo is not a small amount if divided equally among 4 people. Might Guy said excitedly. Indeed, a bowl of ramen only costs 60 ryo, and you can eat more than 20 bowls of ramen every time you find a cat. Obito agreed. Although he felt underestimated by doing odd jobs, he felt that the reward for the mission was still okay. Seeing that Might Guy and Obito were so excited, Miyu did not break their beautiful fantasy for the time being. Of course, it was impossible to split it equally. Generally, the captain would get more, and Konoha would also collect taxes. But Miyu didn't care about the money, but was willing to split it equally. Akai, Kakashi, do you want to compete to see who completes the mission first? Obito suggested. Yoshi, passionate youth should be full of duels. Might Guy nodded in agreement. Boring competition. Kakashi was indifferent to this. Kakashi, you are not afraid of losing to us, right? After all, it is really ugly for a chunin to lose to an apprentice ninja. Obito provoked. Although he knew that this was a provocation, Kakashi felt uncomfortable when Obito said it, so he replied with a cold face. I am just worried that I will hit you, a newcomer. It is not certain who will hit whom. Obito said that he would wait and see. Well, the first cat-finding competition of Miyu class will start now. Miyu announced with a smile. Let's start, whoever finds the cat first will win. Might Guy shouted excitedly. Kakashi glanced at Miyu, feeling a little subtle, feeling that the style of this ninja school teacher is different from every instructor he has experienced before. Because of Obito's provocation, Kakashi became particularly serious and split several shadow clones to find the cat described in the task together. And Might Guy regarded this task as a training, running quickly to every corner to find the cat. Obito saw Kakashi use the shadow clone and he also created 2 shadow clones to look for the cat. The 3 of them looked very motivated. However, to Kakashi's surprise, in less than an hour, Obito found the cat described in the mission. Hehe, it seems that I won. Obito proudly announced as he lifted a slightly fat orange cat with both hands. Meow. The sudden lifting frightened the orange cat and it scratched Obito frantically, causing Obito to let go subconsciously. However, before the orange cat landed, a hand quickly grabbed the orange cat's neck, making the orange cat dare not act rashly again. You are really a jerk. Kakashi grabbed the orange cat and shook his head at Obito. No matter how jerk you are, I found it first. Obito said unconvinced. It was just a moment of good luck. Kakashi thought that Obito was lucky to meet it first, which did not mean anything. Very good, the mission was completed quickly, let's take another mission. Muyu said aloud when he saw this. Then Muyu took the disciples to the Hokage building to deliver the task. It was completed so quickly. The registered ninja was also a little surprised. Catching cats is not an easy job. First of all, Konoha is very big and hard to find. Moreover, those cats that often run away are very smart. They are not only fast but also flexible. They are really hard to catch. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to complete the commissioned task and obtained chakra plus 10. The teacher himself led an additional chakra plus 5. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commissioned task and obtained chakra plus 10. The teacher himself led an additional chakra plus 5. I got 30 chakras in more than 50 minutes. It's much faster than class. Muyu thought as he looked at the reward. He only had 20 chakras in the small class in the morning. If it was a big class, a little more than 40 points. It is not necessary to compress each task within an hour. As long as 2 D-level tasks are done in the morning, the chakra gain in the morning is equivalent to 3 small classes. This is before Shisui participates. If Shisui also comes, it will be 45 points of chakra each time, and the benefit will be further increased. It still cannot completely replace the class. Even if the 3 disciples have bonuses, the total is only 15 points. Moreover, if students are always asked to do tasks without practicing, it will affect the series of rewards such as the disciple training and return to the master training tasks. Muyu thought about it carefully and felt that the task reward was just a bonus, at least in terms of the current reward range. Let's do another task of finding lost items. Muyu said after taking a look at the task scroll. Kakashi, you are not convinced, then let's compete again to see who finds the lost items first, how about it? Obito challenged again. You may not be so lucky this time. Kakashi agreed directly. He didn't believe that he would always lose to Obito with his experience. Everyone is so motivated. Might Guy was also excited and ready to go all out to find the lost items. The Muyu class lost item search competition starts now. Muyu announced with a smile. Obito, who wanted to continue to beat Kakashi, Kakashi, who wanted to turn the situation around, and Might Guy, who worked hard for some reason, all 3 of them quickly took action to complete the task first. Kakashi still adopted the shadow clone tactic. This time he created more clones. Each clone did not retain too much chakra and had no combat ability, but it was no problem to use them to find things. Kakashi didn't believe it. He in 11 shadow clone actions could not lose to Obito and his 2 clones. Even if he was lucky, there was a limit. About an hour later, something Kakashi didn't expect happened. It's done. Sorry Kakashi, I won again this time. Obito said, holding a box and a bag. Kakashi after removing the shadow clone. What's in that bag? Isn't the only lost item a box? Might Guy asked curiously. It's handmade pastries. I ran into the old lady who asked for directions this morning when I was looking for something. She insisted on giving it to me as a reward. Obito scratched his head and laughed. It looks delicious, Teacher Muyu, can you help me share it? After eating the pastries, everyone went to the Hokage building again to deliver the task. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to complete the commissioned task and obtained chakra plus 8, and was led by the teacher himself to get an additional chakra plus 4. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commissioned task and obtained chakra plus 8, and was led by the teacher himself to get an additional chakra plus 4. It's even less, is it because finding relics is easier than catching cats? Muyu speculated now. So Muyu took on another task of catching a dog. After Obito and Might Guy set off, Muyu stopped Kakashi and said. Kakashi, do you still think that Obito's quick completion was due to luck? Come with me. Chapter 164 The Idol is White Fang. Kakashi, who was about to start the action, was stunned, thought about it, and finally followed Miyu. If it wasn't luck, he was a little curious about how Obito did it. Then Miyu took Kakashi to follow Obito. With the Byakugan and the memory of being trained by the root, Miyu hid very well. Obito didn't realize that he was being followed at all, and concentrated on looking for the mission target. Light yellow hair, 20 centimeters tall. Obito silently recited the mission target information while looking around. Obito even opened the lid of the trash can to see if the dog was inside. Seeing Obito's actions, Kakashi was a little speechless. What kind of dog would hide in the trash can? Isn't this little Obito? Are you looking for something? Suddenly, an old man stopped Obito with a smile and asked. I'm looking for a light yellow puppy, about this big. Obito gestured for a while and said. I haven't seen a light yellow puppy. There are fewer people walking on the street recently, but I remember that guy Yuki likes to wander around. I'll take you to ask him. The old man said. Thank you so much, Grandpa. Obito thanked him with a grateful face. Then the old man took Obito to find the man named Yuki. Light yellow puppy? I seem to have seen it in the east of the main city, but I forgot where it was. The old man named Yuki thought for a while and said. You really have a bad memory because you are old. It's no different from not saying it. The old man said dissatisfiedly. The eastern part of the entire main city is very large. Hee, Grandpa, it's okay. It's changed from the whole Konoha to the east in an instant. The area has been reduced a lot in an instant. After saying that, Obito thanked the old man again. Then Obito went to the east of Konoha's main city. He was stopped by an old man because he was looking for something. Under the guidance of the old men, Obito quickly found the location of the puppy and caught it with his breathing method. How is it? Do you still think this is luck? Miyu turned and looked at Kakashi and asked. No, this is a victory of intelligence. Facing Miyu, Kakashi did not say anything stubborn. He also got information from passers-by, but passers-by were not as kind as the old ladies and grandfathers that Obito met. Most of them just said something perfunctory. Some they were too lazy to even bother to care. The old people that Obito met were really eager to lead Obito to the mission target. They used their connections to help Obito ask when they didn't know. They were so enthusiastic. But under the same conditions, I can do better. Kakashi said. Obito could have completed the mission in a shorter time, but because he had to perform some mysterious operations from time to time, it took almost an hour to complete it. Kakashi even saw Obito helping an old lady down the stairs while doing the mission. If he had the same intelligence advantage as Obito, Kakashi could have compressed the mission time to less than 40 minutes. Obito's ability to make your conditions different is his strength. Miyu shook her head and said. To force the same conditions is to be a hooligan. Kakashi can't be so popular, so there is naturally no such thing as the same conditions. And why should we think about competing on the same terms, instead of using our own strengths to make up for our companions' weaknesses? Obito is slow in doing things, but we have the advantage of intelligence. You can act with Obito. Your action power plus Obito's intelligence, under cooperation, the efficiency of the mission will be improved. Miyu continued. Kakashi did not speak, but with his mission experience, Miyu was indeed right. Then Miyu took the three people to the Hokage building again to hand in the mission. It's so fast, we've actually finished the third mission. The registrant was surprised. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to complete the commissioned mission and obtained Chakra plus 10, and the teacher himself led an additional Chakra plus 5. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commissioned mission and obtained Chakra plus 10, and the teacher himself led an additional Chakra plus 5. It's 15 o'clock again this time. It seems that the rewards of the same level will also be different due to the difficulty. Miyu thought to himself. How about it, Kakashi, are you convinced? Haha, I, Uchiha Obito, am the mission king of Konoha. Obito said arrogantly with his hands on his hips. You are so proud of yourself for completing a few D-level missions. People who don't know you would think you are doing S-level missions. For some reason, Kakashi felt a little unhappy when he saw Obito's proud face. I haven't done it yet, how do you know I can't do S-level missions? Obito is very confident in himself. Today's Obito is very good. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and praised. It can be good luck to find it first once, but Obito found it first 3 times in a row. This is not something that can be explained by luck, but hard power. Today is the first day of the mission. I will treat everyone to barbecue. Miyu said. After completing 3 missions in a row, plus the miscellaneous time, it is now time for lunch, so Miyu did not take any more missions, but prepared to take the students to eat. Great! Obito cheered. Hey, Kakashi, are we going to see who eats more meat? Might Guy challenged. Obito won 3 missions in a row today, and Might Guy wanted to win once. Kakashi was speechless. How come he was either challenged or on the way to be challenged after joining Miyu's class? He couldn't even eat in peace. However, when it came to eating barbecue, Kakashi still managed to enjoy a moment of peace, because everyone was eating the barbecue grilled by Miyu. At first, Kakashi was a little uncomfortable and embarrassed, because this kind of barbecue is usually not grilled together and eaten by everyone. After eating a piece of barbecue that Miyu forced into his bowl, Kakashi silently accepted Miyu's kindness. Kakashi was very confused. They were all grilled in the same oven, with the same seasonings, and Miyu didn't bring out any secret sauces, but Miyu's barbecue was much more delicious than theirs, and it didn't seem like the same food. Kakashi had to cook for himself very early because of special reasons. He thought he was pretty good at cooking, but when he met Miyu, he really felt that he couldn't understand. Is it the control of the heat, so that every part is cooked just right? Kakashi speculated in his heart. If he didn't know that there was no ninjutsu to improve the taste of food, he would have doubted whether Miyu used this ninjutsu. After eating, the 4 did not get up and leave immediately, but started chatting. Teacher Miyu, you are simply my 6-path sage. Obito used a metaphor to express his gratitude and admiration for Miyu. It's the barbecue sage. Miyu chuckled and knocked on Obito's head. Hehe, by the way, does everyone have any special ninjas they admire? Obito scratched his head and smiled to start the topic. If I admire, of course it's only my father and teacher Miyu. Might Guy said very imposingly. Kakashi did not participate in this topic. Now he no longer has any ninjas he admires or yearns for. If you want to talk about admiration, I also have a ninja that I admire very much. Miyu said with a smile. Wow, the ninja that Miyu teacher admires, I'm so curious. Obito's eyes lit up instantly and said. For these disciples, Miyu is a kind and mysterious existence. Although he was just a Chunin teacher at the beginning, he mastered various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques and his strength was unfathomable. He also asked them not to reveal their master-disciple identity outside. Even a thick nerve like Obito could see that Miyu was not simple. Such a mysterious and powerful teacher Miyu actually has a ninja he admires. Obito is very curious. Might Guy also pretended to listen, he was as curious as Obito. Kakashi didn't have much interest, he felt it was nothing more than the 3 ninjas or the Hokage. He is a powerful ninja known as Konoha White Fang, who once made great achievements for Konoha and was feared on the battlefield. He is an extremely outstanding Konoha ninja. Miyu's eyes seemed to shine as he spoke, with a face full of yearning. Is it the legendary Konoha White Fang? I seem to have heard of it. He is a super powerful ninja. Obito discussed excitedly. I have heard of it too. He is a very strong ninja, but it seems that he died later. Might Guy said. White Fang's reputation is still very loud in Konoha, even those students who are still in school have heard of White Fang's reputation. Kakashi looked at Miyu with some surprise. He didn't expect that such an excellent ninja like Miyu would actually admire his father who committed suicide. Although he had not been in contact with Miyu for a long time, Kakashi had to admit that Miyu was excellent in all aspects, much better than his previous instructor. Hearing Might Guy's words, Kakashi recalled some memories, clenched his fists, stood up and left the barbecue restaurant without saying a word. "Hey, Kakashi, where are you going? Did you eat too much and go to the bathroom?" Obito asked puzzledly. Why did he suddenly leave when we were chatting well? Kakashi did not answer Obito's words, and left without looking back. "I have already paid for the meal. You can sit here for a while or go for a walk. Gather at the training ground number 22 at 1:30 p.m. I will go to see what happened to Kakashi." Miyu stood up and said. This Kakashi is really inexplicable. The moods of the girls in the class are not as unpredictable as his mood. Obito couldn't help complaining. Might Guy was also a little confused and didn't know what happened. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Kakashi walked aimlessly, and finally came to the river bank, sitting on the bank and staring at the river in a daze. He has made outstanding military achievements. If that's the case, why would he be accused of suicide by those people? Kakashi muttered. A ninja must abide by the rules and put the mission first, only in this way can he be considered a qualified ninja. Do you really think so? Kakashi suddenly heard Miyu's voice from behind him. Let's take 6,000 today. I didn't fall asleep until 3 o'clock yesterday because of insomnia, and then woke up at 8 o'clock. I didn't fall asleep at noon either. I'm so sleepy that I can't write. Also recommend a friend's book. Title, Uchiha, From the Imprisonment of Tobirama. Introduction, in the 44th year of Konoha, a king of the line appeared in Konoha. Anyone who has strong emotions towards Uchiha Ching Shui will be bound by him. As long as he is stimulated, his ability will drop and he will become King Shui's nutrients step by step. The first person Uchiha Ching Shui wanted to capture was the Senju Tobirama in his body. Chapter 165 Kakashi's Knowledge Increase. Captain Hanyu, has anyone told you that you are very good at hiding your breath? Kakashi turned around and found that Miyu had sat next to him without realizing it. Hiding yourself is the basic skill of a ninja. Miyu replied with a smile. Captain Hanyu, you know that Konoha White Fang did not sacrifice himself, but committed suicide. He was blamed by everyone for failing the mission and finally committed suicide. Kakashi asked. When asking this question, Kakashi did not look at Miyu, but looked at the river with an indifferent expression. Why do you admire a failed ninja like White Fang? Kakashi turned his head and looked into Miyu's eyes and asked. If you say that White Fang is a failed ninja, I don't admit it. Miyu did not answer the question, but denied Kakashi's words. Why not a failed ninja? As a ninja, if a mission that could have been completed fails due to personal reasons, isn't it considered a failure? Do you know White Fang better than me? Kakashi retorted. Miyu, who has never spoken a word to his father, can understand his father better than him. Maybe. My opinion is the opposite of yours. I think White Fang is the ninja who implements his own ninja way. Miyu shook his head and replied. What did he implement? Isn't the mission the first priority in the rules of ninjas? Kakashi thought Miyu was just talking nonsense. Since we are talking about the rules of ninjas, do you know the origin of ninjas? Miyu asked with a smile. Kakashi recalled carefully and shook his head. Then do you know the Six-Path Sage? Miyu continued to ask. The god who created the ninja world in legend. Kakashi knew something about the Six-Path Sage. The god of creation is a legend, but the Sage of Six Paths is indeed a person who existed in real history. The Sage of Six Paths founded the ninja clan for world peace, hoping that everyone can understand each other under the connection of chakra, which is why ninjas exist. At that time, there were no so-called genin, chunin, and jonin, and there would be no missions to kill people or steal secrets. Everyone's common goal was world peace. If we really want to talk about the rules of ninjas, protecting peace is the rule of ninjas. From this point of view, all ninjas in the world have violated the rules of ninjas. Yu explained. This is really not nonsense. The origin of ninjas in Naruto is different from his original world. They are really born for peace. From this point of view, it is understandable that the big villains of Naruto are clamoring to create a peaceful world. After all, the origin of ninjas is for peace. Ninjas are actually like this. I came. Kakashi looked at Yu with some surprise. I like to read some history books when I have nothing to do, so I know a little more. Yu raised his glasses and smiled. He didn't talk about anything too secretive. Although there are few records left by the history of the ninja sect, there are still some relevant records. It may be a bit too much to use the standards of thousands of years ago to require ninjas now, but I think ninjas should not be just a machine to complete the task, but have their own ideas. Although White Fang failed in the mission, he successfully saved his teammates and implemented his beliefs in his heart, so I think Konoha White Fang is not a failed ninja. Yu said seriously. Implement your own beliefs. Kakashi felt a little dazed. A few years ago, he seemed to have said that companions are the most important. Gather at the training ground at 1:30 p.m. If you say bad things about White Fang again, I will be angry. Yu smiled in a joking tone. Coach Hanyu, don't you know what the name of Konoha White Fang is? Kakashi couldn't help asking. It was so strange that his own son was accused by outsiders not to speak ill of his father. Hitaki Sakumo, of course I know. Yu replied. Hitaki Sakumo, Hitaki Kakashi, could it be that? Yu made a thoughtful expression. Actually, Kakashi, are you a relative of White Fang? Kakashi. For a moment, he really didn't know whether Yu did it on purpose or really didn't guess it. If it was the former, it would be really bad taste. Just kidding, I know you are the child of White Fang, don't be late this afternoon. Yu smiled. If you pretend not to know, you will underestimate Kakashi's IQ. A chunin and two interns are mixed together, and both of them are acquaintances. Kakashi should be able to guess that it was specially arranged by the third generation. Looking at Yu's departing back, Kakashi's eyes flickered. Yearning for father, is it the third generation who is looking for it on purpose? Kakashi guessed in his heart. Then Kakashi went to the library and went straight to the history area. After flipping through many ancient books, Kakashi really found the history related to the ninja clan, but it was very little and the information was very fragmented. This dispelled some doubts in Kakashi's heart. He initially thought that it was a story made up by Yu to comfort him. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Kakashi arrived at the number 22 training ground on time. Kakashi, you are here very early. Do you want to compete in handstand? Might Guy, who had already arrived at the training ground and was doing handstand exercises, asked. Sorry, I refuse. Kakashi, who had been reading books for noon, didn't want to have a boring competition. At 1:40 in the afternoon, Obito hurried over, panting and explaining the reason for his lateness. Due to the scene he saw in the morning, Kakashi did not question Obito's words this time. We did a total of 3 tasks in the morning. How many do you think you can do in the afternoon? Yu asked with a smile. Although one task is only 30 points, even a little bit counts, so the more you can earn, the more you can earn. 5. Dai said with a tyrant air. Then let's set the goal at 5. Yu made the decision. In order to save time, Yu took 3 tasks at the beginning. Under normal circumstances, this would definitely not work, but seeing that Yu and his team were so efficient in the morning, the registrar took them. This time, Miyu asked Obito and his team to act together. With Obito's connections, Kakashi's mobility, and Might Guy's strong body, the three of them completed the tasks very quickly. With the cooperation of the three tasks were completed in less than 2 hours. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Miyu's team had completed 7 D-level tasks, exceeding the target. Obito and Might Guy were very happy to receive a good reward, and Miyu was in a good mood to receive 300 chakras. The only one who didn't feel much was Kakashi. He planned to continue to check the information after the disbandment. Everyone performed very well today. We won't do any tasks tomorrow morning. We will practice in the training ground, Miyu said. He wanted to try to accept Kakashi as his disciple, so that he could get more benefits from the missions in the future, otherwise he always felt that he was losing out. Chapter 166 Sense of Crisis. If you want to cooperate well with your teammates, you must have a sufficient understanding of your teammates. Next, you will fight one by one to understand the abilities of your teammates. Miyu announced the content of the next training. Hey Kakashi, let's have a battle that burns youth. Might Guy turned over and stood upright to challenge Kakashi. Kakashi nodded and agreed. He couldn't refuse the training. He was also curious about what level of physical skills Kai had reached now. It had been several months since the last challenge of Kai, but Kakashi had seen the battle between Kai and the official ninja and knew that Kai had made great progress. Kakashi, you have to show all your strength, otherwise I will kick you away. Might Guy reminded. According to Miyu, his rock breathing is very close to success. Compared with himself a few months ago, Might Guy can kill himself in 1 second without practicing breathing techniques. Instead of worrying about me being kicked away by you, I should worry about how many minutes I can hold on. Kakashi replied. If Might Guy hadn't made much progress, and it was just that level of physical skills, he could easily deal with it. Compared to Might Guy, he felt that Obito's progress was more amazing and the span was larger. As expected of my nemesis and best friend, this kind of confidence. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and laughed with shining white teeth. Begin. At Miyu's command, Might Guy instantly changed his breathing rhythm, inhaled a large amount of oxygen into his body, and at the same time, his chakra burst out, greatly improving his physical ability. Whoosh! Using the instant body technique, Guy instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared next to Kakashi, kicking out an extremely fast whirlwind kick. Konoha whirlwind. Although Kakashi was prepared, the speed shown by Might Guy was still a little beyond his expectations. He was unable to defend himself in a hurry and was knocked back more than 2 meters. The speed and strength are far beyond the previous ones. How did he do this? Kakashi was very confused. It's okay for Obito to show amazing progress, but why is Might Guy's progress so exaggerated? Before Might Guy kicked out, Kakashi thought that he could easily defeat Might Guy if he was a little more serious. After Might Guy kicked out, Kakashi thought that he had to go all out. Haha, Kakashi, be more careful next time. I didn't have my strongest power just now. Might Guy laughed. Kakashi looked alert. He didn't think Might Guy was the kind of person who would bluff. Rock breathing, concentrate on breathing. Might Guy concentrated his originally concentrated breathing again to further improve his physical ability. Konoha Great Cyclone. Might Guy's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared next to Kakashi again. This time, Kakashi already knew how powerful Might Guy was, and used the instant body technique to dodge away. Boom! The big tree where Kakashi was just now was instantly broken by Might Guy's powerful kick, and the resulting wood chips flew in the air. What a strong force! Looking at the tragic scene at the broken part of the tree, Kakashi knew the horror of Might Guy's power and completely gave up the idea of fighting with Might Guy with bare hands. Kakashi silently pulled out the white fang short blade behind him. Although Kakashi's swordsmanship was sharp, it was difficult for him to gain an advantage against Might Guy who was in a state of full concentration and breathing. Might Guy's movements were too fast. After realizing this, Kakashi immediately changed his strategy and used ninjutsu. A huge earth wall blocked Might Guy's attack. When Might Guy jumped over the earth wall, he was instantly attacked by two Kakashis. Shadow Clone Technique. Might Guy carefully observed the two Kakashis, but he couldn't tell the real one from the fake one. Might Guy didn't care and directly attacked one of the Kakashis with all his strength. Anyway, the shadow clone would disappear as soon as it was touched. As he expected, the shadow clone could not withstand his power and quickly turned into smoke and dissipated during the collision. However, the other Kakashi also took the opportunity to launch an attack and threw several shurikens at Might Guy. Might Guy concentrated his breathing again and burst out at a very fast speed to easily dodge the shurikens. Just when Might Guy was about to continue to attack, he felt something and dodged instantly. The next moment, a hand stretched out from the ground and grabbed the place where Might Guy had just stood. It's harder to deal with than Obito, Kakashi thought to himself when he stood on the ground again. He created two shadow clones just to confuse Might Guy and launch a surprise attack. As a result, Might Guy was more vigilant than Obito and failed to succeed. Although the sneak attack failed, it takes a lot of physical strength to maintain full concentration and breathing. As time passed, Might Guy gradually fell into a disadvantage. Okay, you two have almost understood it. Take a break. Next is Obito and Kakashi, and then Obito and Kai. Miyu stopped the fight between the two. He didn't forget that Might Guy still had Kakashi's training task on him. It would be bad to settle the task directly after the battle. Both nodded without objection. Why has Kai's strength improved so much? Kakashi still couldn't figure out this question during the break. Obviously, he could easily deal with the opponent before, but now he needs to go all out. Whether it is Might Guy or Obito, the great progress of the two made him very confused. If they had this degree of improvement after graduation, he could still understand it a little. After all, progress is very fast under high pressure, but it is exaggerated to have this degree of improvement in the ninja school. After recovering their physical strength, Kakashi and Obito fought again, and Kakashi was even more confused. Because Obito has improved. On the basis of the last great progress, Obito has improved again. His extremely fast single-hand seal of the balsam claw red really impressed Kakashi. This battle was still stopped by Miyu after the climax, and there was no winner. Kakashi believed that he could win if he continued. He had more combat experience and stronger overall strength, but Kakashi had a terrible idea in his mind. He might be surpassed by Obito and Might Guy. If Might Guy and Obito can continue to improve at this rate, he may be surpassed in another year or even half a year. Kakashi didn't dare to think about what Obito's face would be like after he defeated him. He suddenly felt a motivation to practice. It didn't matter what happened, at least he couldn't lose to Obito. After the 3 battles, the disciples were allowed to rest for a while, and Miyu began to arrange training work. Obito and Might Guy are still the same as before, and Miyu needs to deal with Kakashi the most. Kakashi, have you learned the 2 nature changes of earth and thunder? Miyu asked Kakashi. There will be more later. Chapter 167 The Fourth Disciple, New System Functions. Currently, I am mainly studying these 2. Kakashi nodded and said. Now Kakashi mainly relies on swordsmanship and thunder escape when fighting, and earth escape plays a supporting role. I am not very good at short blades, but I can teach thunder escape first. Miyu thought for a while and said. Come with me, see which ninjutsu you want to learn. Miyu took Kakashi to the depths of the dense forest in the training ground. Thunder escape pseudo-darkness. Miyu quickly formed a seal and then opened his mouth to spit out a huge thunder spear, instantly piercing and knocking down all the trees within 20 meters in front of him, with burnt marks on the broken parts. What a powerful lightning ninjutsu! Kakashi couldn't help but praise as he looked at the fallen trees, and his evaluation of Miyu in his heart became higher. According to Kakashi's observation, Miyu is definitely an elite among the Jonin, and both physical and ninjutsu are very good. Lightning ninjutsu, Chidori. Miyu raised her hand without resting and quickly used the next ninjutsu. Tsitsizizes. A huge and piercing thunder and lightning sounded, and the high-intensity electric current gathered in Miyu's hand and quickly changed its form. Boom! Miyu held Chidori and quickly moved to a large stone in the distance and punched a big hole in the stone. What a fast speed, what a strong penetrating power! Kakashi thought as he watched Miyu's performance. In terms of performance, Pseudo-Dark is much stronger, with a large range and strong power, and it can sweep a large area, but Pseudo-Dark Chidori is obviously not a ninjutsu of the same type, and it is definitely unfair to Chidori to compare the attack range. After all, Chidori is faster. Kakashi thinks that both Sudoin and Chidori have their own merits and are both very strong lightning release ninjutsu. Sudoin is a medium long-range clearing and large-scale attack, while Chidori is a quick surprise attack. With his current fighting style, Chidori is more suitable for him, and Chidori coincides with a lightning release ninjutsu he is currently imagining. Which of these two lightning release do you want to learn? Miyu asked. The first one. Kakashi said without hesitation. Although Chidori is suitable for his fighting style, he already has the sharp Hataki swordsmanship, but lacks a long-range powerful ninjutsu. But before learning, I want to ask you a question. Miyu said with a smile. I teach you ninjutsu, what am I to you? Instructor. Kakashi replied. Then what should you call me? Kakashi understood what Miyu meant, and wanted him to call him teacher like Might Guy and Obito. What a strange ninja! Kakashi said in his heart. He felt that Miyu was really a bit strange, and it was a bit unlike a ninja, or more precisely, unlike the current ninja. However, since Miyu was willing to teach him advanced lightning ninjutsu, Kakashi thought it was okay to call Miyu a teacher. Teaching something was different from just leading a team to complete a task. Teacher Miyu. Kakashi called indifferently. Do you want to establish a master-disciple relationship with Hataki Kakashi? The system pop-up window came out immediately, and Miyu chose yes without hesitation. Of course, he had to accept the potential disciple who came to his door. The relationship was established successfully, the current trust level is 1, and the disciple Kakashi unlocked disciple cultivation returns to the master and teaching and returning to the disciple. Looking at the trust level 1, Miyu thought that Kakashi was really not easy to fool. He was a fan of White Fang, but he was unwilling to give him a little more trust. Miyu was not too surprised. After all, he and Kakashi actually only met yesterday. With Kakashi's current personality, it is difficult to trust him in a short time. Miyu used the appraisal to take a look at Kakashi's latest panel. Name, Hataki Kakashi. Chakra, 3300. Potential, S. Skills, Hataki swordsmanship, proficient, lightning chakra nature change, proficient. Kakashi's chakra growth is not ideal. After almost 8 months, he has only increased by about 800 chakra points. You should know that Kakashi has S-level potential without bloodline bonus, which is very valuable. As for skills, since Kakashi's skills had not been upgraded when he was identified before, it is difficult to judge his progress in ninjutsu. However, Miyu feels that Kakashi's current skill values are also average. Although he has some proficient skills, such as Hataki swordsmanship and earth flow wall, they have just reached the proficient level and the proficiency is not high. Miyu feels that it may be because Kakashi has not yet come out of the shadow of White Fang's suicide incident and is in the state of opening up, so the data is a bit poor. It's a pity for Kakashi himself, but it's just right for Miyu. After all, Kakashi's untapped potential is the reward after Miyu accepted him as a disciple. Detected that there are 4 disciples with S or higher potential, open the system wall, and reward Professor Skill Enhancement Scrolls. System wall sells some of the physical rewards that have been obtained. Yu first opened the system mall and took a look. There are only 3 kinds of goods for sale: shuriken, kunao, and training secret medicine. What satisfied him was that the system mall did not require special system currency, and the money of the fire country would be enough. However, except for the training secret medicine, Yu was not going to buy kunao and shuriken, because the kunao and shuriken in the system were the same price as outside. The training secret medicine was not particularly expensive, 10,000 taels per piece. Yu felt that this compared with the effect of the secret medicine, the price is not expensive. If it is sold, it will definitely sell out. After all, this is a secret medicine that can eliminate fatigue and hidden injuries of the body. Yu personally tested that the effect is very powerful. The opening of the system mall has solved Yu's urgent need. Before, might Guy obtained 20 pills in the training task. After so long, they have been almost used up. Only a few are left for research. Then Yu used the skill enhancement scroll. He was looking forward to what new effects will appear after the professor's skill enhancement. Professor, the knowledge you teach is easy to remember and understand. Disciples who study hard will rehearse the relevant content they have learned in their minds. Yu looked at the latest introduction of the skill and felt it was a bit abstract, but based on the experience of enhancing the appraisal technique, the effect will be stronger. The lightning spear of the pseudo-darkness is very powerful and fast, but you need to pay attention to the chakra consumption. This ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra. Yu is ready to start teaching. He suspected that Kakuzu's chakra was also very high. Pseudo-darkness, head hardening, and suppression all require a lot of chakra. Think carefully, with the characteristics of the earth grudge, Kakuzu's chakra may not be one person's, but 5 people's. You taught your disciple lightning release, pseudo-darkness, and obtained the ninjutsu lightning release, purple lightning. It may be due to Kakashi's personality and trust issues. Although it was the first time to teach ninjutsu, there was no critical hit. After sorting out the new memories of lightning release in his mind, Yu felt that this reward was not bad. Because purple lightning can be said to be an upgraded version of Reikari, it can be performed without hand seals, and it is very powerful. Yu plans to give purple lightning to Kakashi after Kakashi learns pseudo-darkness. Although teaching purple lightning to Kakashi cannot trigger the effect of teaching and returning, it is very helpful for Kakashi's strength growth and shortens the time to increase the reward. It's the end of the month, I'm asking for monthly votes. I'll try to get 10,000 votes tomorrow. I wanted to write 8K today but I was stuck on the setting and didn't write it. Chapter 168 Quick Tasks. There are 2 difficulties in learning pseudo-darkness. One is to compress the lightning attribute chakra to ensure the power, and the other is the control ability. When a large-scale sweep is needed, the lightning gun can be split into multiple lightning bolts to ensure the attack range. Yu demonstrated it again and continued to explain. Compression and splitting. Kakashi looked thoughtful, and then Yu's words kept ringing in his mind. As Kakashi kept thinking, Yu who released pseudo-darkness in his memory gradually turned into Kakashi himself. I see. Kakashi showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Looking at the rapidly increasing proficiency of pseudo-darkness on Kakashi's panel, Yu felt that the enhanced teaching skills were not bad. Just now, Kakashi's proficiency of pseudo-darkness soared to more than 20 points. Then it was Kakashi's turn to practice ninjutsu by himself. Kakashi performed ninjutsu step by step according to the memory in his mind. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Kakashi opened his mouth and spit out a lightning bolt that struck a tree not far in front of him. However, Kakashi's lightning bolt not only did not sweep a large area like Yu, but did not even knock down a tree. It just charred the place where the tree was hit. Kakashi immediately fell into reflection after seeing the failure, recalling the steps of his ninjutsu, and which step was wrong. Compressing lightning is not as simple as you think. You need to get more familiar with the feeling. Yu pointed out the mistake. It seems not difficult to briefly explain the principles and techniques of various ninjutsu. Raise nan is to highly compress chakra and then control it into a circular and continuous disordered movement. Raikuri is just to make the converted lightning chakra sharper through the change of form. But in actual practice, it is not the same thing. These techniques are not so easy to master. Just like mathematics, the teacher tells you that you only need to master certain formulas to solve this problem, but those formulas are not easy to master. Miyu asked Kakashi to try twice more, and then Miyu taught Kakashi again, focusing on the mistakes Kakashi made. This is a teaching method that Miyu likes, letting students learn with questions, so that when he demonstrates again, Kakashi will pay more attention to his mistakes. So this is how it was solved. Kakashi nodded secretly, and his evaluation of Miyu in his heart went up a level. Miyu is an excellent ninja in terms of strength, and Miyu is also an extremely excellent teacher in teaching. Kakashi has been taught by many people, not just teachers in the ninja school. He has experienced several mentors, and his father has also taught him. But in terms of teaching alone, Miyu really gave Kakashi a very novel feeling. Knowledge continuously entered his brain, and when learning with Miyu, his thinking seemed to be more active. He is indeed a reliable teacher. Maybe I can ask him if I have any problems in my practice in the future. Kakashi thought in his heart. Disciple Hatake Kakashi's trust level has been upgraded, and the current trust level is 2. Miyu was not surprised by Kakashi's upgrade. Trust level 2 is not difficult, and the degree is probably that this person is quite reliable. His other 3 disciples all start from trust level 2, which can be seen. The higher the trust level, the more difficult it is. The level between trust level 2 and trust level 3 is difficult. The distance may be greater than the distance from 1 to 2, and from 3 to 4 is even more difficult. Miyu feels that Might Guy and Obito already trust him very much. He is simply the most trusted person besides his father and grandmother. Even so, he still has not reached the trust level 4, which shows how difficult it is. And Kakashi's promotion to level 2 is also the result of Miyu's design. In order to increase the trust level, Miyu established an excellent personality, who is strong, knows how to cook more and is delicious, and has unique insights into ninjas. Then the next day, Miyu deliberately let Kakashi and Might Guy fight with Obito. It is true that they understand each other, but it is also the purpose to make Kakashi feel a sense of urgency. The 2 former tail-end friends are now going to surpass him, a genius ninja. Miyu does not believe that Kakashi will not have any fluctuations in his heart. It was at this time that Kakashi discovered that his new instructor was an excellent teacher with a super high teaching level, so he had to learn from the instructor. Miyu is professional in treating disciples. It is difficult for Kakashi to be promoted to level 3 at this stage, but it is not difficult to pull trust level 2. After the morning training, Miyu took the students to continue to do tasks in the afternoon. Today we have to do more tasks than yesterday afternoon, 10 in one go. Obito said excitedly after approaching the Hokage building. Are you stupid? Even if there is one task every half an hour, it will take 5 hours to complete 10 tasks. Kakashi said speechlessly. Some tasks can be completed quickly by relying on connections to enhance the ability to move, but labor tasks such as picking up garbage will take at least 1 hour. It's not yet 2 o'clock now, even if we work for 5 hours, it will be less than 7 o'clock, which is not too late. Obito felt that there was no problem with his goal. Think carefully with your rusty brain. Can you complete each task in half an hour? And it takes time to deliver the task. Kakashi's language gradually became aggressive. It's just that you don't have confidence. I can understand you. After all, I won all 3 tasks yesterday. Obito said proudly. Yesterday's 3 consecutive victories were a sharp weapon for him to attack Kakashi. Kakashi, do you want to compete again today to see who can complete more tasks first? Obito challenged. He felt very happy to win over Kakashi. It seems that I need to let you know what a real ninja is. Seeing that Obito dared to jump, Kakashi decided to let Obito know the dangers of the ninja world. How can I be missing from such a competition? Might Guy also participated. Well, today's task target is 10. If you complete it, I will treat everyone to my special dishes. Yu encouraged with a smile. If Obito and his team can really do 10, then his chakra will increase. Kakashi is also a disciple now, and he will get one more reward for completing the commission. After arriving at the Hokage building, in order to save time in delivering tasks, Yu accepted 5 commissions in one go. This team completes the tasks so quickly. If this continues, there will be no miscellaneous tasks for them to do. The ninja who registered the task from Yu side. D-level missions are the only missions that will not cause any danger. Many miscellaneous missions will be subsidized by Konoha or simply issued by the official Konoha itself. It is okay for ordinary teams to do 1 or 2 missions a day, but Yu's class is doing 7 missions in an afternoon, which is really too much. What should we do when they come to take the mission? Let them wait and practice first. According to the regulations, they cannot do C-level missions yet. Chapter 169 The Danger of Ninjas. Hehe, Kakashi wants to surpass me in missions. I will make sure you come but never return. Obito was in a good mood while walking on the way to find the cat. He felt that he would win, because among the 5 missions that Yu took, one was to find a cat and the other was to find lost items. He would definitely complete these 2 first, and he would win if he just finished the remaining one. Against him, Kakashi had no chance of winning. With the help of many enthusiastic elderly people, Obito gradually learned the whereabouts of the lost pet cat. But something unexpected happened to Obito. When he arrived at the destination, he actually saw Kakashi who had caught the pet cat. Kakashi, why are you here? Obito asked in confusion. Obviously, I'm here to complete the commission. Kakashi replied calmly. Obito scratched his hair. He knew Kakashi was here to do the mission. He was wondering why Kakashi arrived before him. You're lucky this time. I'll let you know the strength of Konoha's Mission King later. Obito decided not to waste time with Kakashi and quickly complete the next mission. Then wait and see. Kakashi said calmly. Obito would definitely lose this time. Because Kakashi was ahead of him in a mission, Obito acted much faster. He didn't want to lose after saying something harsh. With the advantage of connections, Obito chose to complete the mission of finding lost items. Thank you for your information, Grandpa. No need for cookies or anything. Thank you for your help, Grandma. Obito thanked him all the way to the place where he lost his belongings. But something happened that Obito didn't expect. Kakashi was one step faster than him and arrived at the location first to find the lost items. Kakashi, why is it you again? Obito felt something was wrong. Kakashi had completed 2 tasks and he hadn't completed any yet. Why can't it be me? Do you have to complete this task first? Kakashi asked back. Obito was speechless. He ran to the next task location quickly. When he arrived at the place where he was going to clean up the garbage, he found that the garbage here had been cleaned up by Kakashi's shadow clone. Damn it, this task has been completed. Obito felt extremely uneasy. He was completely at a disadvantage in the first round. Kakashi had completed 3 tasks. Akai went to do the task of moving things and is almost done. The only task left is to clean up the garbage in the trap area. If you go quickly, you may be able to finish it before Akai. Yu appeared in time to remind him. Teacher Yu, it's a good thing you have you. Obito thanked Yu and quickly ran to the trap area. If he didn't complete any of the tasks in the first round, the pressure in the second round would be too great. He only needed to complete more than 4 tasks, otherwise it would be difficult to win. But how could he complete so many tasks? Kakashi and Might Guy are not without hands and feet. The reward for cleaning up the garbage in the trap area is much higher than that of ordinary D-level tasks, because the difficulty is slightly higher. It will be troublesome if you don't pay attention to triggering the trap. When everyone finished their task rounds, Yu announced the completion of the disciples' tasks. Kakashi is currently in the lead, with 3 tasks at present, while Kai and Obito are tied, with 1 task at present. It seems that I will be the winner this time, Kakashi said calmly, as if he had done something insignificant. Kakashi, don't be too arrogant, you still have to take on tasks later, and it's not certain who will win or lose. Obito has not given up yet. Yes, there is still hope of victory until the last moment. Might Guy raised his thumb and laughed. Seeing that the disciples were so motivated, Yu smiled and nodded. The speed of increasing chakra was much faster than attending classes. After 5 tasks, more than 200 chakras were directly increased. Even if he attended classes all day, he could only gain 80 chakras a day. After receiving 5 more tasks, Obito was not in the mood to hum a little song and walk slowly this time. As soon as he received a task, he would see if there was a task he was good at completing. However, among the 5 tasks this time, only 1 task was related to searching, and the others were miscellaneous tasks. But Obito had no choice. One is better than none. After reading the mission description, Obito ran away and went to look for him. When Obito arrived at the final destination after much hardship, he saw the person he least wanted to see. Why is it you again? Kakashi. Obito couldn't hold it anymore. Kakashi actually completed the mission just 1 step faster than him. Completed the mission. Kakashi's answer was the same as before. Something is wrong. It's 120% wrong. Obito noticed something unusual in his heart. It can be said that Kakashi was lucky to be ahead once, but it was too coincidental that he was ahead 3 times in a row. If Kakashi had this ability, how could he lose to him 3 times in a row before? Finally found out. Kakashi was a little surprised. With Obito's IQ, he thought Obito would find out the truth later. Kakashi, you must have bought the inside information with money so you can be faster than me, right? Obito said as if he had seen through everything. You have been a ninja for several years, you must have saved a lot of money, I didn't expect you to do this. Kakashi. He really didn't understand Obito's brain circuit. Shouldn't he guess that he was being followed? What the hell is buying insider information with money? Why do you think so? Kakashi couldn't help asking. Isn't it like this in novels? The villain uses money to surpass the hard-working protagonist. Obito said as a matter of course. Kakashi was speechless. It turned out that in Obito's eyes, he was the villain, and Obito himself was the protagonist. Since Obito's answer was too outrageous, Kakashi spoke directly. There is no inside information in D-level missions, and no one will spend money to complete D-level missions. The reason why I can be 1 step ahead of you is that I followed you and then found the mission target faster than you. What if I don't have intelligence? Then I eavesdrop on other people's intelligence. Kakashi was fleecing Obito all the way, and then letting the shadow clone do miscellaneous tasks to get ahead so much. Follow? How despicable! Obito was shocked. He didn't expect that Kakashi could be 1 step ahead of him for this reason. This was simply stealing the fruits of his labor. There is nothing despicable. You can also follow me if you have the ability. Kakashi challenged. Reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance are the basic skills of ninjas. If you can find me in time, this result will not happen. Damn it, if I had the Sharingan, I would definitely find you. Obito was very unwilling. He recalled the memory of looking for things, but he didn't realize that he was being followed. You should wait until you have the Sharingan before saying this. The world of ninjas is very cruel. If the one following you is the enemy, guess what will happen to you? Kakashi turned around and left to continue his mission. Thanks to Obito, they still have 4 missions to do. Kakashi's words made Obito's blood pressure soar. He wanted to have a real-life PK with Kakashi right away. If his breathing technique had reached the level of Changzhong, would he be able to bear this? Obito turned his anger into motivation and started to do the task quickly. He didn't want to lose. Too ugly. The result of the second round was that Kakashi completed 2 tasks alone, Might Guy and Obito completed 1 each, and then completed 1 together. Kakashi completed 5 tasks alone and won first place. Obito and Kai tied for second place. Miyu announced the final result. Haha, worthy of being my nemesis, he has improved so fast, and he actually completed half of the tasks by himself. Might Guy laughed. Originally, Might Guy wanted to use his physical skills, so he chose hard tasks, but he didn't expect that those tasks were more troublesome than one another, so Might Guy only completed 2.5. It's okay, I just beat someone who boasted. Kakashi said calmly. Although he didn't say the name, he was actually just short of reading out the number on Obito's internship certificate. I did 3 more than you yesterday, plus those 3, I have 5.5, more than you. Obito chose to bring up the past. If you count the previous tasks, I have more C-level tasks than your D-level tasks. Kakashi said lightly. Everyone worked hard today. I'll take you to my house for dinner after the tasks are delivered. Miyu ended the argument with a warm smile. Miyu, you won't get any tasks for the time being. You've almost finished all the miscellaneous tasks. You've finished 10 tasks in 1 afternoon. You're too efficient. The registration ninja and Miyu reminded when delivering the tasks. What? There are no tasks. Obito couldn't help but ask. He was still thinking about being careful tomorrow and defeating Kakashi again. How could he avenge his previous shame without a task? You're too fast. You've finished 20 tasks in 2 days. Some classes can't finish so many tasks in a month. The registration ninja said helplessly. There are no D-level tasks, but there must be other tasks, right? Obito couldn't swallow today's breath. Don't think about it. You interns can only take D-level tasks at present. The registration ninja replied. Don't underestimate me. Although I'm still in school, I'm the first in the grade of the ninja school and I've defeated formal ninjas. Obito still didn't give up. No means no. The registration ninja's attitude was very clear. Regardless of whether Obito's words were true or not, he didn't want to do such a thing that broke the rules. There was no benefit, and he would be the first to suffer when something went wrong. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was off work, happened to see this scene, and saw Miyu Kakashi, so he walked up and asked. Sir, the 3rd generation. The registration ninja addressed him respectfully. It's like this, their class. The registration ninja quickly reported the cause to Sarutobi Hiruzen. 20 tasks were completed in 2 days. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little surprised. In this case. Chapter 170 Mission Privileges. Although D-level tasks are the simplest tasks, being able to complete 20 D-level tasks in 2 days can also be called excellent among the genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Grandpa Hokage, does that mean we can take tasks above D-level? Obito looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with expectation. Haha, well, that depends on your teacher. After all, I don't know your strength very well. If Miyu thinks you can do it, then I will allow you to take C-level missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. In fact, he didn't think it was a big problem. He had seen the battle between Obito and Might Guy during the final exam of the summer special training. They were both very strong. With Kakashi, an experienced chunin, and Miyu, who was born in the route, C-level missions were easy. Because normally, C-level missions don't involve ninjas. There will be battles, but the opponents are usually stronger ordinary people or beasts. Teacher Miyu, you know us. Our strength should not be limited to miscellaneous tasks. Obito turned to look at Miyu, his two big eyes full of expectations. Sandaime-sama, I think they are fully capable of completing sea-level missions. Miyu answered Sarutobi Hiruzen as Obito expected. One of the important aspects of his promotion of the intern program is to go out and do missions. In Konoha, Miyu was too restricted. He didn't dare to use his full strength to release ninjutsu when he was training. The destructive power of his master-level ninjutsu was greater than that of others. If he made a big noise, it might attract the Anbu. And he really needed a real fight to recognize his true strength, not just an ordinary competition. Miyu didn't want to be like Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had a great strength but couldn't use it in the end. I feel relieved with your words, Miyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, stroking his beard. Thank you for your trust, Sandaime-sama. I will definitely protect my students. Miyu said seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile and said to the registered ninja, Miyu's class can accept sea-level tasks in the future, and other trainee classes will still follow the previous regulations. Other trainee classes don't have teammates like Kakashi. It's a question whether their instructors can beat Kakashi. The registered ninja nodded quickly. Since the Hokage has spoken, he will definitely have nothing to say. It is not his responsibility if something happens in the future. Although he had obtained the permission to accept sea-level missions, it was already evening, so he could not accept the missions at this time. Miyu led 3 disciples towards home. Great! After leaving the Hokage building, Obito could not help but punch in celebration. Akai, we are definitely the only 2 in the 4th grade who can do sea-level missions. The others can only catching cats and dogs. Obito laughed out loud. It's really exciting, it proves that our youth is heading higher. Might Guy also laughed. The 2 people's laughter attracted the attention of some other ninjas who came to the Hokage building, and Kakashi silently lowered his head a little. He suddenly remembered the last batch of teammates. Although they were not strong, they would not suddenly laugh at the door of the Hokage building. Hey, Kakashi, you must have done sea-level missions. What kind of enemies usually appear in sea-level missions? Will there be Chunin and Jonin? Obito asked excitedly. Ninja enemies usually don't appear in sea-level missions. Kakashi replied. Ah? There are no enemies even in sea-level missions? Obito was confused. He still remembered how determined the attitude of the ninja who had just registered for the mission was. It was only after the Hokage came that they agreed to accept the sea-level mission. The process was so difficult and even involved the Hokage. Obito thought that the sea-level mission was very dangerous, but Kakashi actually said that he would not encounter ninja enemies. It's not that there are no enemies, but generally you won't encounter ninja enemies. Miyu corrected. The sea-level missions related to combat are generally to subdue wild beasts and subdue bandits, and you won't encounter ninjas in either of these 2. Miyu explained that usually when there are ninja enemies, they are all B-level or above. Why is that so? Obito was a little disappointed. He was still thinking about going on a mission to defeat the enemy ninjas and then coming back to tell Nohara-Lin about his heroic deeds. But there is nothing much to say about conquering wild beasts. They had killed a wild boar together during a picnic in the South Forest before. When he walked into Miyu's house, Obito's mood improved again, because he would be able to eat the fresh dishes prepared by Miyu later. Miyu asked Kakashi and the other 3 to sit in the living room and chat, while Miyu began to prepare the dishes. Teacher Miyu, let me help you. Kakashi, who didn't want to eat for free, said. Then come and help me wash the vegetables. Miyu did not refuse. Working together is also conducive to cultivating trust. Kakashi stayed in the kitchen and observed Miyu cooking. He was very curious about how Miyu made such delicious dishes. Miyu, are you back? Minato's voice came from outside the door. Minato, come in directly, I'm cooking. Miyu turned around and said. After getting Miyu's approval, Minato opened the door and walked into Miyu's home. As soon as he walked in, Minato found that there were two teenagers in Miyu's house. And Obito and Might Guy also noticed Minato who came in. Obito looked at Minato's dazzling blonde hair, blue eyes, and that familiar warm smile, and instantly overlapped Minato's and Miyu's faces. "Hello, I am." Minato smiled warmly and prepared to greet the two. "I know, you must be Miyu's twin brother," Obito answered. "Looks like Miyu without glasses." Might Guy felt that Obito's speculation made sense. "Looks like Miyu with glasses, too. Look at that smiling expression and warm feeling." Obito analyzed carefully, no one knows Miyu better than him. Although he was misunderstood, Minato was somewhat used to it. He was joked about this by many acquaintances during the Jonin conference. So Minato smiled and explained, "I am Minato Namikaze, a friend of Miyu." "Hey, isn't your last name Hanyu?" Obito now feels that Minato and Miyu are brothers who have been separated for many years. "Minato, I'm sorry, they are all my disciples, and they are visiting my home today," Miyu explained. "It's okay, after all, we do look alike sometimes." Minato smiled and said he didn't care. He was very open-minded about this. If he looked like a bad person with a bad personality, he might care a little, but he just thought it was fate that Miyu, a gentle person, looked like him. After washing the vegetables, Kakashi walked out of the kitchen curiously and took a look at Minato. He happened to see Minato explaining with a smile, and instantly understood why Obito thought Minato and Miyu were twin brothers. Because the two people's expressions are indeed very similar, and their hair and eyes are similar, he also felt the same way at first glance. But if you look closely, Kakashi can still see the difference. Minato's temperament has a little stupid feeling, while Miyu's does not. "Miyu, do you need my help?" Although Minato asked, he actually walked towards the kitchen. "Minato, you came at the right time. Help me deal with those vegetables a little and cut off the unnecessary parts." Miyu arranged work for Minato. The two have been neighbors for a long time now, and they often cook together, but most of the time Minato is assisting. "Minato, didn't I talk to you about the interns before? I am also responsible for leading a class." After finishing the food, Miyu said. "I remember, but why is there a person wearing a forehead protector?" Minato nodded and asked curiously. "His name is Hitaki Kakashi. It was an unexpected situation. It's a bit complicated to say, but now he is also a member of my class," Miyu replied. "Hitaki." Hearing this surname and Kakashi's white hair, Minato suddenly remembered some bad things, so Minato didn't ask Kakashi about it. Then Miyu also introduced Minato to the disciples. Minato is a very powerful jonin. Many powerful jonin in the village feel inferior to Minato. Miyu praised with a smile. "Wow, that's not right. Not super strong." Obito listened to Miyu praising Minato so much, and Minato looked a lot like Miyu, and instantly felt that Minato must be as strong as Miyu. "It's not as exaggerated as Miyu said. There are still many seniors in the village who are worth learning from," Minato said modestly. "Miyu, today I still..." Minato felt a little embarrassed as he was eating for free and taking it away every day. "I know, I've packed it for you." Miyu handed the lunch box to Minato. "Thank you for your help." Minato thanked her. He felt that Miyu might have guessed something. It was indeed a bit suspicious that he packed food every day. If he was busy, he could come and pack food. If he was not busy, he would use being busy as an excuse to pack food every day. But Minato had no choice. Miyu guessed it, but it could not be said openly. Kushina's identity was too sensitive. Telling Miyu would be harmful. All Minato could do was to share his training experience with Miyu as much as possible, so that Miyu could become stronger and get through this dangerous period safely. "Teacher Miyu, I think you can investigate." Maybe he is your long-lost brother. Obito suggested. Pa. Miyu put 2 fingers together and landed accurately on Obito's forehead. If you don't eat, Kakashi and Kai will eat up all the food. Miyu reminded. Only then did Obito realize that Might Guy and Kakashi were eating so fast while he was talking that the chopsticks left after images on the table. Leave some for me. Obito didn't care and started eating quickly. Miyu arranged for the shadow clone to deliver food to Shisui and Nohara-rin and started eating. Today's state is not very good. I have only written 8K. I will try my best to write another chapter before 2 o'clock in the evening. If I can't write it, I will make it up tomorrow. Don't stay up late, go to bed early. It's hard to say whether there will be any tonight, but there will definitely be some tomorrow. Chapter 171 Overseas Mission. When can I do the S-level mission? On the way to the Hokage building, Obito thought of Kakashi's heartbreaking words yesterday and couldn't help sighing. C-level missions don't even meet ninjas. Obviously, it's not the kind of mission he wants to do. Tonight is fine. Kakashi replied. Why? Obito asked in confusion. I dreamed about it. Kakashi said calmly. Even Chunin finds it difficult to participate in S-level missions. You want to complete S-level missions before you graduate. Damn Kakashi, you can't do it yourself, don't think I'm the same as you. After I become a Chunin, I will definitely have the opportunity to do S-level missions. Obito immediately raised his fighting spirit. Since they can be granted the privilege of taking C-level missions if they complete D-level missions efficiently, then they can also maintain super high efficiency in C-level missions, so they can soon do higher level missions. Teacher Miyu, we must take a challenging mission later to let them see our strength. Obito said with full fighting spirit. It's best to have a battle. Might Guy has been doing hard labor for 2 days and is itching to do it. Kakashi didn't ask for this, as he had already done a lot of C-level missions. Miyu smiled and nodded in agreement. What Obito and Might Guy wanted was exactly what he wanted. These are some of the current C-level missions. The registered ninja spread out several scrolls for Miyu to see. Defeat the bandits hiding in Eagle's Beak Mountain, eliminate the unknown beasts that harass Gamo Town, and escort the client back to the capital of TNZ country. Miyu glanced at it and found that those that clearly indicated that there were battles were basically to defeat bandits or drive away and eliminate beasts. Miyu skipped these directly. It's true that he wants to fight, but fighting ordinary people or beasts will not help him at all. Just escort the client back to TNZ country. Miyu thought for a while and said. Are you sure you want to choose this mission? The situation in the ninja world is a bit chaotic now. Although there is no ninja village in TNZ country, there is a certain degree of risk in going abroad now. The registration ninja reminded. In fact, he felt that Miyu might as well take the task of conquering bandits and driving away wild beasts. Many tasks are in the country of Fire Country, which is safer. We are not afraid of risks, but we are afraid of no risks. Obito's eyes lit up when he heard the words of the registration ninja. Thank you for reminding me, that's it, I believe their strength can deal with possible crises. Miyu said with a smile. He chose this mission to go abroad because he saw it, and he didn't want to choose it if there was no risk. The registration ninja didn't persuade them anymore, helped a few people register, and told them the current location of the client. What kind of risks will you encounter? An ambush by enemy ninjas. Obito said excitedly after walking out of the Hokage building. You should read less novels, C-level missions will not encounter the crises you think. Kakashi said speechlessly. There are also ninja ambushes. If you encounter ninjas in C-level missions, you can report back to the village. Then Miyu and the others went to the inn where the client was resting and found the client who issued the mission. Are you the ninjas who took the mission? You are really young and promising. Some wealthy middle-aged people were stunned for a moment after seeing Obito, Kakashi, and the others, and praised with a smile. I am Numita Yashiki, the client of the mission. These two are my wife and daughter. Numita Yashiki briefly introduced. I am Hanya Mwiu, the captain of this mission. Mwiu nodded and briefly introduced herself. Uncle, you have a good eye. I am the first in the ninja school. Obito said with a smile. First, then brother, are you very powerful? Numita Yashiki's daughter blinked her big eyes and said. Of course. Obito showed a proud expression. Why don't I remember you were the first when I was in school? Kakashi suddenly said. Hey, were you just bragging? The little loli showed a puzzled expression. That's because you graduated early. Obito tried his best to explain. Then he said something like having won first place twice is still first place, and the last academic year is more valuable. Although the little loli didn't understand what Obito was explaining, she felt it was fun to see Obito blushing and dancing to explain, so she giggled, and the air became a little happier for a while. After a brief understanding of each other, it was down to business. After learning that Numita Yashiki was ready to leave, Mwiu suggested to set off immediately. Perhaps because he was taking his wife and daughter with him, Numita Yashiki prepared a carriage. Numita Yashiki and his friends sat in the carriage, while Mwiu and his disciples ran along. Compared to ninja, the carriage was not fast, not to mention Mwiu, Obito, and the others were able to run with ease, and they could chat while running. When it was time to rest at night, everyone got together to chat for a while, and Mwiu knew why Numita Yashiki was so smooth. Numita Yashiki was a businessman, but although he was doing business in the land of fire, he was actually from the land of fire, and his family was all from the land of fire. Because of the war, Numita Yashiki was worried about the danger on the way home, so he issued a sea-level mission in Konoha. I don't know when the ninja world will be peaceful. The four major powers declared war on each other, and business will be difficult in the future. Numita Yashiki sighed. Frequent wars made him, a stable businessman, very uncomfortable. It was less than 10 years since the last war, and such a war between major powers broke out quickly. Uncle, you will be fine if you stay in our land of fire. With our Konoha ninjas here, other countries can't come in. Obito patted his chest and said. The strength of Konoha ninjas is indeed trustworthy. Numita Yashiki nodded. This is a point recognized by the ninja world. The following escort mission went smoothly. Before leaving the country, Mwiu and others did not encounter any attacks, let alone ninjas. They did not see any bandits blocking the road. This disappointed Obito very much. It was agreed that there would be certain risks. Escorting on the road, resting and practicing, except that you can tease the little loli, is no different from usual. This is what a sea-level mission looks like. You have a rich imagination. Kakashi said. He has done many sea-level missions and has never encountered ninjas in sea-level missions. However, after leaving the land of fire, it has become much more lively. Occasionally, some stupid thieves who are not open-minded want to come and rob, but they are not enough to fight. Might Guy kicked them all down. On the first night after going abroad, Mwiu was conceiving his own combination ninjutsu. Suddenly, there was a movement in the big tree not far from where Mwiu and others rested, and the leaves rustled. Are you leading people over so blatantly? Mwiu raised her glasses and was very calm. The Byakugan is indeed a very convenient ability. This chapter is a supplement to yesterday's. The plot of leaving the village has been revised and revised, so it is written slowly. Chapter 172 Unfavorable Situation. Teacher Mwiu, there is movement over there. The sound was quite loud, and Obito also noticed the restlessness of the big tree not far away. After saying that, Obito was about to go up to check, but was held down by Mwiu. Idiot, don't act rashly before you know the situation. This is an escort mission. Kakashi stared at the big tree in the distance and said. After saying that, Kakashi quickly threw a shuriken at the big tree. Swish, swish, swish. The shuriken kept piercing the air and blasting towards the big tree. The next moment, a figure wearing a grey combat uniform that exposed one arm jumped down from the tree. "Hey, are all you Konoha ninjas so timid? You don't even dare to go forward to check the situation," the grey-clothed ninja said. Due to the dark sky, Kakashi did not see the forehead protector on the grey-clothed ninja, but based on the other party's clothes, he could judge which ninja village the ninja was from, and the clothes of the ninjas in each village were also different. "Teacher Miyu, it seems to be a ninja from Iwagakure." Kakashi made his own judgment. Currently, Iwagakure and Konoha are in a hostile state, and Iwagakure is 100% an enemy. Kakashi really didn't expect that he would encounter ninjas in a sea-level mission, and Obito's crow mouth really came true. Accompanied by an Iwagakure ninja coming down, with a few whooshes, several ninjas wearing similar combat uniforms soon appeared beside him. 1, 2, 6. Kakashi frowned slightly. Not to mention the sea-level mission, it would be difficult to encounter 6 ninjas at once in a B-level mission. Those ninjas don't look like genin. Name, Troy. Chakra, 20,000. Skills, Magnetic Escape, Mastery 20/15,000, Lightning Chakra Nature Change. Name, Okinozomi. Chakra, 6,200. Skills, Lightning Chakra Nature Change, Mastery 2500/3000. Name Lockerbie. Chakra, 3600. Skill, Lightning Attribute. 2 Jonins, 6 Chunins. After giving all the enemies an identification spell, Miyu knew the approximate strength of the enemy. To be honest, Miyu was a little surprised by the enemy's high strength. That Troy could be said to be an elite Jonin. An elite Jonin with a Jonin and 6 Chunins could perform S-level missions with this configuration. What's more strange is that although these people are wearing Iwagakure clothes and wearing Iwagakure forehead protectors, their skills are all related to lightning attributes, and all of them have mastered the changes in the nature of lightning attribute chakra. There is no doubt that these are Kumagakure ninjas wearing Iwagakure skins. Miyu speculated that Kumagakure deliberately sent an elite team to pretend to be Iwagakure ninjas to hunt Konoha ninjas in order to intensify the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure, and Miyu and his team just happened to meet them. Kumagakure is a very reckless village, but if you really think that all the reckless people in Kumagakure can only fight, then you are overthinking. The Raikage is a reckless man himself, but he still has his subordinates to give him advice. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Obito quickly formed a seal and spit out a 3-meter-high fireball towards the 6 Kumagakure. "You Iwagakure are cowards. If you have the guts, come and fight me," Obito shouted. "Leave the guy who just cursed Konoha to me," Obito and Kakashi Might Guy said. "Be careful, the enemy is not weak," Miyu reminded. The opponent chosen by Obito was Lockerbie. In terms of chakra, Obito is much worse than Lockerbie, but Miyu doesn't think Obito has no chance of winning. The strength of a ninja is not determined by chakra alone, but also depends on the nature changes and the ninjutsu and taijutsu mastered. If Obito can use the explosive power of all his concentration, he can beat Lockerbie. Boom! The 6 Kumagakure ninjas were very fast and dodged directly. The huge fireball blew up the trees next to them. The huge noise woke up the resting Numitayashiki family. "Stay in the tent and don't come out. We will solve the problem," Miyu said quickly. "Then I'll trouble you all." Numitayashiki knew that his family would only cause trouble if they went out, so he held the child to prevent him from running around and walked back to the tent. Since the positions of the few people were scattered, Kakashi moved instantly, pulled out the white fang short blade and slashed at the Kumagakure ninja closest to him. Swish, swish, swish. At the moment Kakashi moved, a large number of shurikens shot out from the dense forest and flew towards the moving Kakashi. Kakashi noticed it and quickly retreated, waving the white fang short blade to shoot down all the attacking shurikens. He was cautious and never charged without reservation. 7. will there be any ninjas hiding in the dark? Kakashi looked around cautiously. Haha, Konoha ninja, your life is over. The cloud-hidden ninja laughed when he saw Kakashi dared to take Troy's shuriken. The attack of that adult can only be dodged and not taken, otherwise he will die. Kakashi suddenly found that he could not move, and a strong suction force controlled him and made him unable to move. The shuriken just now. Kakashi's face was a little ugly. It was also the first time he encountered such a strange technique. He could not move just by touching the shuriken. Just when Kakashi burst out chakra and tried his best to get rid of control, the cloud-hidden ninja moved. Go to hell! The cloud-hidden ninja immediately took the opportunity to draw out the long sword and stabbed Kakashi in the heart. Blade of Wind. When the cloud-hidden ninja stabbed the sword, Kakashi quickly recalled his life memory in his mind. If there is really an afterlife, my father will be very surprised to see me. Kakashi thought, he is only 8 years old this year. The cloud-hidden ninja thrust out a sword, and a lot of blood gushed out, but it was not Kakashi's blood, but his own blood. A high-speed wind blade directly cut off the head of the cloud-hidden ninja in front of Kakashi, and the gushing blood splashed on Kakashi's face, making him particularly sober. Kakashi looked back, and Miyu, whose smile was still very warm under the cold moonlight, slowly retracted his outstretched right hand. There is no doubt that it was Miyu who made the move. His wind escape is so powerful. Kakashi was very surprised. He thought Miyu only knew fire escape and lightning escape, but he didn't expect Miyu to master this advanced wind escape ninjutsu. It looks like we caught a big fish. Troy slowly walked out of the shadows and smiled. Just relying on Miyu's wind escape just now, he is not an incompetent person among the Konoha Jonin. Lightning escape, pseudo-darkness. Miyu quickly formed a seal and spit out a huge thunder gun. Feeling the power bursting from Miyu, Troy immediately dodged and changed his position. However, Miyu's attack was not aimed at him, but at the other Kumagakure Chunins. Under Miyu's control, the lightning spear he spit out quickly split into pieces, and then instantly killed the 3 Kumagakure Chunins covered in it. Including the Chunin who was just killed by Miyu's wind blade, the number of people on the Kumagakure side was greatly reduced. The sudden change surprised Lakabi, so Obito took the opportunity to kick him back 2 meters. Haha, it's unlucky for you Iwagakure to run into us. When Obito saw Miyu destroy 4 enemies in an instant, his heart surged. It's just a last-ditch struggle. You, Konoha, will definitely lose. Lakabi quickly adjusted his state. Although several teammates died, Lakabi didn't think their action would fail. This time they were led by Lord Troy. Lakabi didn't believe that the Konoha Jonin had the strength to defeat Troy. Interesting, you don't want to use us to train your troops, do you? Troy said to the only 2 remaining Kumagakure Chunin. While speaking, suddenly a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a kunai wrapped in lightning stabbed at Kakashi who couldn't move. Miyu, who had observed it long ago, instantly shot out a kunai with flames. Boom! The 2 kunai collided with each other and instantly caused a huge explosion, blowing down the big tree next to them. Sir, this person is not easy to deal with, let's go together. Okinozomi appeared next to Troy and said. Miyu only attacked 3 times from beginning to end, but killed people twice, and once intercepted her sneak attack with incredible accuracy. Troy nodded. He didn't have any single-player plot. As long as he could kill the enemy, any means would not matter. There is another one. The appearance of Okinozomi made Kakashi's heart sink to the bottom. He didn't believe that the person who had been hiding until now would be an ordinary character. Maybe he was also a senior ninja. Although it was 4-4 on the field, there might be 2 senior ninjas on the enemy side, and he was now controlled by an unknown ninjutsu and could not move. Kakashi could no longer see the hope of victory. Teacher Miyu, you go and take the client away. We stay to cover you. Kakashi said. Since there is no hope of winning, it is better to let the most promising among them go and complete the escort mission. Kakashi believes that if they fight to the death with the enemy, it will not be a problem for Miyu to break through with one person with his strength. Kakashi, what are you kidding? You want Miyu teacher to be the kind of person who abandons his companions. Obito shouted angrily with a punch that blasted out a lot of flames. The dissatisfaction in his heart made Obito's attack disordered, and he was gradually suppressed by Lakabi. This is the best choice now. Kakashi replied calmly. The gap in combat power between the two sides is too big. The opponent is 2 Jonin and 2 Chunin, and they are both experienced, while Might Guy and Obito on their side lack experience. Kakashi does not expect them to win any enemy. Miyu teacher's youth is more than that. Might Guy kicked the hidden cloud ninja back with a kick and said, at this moment he did not agree with Kakashi's words. First of all, he thought Miyu had not used all his strength, and secondly, he thought it was impossible for Miyu to abandon his disciples and escape with the client. I was really underestimated. Miyu smiled slightly and raised his glasses. Kakashi, maybe you can trust your teacher more. Kakashi looked at Miyu, and saw that Miyu's smile was still as warm as usual, without any worry. Miyu teacher may really be able to do it. Kakashi had an idea in his mind. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of shurikens attacked again. There is another chapter later, it may be late, it is recommended not to stay up late. Chapter 173 An attack like a hell stab. Troy quickly took out a special square shuriken from his ninja bag and injected magnetic chakra into it. Under the control of magnetic chakra, Troy just waved his hand lightly and shot it towards Kakashi like a rain of arrows. Unlike other magnetic chakra users, Troy has studied magnetic chakra into a control skill. He can inject unique magnetic chakra into the shuriken. As long as the shuriken is touched, the body will be magnetized and controlled by him. Although Kakashi did not touch it with his hands, the magnetization of the weapon was directly transmitted to the main body, just like touching it with his hands. Relying on this god-level control, Troy has killed many Jonins. Anyone who does not know his ability will easily be hit. Mr. Miyu, his shuriken is weird, don't use weapons to block it. Kakashi saw the strange shuriken coming again and quickly reminded him. He was worried that Miyu would be hit like him. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Miyu blew out a large mouthful of flames, and then quickly threw out a large number of shurikens. The shurikens burning with high-temperature flames were like small fireballs with sharp blades, and their power was extremely strong. Boom! All the shurikens shot by Troy were blocked instantly, and many small fireballs continued to hit Troy and Okahime. The two immediately dodged and separated to avoid the fireball attacks. What a powerful fire escape! Troy was surprised to see that all his magnetic escape shuriken were intercepted. There are two ways to use his magnetic escape shuriken, one is pure control, which consumes less chakra, and the other is to consume more chakra to strengthen the power of the shuriken. He just used the second one. I will go forward to fight, and you look for opportunities. Okakimai said with a determined look on his face as he drew out the long sword behind him. Miyu looked like a ninja who was particularly good at ninjutsu, so Okakimai wanted to find an opportunity through close combat. The best thing about their Kumagakure is the lightning ninjutsu. The Hokage may not know fire ninjutsu, but the Kumagakure ninjas in their country of lightning basically know lightning ninjutsu. I will provide support in time. Troy took out many square shurikens again. Under the control of magnetic chakra, the shurikens floated around him and could be shot at any time. Chakra burst on Okakimai's feet, using the instant body technique to quickly approach Miyu. Kakashi was relieved to see that the enemy wanted to play physical skills with Miyu. Miyu was not a ninja who was only good at one subject. Although her ninjutsu was very strong, her physical skills were not bad either. After gradually approaching, Okahime immediately injected a large amount of lightning attribute chakra into the sword in her hand, and the blue electric light enveloped the sword, which kept crackling. Want to compete in ninjutsu? I also know a little bit. Miyu laughed and silently switched the breathing method from rock breathing to thunder breathing. Thunder breathing, full concentration breathing, lightning escapee finger gun. Dazzling lightning burst out from Miyu's hand, and with the use of full concentration breathing, the momentum on his body instantly became terrifying. Facing the sword that was coming, Miyu chose to extend a finger with his right hand to point it out. One hand was wrapped with a lightning sword, and the other hand was a finger blessed with lightning. Zzz. A huge electric noise exploded, and a blue light shone between the two people, dispelling some of the surrounding darkness. Bang! The sharp sword wrapped with dazzling electric light broke at a high speed, and under the huge force, Okakimai flew backwards violently, smashing several trees before stopping. Okakimai's eyes were full of incredible surprise. She couldn't believe that her proud ninjutsu was crushed like this. Miyu's finger breaking the sword made Okakimai think of the third generation of Reikage of their Kyumigakuer. The third generation of Reikage had a unique skill called Hell Stab, which was also a ninjutsu using fingers. When only one finger was used, it was known as the strongest spear. It was a terrifying ninjutsu that even the tailed beasts could not withstand. Impossible, how could a Konoha ninja master the Hell Stab? If it was a hand-in-hand, I would be dead. Okakimai, who spit out a mouthful of blood, comforted herself in her heart. You know, even the child of the third generation of Reikage could not master that terrifying ninjutsu. When Okamai attacked, Troy was not idle either. He controlled the shuriken to stab Miyu from the other three sides, and cooperated with Okamai in front, which was an all-round attack. However, Troy did not expect Okamai to be defeated so quickly. He was almost knocked out in an instant. What Troy did not expect was the speed that Miyu showed next. Miyu dodged all the shurikens at a speed that he could not see clearly. His shuriken could not even touch the corner of Miyu's clothes. So strong. So fast. Kakashi, who could only watch the battle, could not help but sigh. Just now, he saw that Miyu did not use superfast speed to dodge but used his fingers to harden the enemy's sword, and he was a little worried. As a result, Miyu's physical skills were even stronger than he thought. Just now, Kakashi could not see Miyu's moving speed clearly. He only felt that Miyu moved many times in an instant and dodged all attacks perfectly. After sighing, Kakashi was puzzled. A ninja with such strength as Miyu was actually a teacher in the ninja school. Does the ninja school need such a strong teacher? Isn't it just teaching simple physical skills and 3 body skills? It may seem a bit ruthless to compare like this, but the strength shown by Miyu can beat his last instructor. Haha, it seems that your companion is no match for teacher Miyu. Obito laughed when he noticed the movement from Miyu's side. It's too early to say this now. Although Lakabi also felt something was not good, he still chose to believe Troy. In order to quickly get rid of Obito and help Troy, Lakabi deliberately sold a flaw to make Obito retreat step by step, waiting for Obito to advance and then kill Obito with one blow. Teacher Miyu, I will go over to help you soon. Obito felt that he was about to solve the enemy in front of him. Don't get carried away, the one in front of you is not your teammate who is sparring with you, but the enemy who wants to kill you. Kakashi couldn't help but remind him. Damn Kakashi, you can't move and still want to command me. Although Obito cursed, he did what Kakashi said and attacked more conservatively. He didn't want to make a mistake and lose face at such an important moment. He would definitely laugh at Kakashi after it was over. Okano, do your best to interfere with him. Troy gave the order with a serious look on his face, and then took out a scroll to summon 2 giant shurikens over 1 meter long. He was going to use his ultimate move, but because of the speed that Miyu had just shown, Troy was worried that he would miss. Troy first used magnetic chakra to magnetize the giant shuriken, and then injected a large amount of lightning chakra into it, so a high-speed rotating giant lightning shuriken was born. Go to sleep, that's it for today. Chapter 174 The Hidden Ninja of the Veil Cloud. Just when Troy was concentrating on rubbing the lightning shuriken, Kakashi instantly felt his body relax and regained his ability to move. Kakashi immediately guessed what trump card ninjutsu Troy was going to use, so he had no energy to control him anymore. Kakashi quickly used the instant body technique to dodge away from the spot and rushed towards the enemies on Might Guy's side. The enemies on Might Guy's side kept trying to attack the tent where the client was, making Might Guy exhausted in defense. Kakashi's sudden attack caught the Kumagakure ninja off guard, and several blood marks soon appeared on his body under Kakashi's sharp swordsmanship. When Might Guy saw Kakashi coming to help, his eyes lit up and he knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had come. Rock breathing, full concentration breathing, Konoha's powerful whirlwind. Might Guy immediately used his strongest power, concentrated his breathing again and again, and combined with chakra to greatly enhance his physical ability, and kicked a whirlwind kick with powerful force towards the Kumagakure ninja at a very fast speed. On one side was Kakashi's sudden attack, and on the other side was Might Guy's explosive power. The Cloud Ninja instantly fell into a desperate situation. Bang! Kakashi's continuous slashing made the Cloud Ninja have no time to take care of Might Guy. In addition, Might Guy suddenly showed a faster speed than before. He miscalculated and was kicked by Might Guy's whirlwind kick and flew backwards at a high speed. What a great power! The Cloud Ninja felt the severe pain from his body, his pupils suddenly expanded, and his face was full of surprise and unwillingness. He was unwilling to fall to two young boys. Swish! Kakashi did not give the Cloud Ninja a chance to reflect. At the moment Might Guy kicked the Cloud Ninja away, he threw two kunao at his chest and killed the Cloud Ninja completely. You are worthy of being a close friend. Perfect cooperation. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up. After getting rid of an enemy, Kakashi felt a little relieved. He quickly turned his attention to the battlefield on Muyu's side, which was the key to determining the outcome of this encounter. The reason why he came to help Might Guy as soon as he got rid of control was that he didn't know whether Troy could continue to control him. In order not to become a burden to Muyu, he had to keep a distance. Ninjutsu has a casting distance. The second is to relieve the client's crisis and release Might Guy's combat power. However, when Kakashi paid attention to Muyu, he found that Muyu didn't seem to need their help. Facing the huge electric shuriken that attacked, Muyu did not dodge as Troy imagined, but split a shadow clone and began to use ninjutsu. Fire style, headache. Wind style, suppress harm. Muyu's main body switched to the breath of fire and used headache, while the clone used suppress harm. This time, Muyu did not deliberately suppress his power, because no matter how big a commotion he made here, no envy would come to check the situation. He will kill all the enemies present, and the only people left are his disciples and the client hiding in the tent, so he can fully exert his power. With the mastery level of the head, the change of the nature of the fire attribute chakra with a proficiency of more than 7,000, and the bonus of the breath of flame. If Muyu checks his panel now, he can see that his chakra data is rapidly decreasing. The consumption of a large amount of chakra is exchanged for extremely powerful ninjutsu. At the moment when Muyu released the fire escape, the orange-red flame illuminated the forest. The flame spit out from Muyu's mouth was not a fireball or a fire dragon, but a sea of fire. The huge amount of flames engulfed everything in front of Muyu, and the sky-high flames hit everyone's face. Although it was dark, the huge light made the whole forest as bright as day. Looking at the suddenly appeared sea of fire, Kakashi's eyes were already filled with flames, and his mind was shocked. He didn't expect that Muyu's fire escape ninjutsu would be so powerful. He had never seen such an exaggerated ninjutsu. The raging sea of fire seemed to burn the entire forest. It turns out that he is best at fire escape. Muyu refreshed his impression in Kakashi's mind again. With such terrifying strength, even the three ninjas are no more than this, right? Kakashi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At first, he thought that Miyu was just an excellent jonin with comprehensive strength, but every time Miyu attacked, he could have a new understanding of Miyu's strength. Obito and Lakabi, who were fighting, were also shocked by this terrifying scene. The two sides pulled away and stopped temporarily. This fire escape is too cool. I don't know when I can use this level of fire escape. Obito thought as he looked at Miyu standing in front of the sea of fire. This time the enemy is unexpectedly tricky. Looking at the terrifying sea of fire, Lakabi, who had always believed that Troy could win, couldn't help but waver. Before Miyu released this terrifying ninjutsu, he was very confident. After all, there were strong jonin who died in Troy's hands, but such a strong enemy was a bit beyond his cognition. Damn, where did this strong man come from? There is no information about such a powerful fire ninja. Troy looked at the sea of fire spit out by Miyu and his face suddenly darkened. Originally, he was thinking of using the trump card to kill Miyu and then send a genin back at will. Now he has no idea of killing anyone, and only has the idea of retreating in his mind. Running away if you can't beat him is not shameful, it is a strategy. But Miyu didn't want to let anyone run away. After the main body used the head hard work, the shadow clone quickly spit out a high-pressure wind ball. The wind helped the fire, and the sea of fire spit out by Miyu expanded rapidly in an instant. Okanashimi, who originally wanted to go forward and entangle Miyu, was the first to collide head-on with the sea of fire. She saw the sea of fire and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Okanashimi used all her strength to use lightning escape, but facing the huge sea of fire that was sweeping over, she was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and was instantly submerged by the high-temperature flames. With the help of the pressure, the sea of fire expanded rapidly, and a large number of trees turned into ashes in an instant. Troy's lightning escape shuriken could not break through the terrifying sea of fire. The sea of fire expanded rapidly, and Troy no longer had the idea of fighting Miyu. He used the scroll to summon a large number of shurikens, and used his own magnetic escape and lightning escape to the extreme to temporarily resist the attack of the sea of fire. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and with the smoke produced by the explosion, Troy Yi tried his best to use the instant body technique to retreat behind him. He wanted to take back Miyu's information. But the next moment, a blue electric light suddenly rushed out from the sea of fire. Troy stopped moving instantly. He looked down and saw a blood hole appeared on his chest. Miyu was bathed in blue electric light. She stood in front of him and smiled at him, with her right hand still extending a finger. Lightning chakra mode, hell stab. Troy was very confused at this time. Such speed and power really looked like the lightning chakra mode of their cloud-hidden village. We will not let you go. Troy did not forget his mission before he died. If he could make Miyu think that it was the rock-hidden village that attacked them, then he would not be too defeated. I don't remember that there would be so many ninjas who use lightning escape in rock-hidden village. Miyu raised his glasses with his left hand and squinted his eyes and smiled. If there is still rock-hidden village, at least 2 ninjas who can use earth escape should be found. You. Troy wanted to say something with his eyes wide open, but his vitality could not support him to say more. Troy died with his eyes open, carrying the guilt for the village. Chapter 175 Mission Level. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Miyu quickly formed a seal and used fire style ninjutsu on Troy's body. Boom! A large number of small fireballs all hit Troy's body, and the body was instantly blown to pieces and charred. It's not that Miyu was so cautious that he had to blow people up to feel at ease, but because he didn't want people to recognize who the body was. Miyu, a member of Kumagakuer, didn't believe that Troy would be an unknown person at this level. Beating that Okinozomi would let Sarutobi Hiruzen know and reflect his actual combat level. But if he defeated a ninja of Troy's level, that would be another matter. His current strength in Konoha village was not enough to do this. After the sea of fire receded, Kakashi and Obito rushed to Miyu to check the situation. After discovering that Miyu was fully capable of dealing with 2 jonins, Kakashi and Might Guy besieged the Kumagakure ninja who was fighting with Obito, and the 3 of them quickly defeated him together. Because they were worried that something might happen to Miyu, they protected the client alone, and the remaining 2 chased after Miyu. "Mr. Miyu, are you okay?" Obito asked hurriedly after seeing Miyu. Kakashi noticed the charred body next to Miyu, and knew that Miyu had killed all the 2 jonins, so he reported. "Mr. Miyu, we have killed all the Iwagakure ninjas over there, but I don't think they look like Iwagakure ninjas." Although the enemy was dressed like Iwagakure and had a forehead protector, Kakashi noticed that the Iwagakure ninjas were all using lightning release and no one was using earth release, which made Kakashi realize that something was wrong. 2 jonins were using lightning release, and the chunin was also using lightning release. Compared to Iwagakure, he felt that they were more like Kumagakure ninjas. These ninjas are not only good at lightning escape, but their skin became darker after they died. I feel like they used transformation techniques to disguise themselves as Kumagakure ninjas from Iwagakure. Kakashi said his conclusion. Miyu smiled and replied to Obito. "I have dealt with all the enemies, so of course I am fine." Then Miyu nodded to Kakashi and said, "These Iwagakure ninjas are indeed very wrong. Considering that both Iwagakure and Kumagakure are at war with us, it may be that Kumagakure ninjas want to intensify the war between us and Iwagakure. Ah, these people are not Iwagakure ninjas, then Kumagakure is too despicable," Obito said in amazement. He was still thinking that he must teach the Iwagakure ninjas a lesson when he had the chance in the future, but he didn't expect that the enemy was actually a ninja from Kumagakure village. Each ninja village has a different inheritance of ninjutsu. The ninjas of Iwagakure village mainly use earth escape ninjutsu, while the ninjas of Kumagakure village are good at using lightning escape ninjutsu. Miyu explained, and then gave Obito some common sense in the ninja world. The Sand village mainly inherits wind escape and puppetry, and the Mist village inherits water escape and assassination. What about our Konoha? Obito found that Miyu missed one. "Pa." Miyu hit Obito's head with her left hand and said, "Aren't you a Konoha ninja? You don't know your own village." "Hehe, I'm really not a ninja. I'm still an intern." Obito scratched his head and laughed. "After all, I haven't come into contact with many ninjas. I feel that everyone seems to be different. Our Konoha is more mixed. There are all kinds of escape techniques, but you can judge by the ninja family. For example, you Uchiha generally use fire escape." Miyu explained that the situation in Konoha is different from other ninja villages. Then Miyu sealed all the cloud-hidden ninjas into the scroll and prepared to take it back to Konoha. Konoha has relevant policies for unexpected situations in such missions. If the client conceals information and the enemy ninja says that there is no information, then the ninja can terminate the mission on the spot and leave directly. If the client had not concealed information and had accidentally encountered hostile ninjas, the mission level and bounty could be increased to a certain extent according to the number and strength of the enemy during the war, and the money would be given by the village. Miyu estimated that it would be difficult to identify the 2 jonin bodies. Because the 2 jonins died so tragically, one was burned beyond recognition by the flames, and the other was directly blown up by Miyu's Fengxian fire. But this is exactly what Miyu wanted. What 2 jonins? It was clearly 1 jonin and 7 chunins. Although the jonin bodies could no longer be seen, so many chunins were killed. Shinobi, it is reasonable to have a senior ninja take the lead. It's all right now, you guys go back to sleep. Miyu said to the tent where the client was. Thank you for your help. Hearing Miyu's words, Numida Yoshikazu felt relieved, but he didn't dare to sleep too deeply, worried that there would be trouble again. The noise just now was too loud, and it was very close. Then Miyu and 3 disciples took turns to keep watch and spent this somewhat uneasy night. The next morning, Numida Yoshikazu woke up according to his biological clock. Maybe because he didn't sleep well last night, he felt a little dizzy. He didn't disturb his wife and daughter who were still sleeping, and walked out of the tent carefully, but he was dumbfounded when he saw the world outside the tent. To the north of the tent was a forest full of green trees and vitality, and to the south of the tent was a charred world. The flames burned all the green leaves of the big trees. No tree had green leaves in sight. They were all black and bare. There were black ash and black dead wood everywhere on the ground, a doomsday scene. Is this the strength of a ninja? Numida Yashiki swallowed his saliva, and his worldview was greatly impacted. He knew that ninjas were very strong, otherwise they would not have specially gone to the ninja village to issue commissions to protect themselves. But what he thought was strong was that ninjas could break trees with one punch and use ninjutsu to destroy hard rocks, not that they found themselves in a place that had changed from a forest to an incinerator after just one night. An inexplicable emotion suddenly appeared in Numida Yashiki's heart. Are ninjas with such destructive power the same species as them? Uncle, good morning. Obito smiled and greeted Numida Yashiki. Well, good morning. Numida Yashiki responded with a smile. Anyway, after all, they were ninjas who protected him, so he didn't have to think about whether he could get home safely next. During the rest of the journey, the few people did not encounter ninjas again. At most, they were bandits holding knives, and they successfully entered the capital of Tianquo. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely name a few of you. You are so reliable. After returning home, Numida Yashiki said with a smile. Konoha can appoint a ninja to complete the task, if the appointed ninja is free. Miyu smiled modestly for a few words, then turned around and left with his disciples. Goodbye, big brothers. Little Loli and Miyu and others waved goodbye. Goodbye. Obito waved excitedly. This mission is too exciting. It would be great if every mission was this kind of mission. On the way back, Obito recalled the fierce battle that night and was still excited, especially Miyu's combination ninjutsu. He was very excited just thinking about it. What are you dreaming about? This time is an accident among accidents. Under normal circumstances, this level of mission is at least A level. Kakashi shook his head and said. Because he had never fought with the two Jonins and didn't know their specific strength, Kakashi was a little conservative. What's wrong with an A-level mission? We still won. Obito said proudly. Kakashi stroked his forehead speechlessly and said, we can defeat the enemy because Miyu teacher is super strong. Why are you so proud here? In Kakashi's heart, this battle is actually very dangerous. If their teacher is not Miyu but an ordinary Jonin, I am afraid no one can leave alive. Why can't I be proud? Miyu teacher is my teacher. Can't I be proud of my teacher's strength? Obito raised his head slightly and asked back. And if we talk about the role, my role should be greater than yours. At least I have delayed an enemy. If it weren't for Miyu teacher who has been protecting you, you would have been killed by the enemy long ago. Kakashi's eyes flickered, and the memory of that night reappeared in his mind. Obito was indeed right. In that battle, he became a burden to Miyu, and Miyu blocked many attacks for him. If it were me, would I protect my teammates like this? Kakashi thought in his heart. If the enemy's strength is unknown and teammates are controlled by unknown ninjutsu, I am afraid he will prioritize destroying the enemy and completing the task instead of protecting his teammates. Teacher Miyu, is the belief you want to implement also to protect your companions? Kakashi remembered what Miyu said to him on the first day he and Miyu met. Real ninjas all implement their own beliefs. There will be more later. Chapter 176, C level becomes A level. The way back is faster than when escorting, because the speed of the carriage can't catch up with the ninja. Miyu and others returned to Konoha in the afternoon. Everyone, let's disband first. No training or missions today. Rest for half a day and gather at the training ground on the 26th tomorrow morning. Miyu said. In order to return to Konoha earlier, Miyu led them to march at a high speed. Except for eating, they were basically rushing along the way. They were so anxious to return to Konoha not for anything else, but to explode Might Guy's gold coins. Oh, no, it was to celebrate Might Guy's birthday. Might Guy's birthday is January 1st. If Miyu doesn't speed up, he may just return to Konoha on January 1st, and the preparations may be a bit hasty. Well, I'm finally back. It's so boring to keep on running. Obito stretched and complained. For him, running on the road is like a non-stop running exercise. Kakashi, let's run backwards in a competition. Want to join us? Might Guy was still full of energy, grinning and giving Kakashi a thumbs up to invite him. Excuse me, I'm a little tired. Kakashi refused directly, with a trace of fatigue in his eyes. It's not that he was too tired from the journey, but that he was mentally tired. Since the fierce battle that night, Kakashi has thought a lot. Is Miyu an excellent ninja? It seems so. Putting aside his strength, we can see a little from the attitude of the third Hokage. Miyu said that he believed in the students' strength, and the third Hokage gave them the authority to perform sea-level tasks. Miyu once said that his idol was White Fang, that is, his father Hotaki Sakumo. From Miyu's actions, their beliefs are similar. They both believe that companions are important. But if the lives of companions are really more important than the mission, why did his father suffer so much criticism for saving his companions, and even the rescued people stood up to criticize him? For a moment, Kakashi really didn't understand who was wrong, his father, the village, or someone else. If his father was wrong, why was he still admired by an excellent ninja like Miyu? If his father was right, why did he end up like this? Kakashi, you can't do it. This is tiring. I can still run 100 laps around Konoha now. Obito said proudly. No wonder you would. Hearing Obito talking about the battle that night again, Kakashi couldn't hold it in anymore. He was only controlled by Troy for more than 10 minutes that night. He felt that Obito could hold on to this point and talk about it for more than 10 weeks. 100 laps, right? Come on, the loser will shut up and not talk for a day. Kakashi said with a dark face. Obito didn't expect Kakashi to agree. He just said something to Might Guy because he saw Kakashi didn't agree. It was actually very tiring to travel for so long, and Konoha was not small. Even if it was just running 100 laps along the edge of the main city, it was a long way. Come on, who's afraid of who? Obito answered with a stiff face. He was nervous but had to be tough in front of Kakashi. Can't you run upside down? Might Guy scratched his head and felt a little regretful. Miyu looked at the disciples who didn't rest and rolled up with a relieved smile, so he turned and walked towards the Hokage building. After arriving at the Hokage building, Miyu did not go to the mission hall, but went directly to the Hokage's office. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen said when he heard the knock on the door. When the door opened, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up and asked with a smile. It's Miyu, what's the matter? Sandaime-sama, our team received a mission to escort a client to the Land of Rice a few days ago. After entering the Land of Rice, we encountered several ninjas dressed as Iwagakure ninjas. Miyu reported the unexpected encounters in this mission to the Sandaime. However, he concealed some details of the battle, such as the matter of the magnetic ninja and the ninjutsu he released. In Miyu's description, the enemy was a Jonin and 7 Chiyunins, and Miyu and his team struggled to protect the client and won. Before I killed those ninjas, they were still shouting that Iwagakure would take revenge, but most of the Iwagakure team mastered lightning ninjutsu, which is very suspicious. Miyu said. The Iwagakure ninja who used lightning release. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into thought. It does look like Kumagakure wants to intensify the war between Iwagakure and Konoha, but Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it a little more. Could it be that Iwagakure pretending to be Kumagakure dressed up as Iwagakure, wanting to intensify the war between Konoha and Kumagakure? It's not impossible. There are very few people in Uegakure who can use lightning release, but it's not zero. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly rejected this idea. Even if the enemy wanted to mislead through this strategy, they would not send such a team of ninjas to fight Muyu's class. Because an ordinary class of 4 people has no chance of fighting against a team of 1 Jonin and 7 Chunins. The bodies of those ninjas are in here, but because the battle was more critical, 2 of the bodies have been burned beyond recognition by my fire release. Muyu said. For living people, Konoha can directly check the memory through the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, and the preserved dead can also be deciphered by professional researchers to get some information, such as what kind of training they have received and what they usually practice. Knowing this, Muyu deliberately killed Troy's body so that there would be no way to get information from it. It's okay, as long as there is a well-preserved body, we can determine which ninja village it is from. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, he could understand this. After all, it was a life and death battle, and it was impossible to think of preserving all the other parties' bodies. If this matter is the same as you guessed, then Muyu, you really made a great contribution and cracked the conspiracy of Kumagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a satisfied smile. He expected that Muyu could just make Kakashi a little more normal, but he didn't expect Muyu to give him a pleasant surprise. Although this matter could not make them stop fighting with the Hidden Rock Village and attack the Hidden Cloud Village together, at least it could prevent the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village from joining forces. Since we have encountered so many ninjas, the sea-level mission is not appropriate. The 3rd generation took out a form and quickly wrote down some words and stamped it. I changed this commission to an A-level mission. In addition to the original 70,000 taels, the village will give another 730,000 taels as a mission bounty. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the written form to Muyu and said. The amount of the A-level mission ranges from 150,000 taels to 1 million taels. The A-level mission of 800,000 taels is already a top-level mission. Thank you, 3rd generation. Muyu smiled and thanked. We agreed before the sealing technique was placed with Minato. When you sent it over, you were on a mission and Minato happened to see it, so Minato helped you put it away. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded. A grateful smile appeared on Muyu's face again. Sure enough, the harder the mission, the higher the reward. After leaving the Hokage building, Muyu looked at the reward information on the system and thought. Chapter 177 Harvest. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to complete the commission task and received a growth reward of chakra plus 300, and was led by the teacher himself to receive an additional chakra plus 150. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commission task and received a growth reward of chakra plus 300, and was led by the teacher himself to receive an additional chakra plus 150. Disciple Hitaki Kakashi worked hard to complete the commission task and received a growth reward of chakra plus 300, and was led by the teacher himself to receive an additional chakra plus 150. The total reward for the 3 disciples is 1,350 chakra points. Although there are no additional rewards such as ninjutsu, this amount of chakra is very good. You should know that Muyu's chakra limit was only more than 4,000 when he first came, and this mission directly increased the limit by more than 1,000. Of course, if you only calculate the amount of chakra obtained, the benefits of doing D-level tasks crazily will be higher. Muyu will get 450 chakra points by doing 10 D-level tasks a day, which can offset the benefits of this A-level task in 3 days. There are some problems with doing D-level tasks. First, students cannot get what kind of improvement can be achieved. They just do the task for the sake of doing the task, and Konoha doesn't have so many D-level tasks for them to do. This time, the A-level task can strengthen their physical fitness while traveling, and they can do various training when they stop. When they encounter ninja battles, they can gain combat experience and stimulate growth. Overall, it is more conducive to the growth of students' strength. Muyu took a look at his current panel. Name, Hanya Muyu. Chakra, 33,200. Chakra is rising very well, getting closer and closer to his goal of 50,000 chakras, because the disciples have completed the commission alone. The reward for the entrustment mission provided about 2,000 chakra points. Muyu did not return to her own home, but went directly to Minato's home. Muyu was lucky. Minato was not accompanying Kushina at this time, nor was he on a mission, but was reading at home. Seeing Muyu, Minato also remembered the matter of the sealing scroll, and handed the preserved scroll to Muyu. Muyu did not take the things and leave, but chatted with Minato for a while. Minato, if you are carrying out overseas missions recently, you'd better be careful, you may encounter attacks from the Cloud Village ninja. Muyu reminded with a serious face. Then Muyu told Minato about her experience in this mission and repeated what she said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This mission is not a secret mission, so there is no need to keep it secret. Such a thing actually happened. Minato's face also became a little serious. This is not a trivial matter. If Konoha really thought that its ninjas were sniped by Iwagakure, then Konoha would definitely take the initiative to deploy more ninjas to join the war with Iwagakure, making the war more intense. Muyu's experience in this mission also made Minato re-recognize Muyu's strength. Before, because Muyu was a Chunin teacher in the ninja school, although he later became a special Jonin, he also became a special Jonin because of his outstanding teaching ability. In Minato's impression, Muyu's strength was at the Chunin level. According to the results of this mission, Muyu may not be weak in strength. The reason why he did not get promoted to Jonin before may be that his merits were insufficient, or he did not meet the requirements in other aspects. Muyu's strength does not affect Minato and Muyu's friendship, but Minato still hopes that his friend will be stronger, because this is during the war, anything can happen, and it is easy to get into trouble if you are not strong. I will be careful, Muyu, you should be careful too, and try not to accept tasks related to the land of grass and the land of hot springs. Minato answered seriously. These two small countries are where Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kumagakure are fighting. As the war progresses, it will become more and more dangerous. Muyu smiled and nodded and left. He was not going to that dangerous place at the moment. It was okay to wander around. Muyu had a clear understanding of himself. At this moment, his output limit was not low, but it was too short-lived. He could beat the Jonin like his son, but facing the strong men like the third generation of Tsuchikage and the third generation of Reikage, he could only run away with the breath of thunder. The chakra limit is one issue, and another major issue is the speed of chakra recovery. Muyu's chakra recovery speed is not in line with his chakra limit. Muyu knew the reason for this, because his chakra limit was raised by the system through unknown means, and it was different from the normal. The training is not the same. Muyu's chakra volume is more than 5 times that of an ordinary Jonin at this time, but his current chakra recovery speed is at best a little better than that of an ordinary Jonin, or because he has been using breathing exercises to improve. This causes Muyu to suffer in a protracted battle. When everyone's chakra is almost consumed and is being refined fiercely, Muyu's recovery effect will not be as good as others. Of course, this problem is smaller than the chakra upper limit problem, because this situation rarely occurs in battle, and a higher upper limit is more important. But it is a defect after all, and Muyu really wants to solve it successfully. He has thought of many ways. For example, using Tsunade's idea to develop a sealing technique to store chakra, and release the chakra when the chakra is not enough, although it is only a temporary solution. But it is also a good plan. There are similar plans such as catching a tailed beast and stuffing it into the body as a power bank, but the current strength does not allow it. To cure the root cause, Muyu can think of changing his physique. If he has a 1,000 hands physique or a whirlpool physique, he will not have to worry about the endurance of the body. However, the physique is too difficult. It is easy for Hashirama's cells to play himself out. It is difficult to find Thousand Hands disciples and Whirlpool disciples if you want to rely on the system to brush them out, and there are no more disciples. Mu Yu is now working towards the direction of curing the symptoms, because he happens to have a genius-level sealing talent. After returning home, Mu Yu began to check the contents of the scroll. What Mu Yu did not expect was that Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprisingly generous this time and gave 3 ninjutsu in one breath. However, it was not 3 sealing techniques, but also a wind escape ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen wrote the reason on it. This wind escape ninjutsu has nothing to do with Mu Yu's performance in the ninja school, because Mu Yu's tutoring made Asuma's strength improve and it was a special reward. Vacuum Jade, there is one more advanced wind escape that can be used openly in the future. Mu Yu thought in his heart as he looked at the name of the ninjutsu. After all, it was free, so even if he already knew it, Mu Yu felt that he had gained something. Mu Yu ignored the vacuum jade that he had already learned, and he looked at the remaining 2 sealing techniques. Fire Sealing Seal, Evil Sealing Seal. Mu Yu recited the names of the 2 sealing techniques, and some memories appeared in his mind. He remembered that the Evil Sealing Seal was the sealing technique that Kakashi used to seal the curse seal on Sasuke. As for the Fire Sealing Seal, Mu Yu knew what type of sealing technique it was based on the name. Konoha's sealing techniques were basically learned from the Uzumaki clan, and Mu Yu's knowledge of sealing techniques came from Kushina. It can be said that he learned the purest Konoha sealing techniques. Mu Yu looked at these 2 B-level sealing techniques for a while and almost understood the principles. Evil Sealing Seal is essentially to isolate the chakra that does not belong to the original body, and it is also a ninjutsu that seals chakra. The Fire Sealing Seal is slightly different. The Fire Sealing Seal does not seal chakra, but can seal the flames produced after the nature of chakra changes. Before he traveled through time, Mu Yu would occasionally wonder why no one sealed ninjutsu into a sealing scroll and used it as ninjutsu when watching anime. After learning the sealing technique, he knew the difficulty of this operation. For example, if you use the fire seal to seal the fireball in the scroll, what you release is not a moving fireball, but a ball of flame that is stationary, which is meaningless in actual combat. However, it is not that there is no sealing technique that can seal ninjutsu and then release it. Uchiha's transcription seal can do it. Itachi stuffed Amaterasu into Sasuke's eyes, and Uchiha Madara sealed Izanagi in his own eyes to revive. Based on the current knowledge of sealing techniques, Mu Yu judged that this should be the ability of the Sharingan. The ability to seal pupil techniques is in the Sharingan and has nothing to do with ordinary ninjas. Although neither of the 2 sealing techniques is a particularly top-notch sealing technique, Mu Yu is still satisfied. He can master and practice more knowledge of sealing techniques through these 2 sealing techniques. The extraction and improvement of the isolation chakra effect of the sealing evil seal will help him treat the chakra deficiency. The form of sealing chakra like the yin seal is essentially a layer of isolation for chakra. In the following time, Mu Yu basically studied the sealing technique until the evening. He first learned the sealing evil seal. He wanted to master the sealing technique of isolating chakra as soon as possible. Mu Yu has been learning the sealing technique for almost 8 months. He is no longer a novice in the sealing technique. After 2 hours of learning, his proficiency in the sealing evil seal has reached 50. He is not going to use the proficiency scroll. This level of sealing technique is not worth his use. It is not the 4 symbol seal. Mu Yu estimated that if he wants to learn the 4 symbol seal, he should look at Minato and Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen may not be willing to give it to him. The 4 symbol seal is a stronger sealing technique than the 5 elements seal. Konoha used the 4 symbol seal to seal the 9 tails. In the Uzumaki sealing technique system, the 4 symbol seal is the top one. Sealing techniques that are stronger than the 4 symbol seal either have restrictions, such as the diamond seal, which can only be performed by members of the Uzumaki clan, or require a great price, such as the Shiki Fusion and the 4 symbol seal, which require the death of the caster. Before going to bed, Mu Yu sorted out the experience gained from this mission out of the village. His strength is more powerful than he thought. Even if it is a blood-stained jonin with 20,000 chakras, Mu Yu can easily kill it. Mu Yu actually retained a lot of that battle. If he wanted, he could directly open the thunder breathing mark to kill everyone instantly. He could do it with the speed of thunder breathing. However, in order to train his combat ability, he did not do so. Maybe because of the white eyes and the transparent world, although it was the first time to fight, Mu Yu did not feel any tension, and did not feel much after killing. The enemy is too weak, and the chakras should be doubled. Mu Yu thought in her heart. It is said that it is to train combat ability, but in fact it is not much, because the strength gap is too big, and Mu Yu can't stand it if he uses more strength. If you don't consider the chakra recovery level, my strength should be about the same as Minato and the fourth Reikage. Mu Yu speculated in her heart. Mu Yu wants to be with Minato and the fourth Reikage, the Reikage's level of ninja fighting, but Minato is not easy to expose at present, and the fourth Reikage is the son of the third Reikage. Basically it is impossible for him to go alone, it is actually very troublesome if he really encounters it. Chapter 178 Friendship between men. I haven't seen Obito for a while, and I don't know how he is doing. Nohara Rin showed a worried expression on the way home after training. The ninja school has never concealed the cruelty of the ninja world, and the school has made it clear about the dangers of missions and even battlefields. But listening to the teacher talk about various sacrifices and deaths and the death of someone around you are two different things. Since learning that Kakashi's teammate died in the mission, Nohara Rin has completely understood the cruelty of ninjas. And Obito is a character that is easy to get carried away. Nohara Rin is really worried that Obito will be injured in the mission because of this character. Obito, Kakashi, Kai, why are you together? Nohara Rin suddenly saw several familiar figures. Woo woo woo. Hearing Nohara Rin's voice, Obito looked up in surprise, but thinking of the bet, he could only gesture and make sounds that normal people couldn't understand. Even Nohara Rin, who knew Obito very well, was a little confused when she saw Obito's behavior as if he was possessed by a demon, and didn't know what happened for a while. Kakashi, what's wrong with Obito? Nohara Rin had to look at the reliable Kakashi. But Kakashi didn't answer Nohara Rin, just looked at Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin looked at Kakashi, who didn't say a word, and felt even more strange. Could it be that Obito's unreliability could be contagious? Might Guy's next words answered Nohara Rin's doubts. Haha, because they all lost to me in the running competition, they can't talk today. Might Guy gave himself a thumbs up and laughed. Running 100 laps requires a lot of endurance, not to mention that they were rushing back, which was already tiring, so in the end, Might Guy, who had stronger endurance and perseverance, finished first. Nohara Rin didn't know what to say. The punishment was not to talk for a day. Were they children who didn't go to school, playing this kind of punishment game? Aren't you trainee ninjas? Aren't you going to carry out missions? Why are you competing with Kakashi? Nohara Rin's big eyes were full of confusion. Yes, we just came back from the mission. Might Guy nodded and replied. Obito was so anxious. He wanted to share with Nohara Rin the heroic performance of himself and Mu Yu teacher in the battle and the burdensome moments of Kakashi. Damn Kakashi, he actually targeted me. Obito roared in his heart. Might Guy challenged Kakashi and refused directly. He casually said that Kakashi agreed directly. Naked targeting. Could it be that he had anticipated this situation a long time ago and was worried that I would tell Xiaolin about his poor performance? Obito turned his mind and suddenly thought of it. Despicable Kakashi, I will expose your affairs tomorrow. Obito is ready to slander Kakashi tomorrow. So that's how it is. You guys have a really good relationship with Kakashi. You went to compete with him as soon as you came back. Nohara Rin smiled and said with an expression of sudden enlightenment. No, because this guy is our teammate. Obito felt something was wrong when he saw Nohara Rin's smile, and wanted to explain. Obito could only hope that Might Guy would explain, but Might Guy's next words almost made him stumble and fall. Of course, youth and friendship are the best match. Might Guy replied with a bright smile. The relationship between boys is really good. Nohara Rin sighed. Obito hated himself for not knowing sign language at this moment, otherwise he would definitely tell Nohara Rin everything through sign language at a speed that surpassed the hand seal. By the way, no one was injured in your mission, right? Nohara Rin asked with concern. That's not the case. Although the enemy is very strong, Teacher Mu protected the three of us very well. Might Guy answered honestly. The three of us? Nohara Rin suddenly found a problem. She asked uncertainly, who is the other teammate besides Kai and Obito? Obito breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Nohara Rin was quick-witted, otherwise there would be misunderstanding. Kakashi. Might Guy scratched his head and replied. Hasn't Kakashi already been a Chunin? Why did he enter the trainee ninja class? After getting confirmation, Nohara Rin was even more confused. Kakashi. Kakashi, who can't speak now, can't answer Nohara Rin's question, but even if he can speak, Kakashi can't answer it. After knowing that this is a trainee class, he was confused. This is the bond between me and my best friend. Might Guy said with a passionate face. Although I don't quite understand, it's great that we are all together. Nohara Rin said with a gentle smile. Although the process was beyond her expectations, the result was still good. Although she was gone, Kakashi was still with Obito, and she believed that Kakashi would take good care of Obito. Not good at all. Obito was madly complaining about Kakashi in his heart, and even blamed Kakashi for the fact that Nohara Rin failed to do the internship. If Kakashi wasn't there, he might have been in a group with Might Guy and Nohara Rin. Goodbye, I'm going home. You all seem to be very tired, so go home and rest early. Nohara Rin waved and said goodbye with a smile. Obito raised his hand, but finally put it down. If he lost, he had to admit it. Today he would remain silent. The next day Mu gathered the disciples at the number 26 training ground. Mu stipulated that the gathering time was 8 o'clock in the morning. Kakashi and Might Guy both arrived at around 7:50, while Obito arrived at 8:10. You're late again. Kakashi said coldly. That's because. Obito wanted to explain unconvinced, but was interrupted by Mu. Let's hold a summary meeting before starting training to summarize the battle of the last mission. Mu said. Kakashi was too aggressive and was controlled for more than 10 minutes. Obito quickly helped Kakashi summarize. Obito, you don't understand fighting at all. If I hadn't reminded you, you would have fallen into the enemy's trap long ago. Kakashi quickly counterattacked. Pa! Pa! Two crisp knocks sounded, and Obito and Kakashi each covered their heads. I asked you to summarize yourselves, not for others. Mu put down her hand and smiled. Such a fast speed, there is no way to avoid it. Kakashi, who was knocked for the first time, couldn't help thinking in his heart. With Mu's strong suppression, Obito and Kakashi stopped slandering each other and thought carefully about their own shortcomings. My strength and explosive power are not enough. I need more training to master the 8 gates as soon as possible. Might Guy spoke first. Might Guy's training is not as diverse as Kakashi and Obito. He is a physical technique, with breathing and 8 gates as the core. There will be more later. Chapter 179 Exploding Kakashi's Gold Coins. Well, now that the breathing method has been introduced, it can indeed speed up the progress of the 8 gates. Mu nodded and said. Now Might Guy is still far from reaching the realm of Changzhong. Putting the focus on the 8 gates for the time being can improve his strength more effectively. Breathing and 8 gates complement each other. Breathing can make the body stronger, and the stronger the body, the stronger the effect of the 8 gates. I am not calm enough in battle and easily impulsive. Obito thought for a while and said. With Miyu's questions, he can face his shortcomings directly. Obito himself knew this shortcoming, which was why he and Might Guy had won less and lost more all the way. He easily got carried away, which would lead to a lack of strategy in battle, and eventually lead to the loss of the battle. Now that you know, you should be more careful in the future. Miyu touched Obito's hair and said. Obito's performance was really unstable and unpredictable. Sometimes he could win the battle when he was at a disadvantage, but most of the time he lost himself. I didn't know your strength, teacher, and made a wrong judgment. Kakashi recalled and said. To be fair, he felt that he did not perform badly in the encounter battle of that mission. Being controlled was a matter of course. In that situation, let alone himself, Kakashi felt that a Konoha Jonin would have the same fate. The opponent was obviously not an ordinary Jonin, and it was a sneak attack, so he could not block it. And after escaping, Kakashi quickly helped his teammates to solve the enemy, freeing up more combat power. Kakashi felt that his only mistake was to misjudge Miyu's strength. He didn't know that Miyu was so strong that she could kill two Jonins while protecting him. After all, we have only known each other for a short time. Let's get to know each other better in the future. Miyu said with a warm smile. Teacher Miyu, did you use all your strength in the last battle? Kakashi thought for a while and asked. Kakashi, who was brought up by Hotaki Sakumo, is different from Obito Might Guy. He has a wider range of experience and knows the strength of a truly strong person. After he went back, he recalled that battle and found many confusing points. Miyu's strength at the beginning and at the end were completely different levels. The lightning and wind escape techniques that instantly killed the Chunin in the early stage were good, but they were far inferior to the fire and wind escape combination ninjutsu at the end. So Kakashi had a guess that Miyu's strength might be stronger than that night, but in order to train them, he didn't kill all the enemies directly. Kakashi's question also aroused the curiosity of Might Guy and Obito. After following Miyu for more than half a year, they still didn't know where Miyu's limit was. Guess. Miyu replied with a smile. Kakashi. That must be because he didn't use his full strength. If he had used that fire escape from the beginning, the enemies would have been burned to death. Obito said with certainty. Even if Miyu told Obito one day that he was actually the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage, Obito would not be surprised. After all, that was the omnipotent Miyu Sage. The answer is correct, the reward is a candy. Miyu threw a piece of candy to Obito. Hee. Obito took the candy and smiled foolishly. It turned out that he understood Teacher Miyu the best. Teacher Miyu, you are a teacher at the ninja school, right? After receiving Miyu's affirmative reply, Kakashi couldn't help asking. Kakashi, why do you always ask some strange questions? If Teacher Miyu is not a teacher at the school, what else can he be? Obito complained. Kakashi wants to ask me why I am still a teacher in the ninja school with such strength. Miyu said with a smile. Kakashi ignored Obito and nodded. Well, there are many reasons, but the main reason is that I like teaching. The happiest thing for me is that the students I teach have improved their strength. Miyu explained with a smile. This answer was somewhat unexpected to Kakashi. He thought the reason would be more complicated, but it was so simple. Okay, let's summarize. Let's start practicing. Practice in the morning and do the mission in the afternoon. Miyu said. Then Miyu began to arrange the practice of each disciple. You have almost learned the pseudo-darkness. I have a good new ninjutsu for you. Miyu said to Kakashi. After speaking, Miyu raised her hand and condensed the chakra in her hand, quickly completing the nature change and form change. The dazzling purple lightning wrapped Miyu's palm. It looks like the Chidori that day. Kakashi felt that this new ninjutsu was familiar. Well, this ninjutsu is improved from the Chidori. Miyu nodded and said. In the original work, Kakashi's Chidori first transformed into Reikari, and then lost the Sharingan and improved into Shiden. He learned Shiden directly in one step, leading the original world Kakashi by 30 years. Compared to Chidori, Purple Lightning does not require hand seals and is more powerful and more flexible to use, but it is a little slower. After that, Miyu demonstrated the power of Purple Lightning, which can cut rocks like tofu, and can also release a large range of electric current attacks around. Is it wrong to sacrifice speed in exchange for power and flexibility? Kakashi felt that speed was more important. After all, there are only a few ninjas with strong defensive power, but ninjas are basically not slow. Miyu did not explain, but grabbed Kakashi, and the thunder breathing burst out, allowing Kakashi to experience the feeling of extreme speed. Was it fast enough just now? Can you react? Miyu put Kakashi down and asked. Kakashi instantly understood what Miyu meant. He recalled the speed at which Miyu used Chidori, which was also very fast. Kakashi had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Miyu seemed to have specially improved the ninjutsu because of him. Kakashi was really flattered. He had been Miyu's disciple for less than half a month, and Miyu actually considered it so carefully for him. It was not that Kakashi was narcissistic, but Miyu's improvement of ninjutsu was indeed a bit confusing. Miyu could be called a speed-type ninja, so how could he reduce the speed of ninjutsu to increase its power? After Kakashi's training, Miyu gave Kakashi a calligraphy he wrote. You gave your disciples handwritten calligraphy. Since your disciple was very grateful, you were rewarded with a critical hit and received a reward of Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Experienced Level. After getting to know Miyu a lot, he was saved once, and with the emotions raised by the Purple Lightning, Kakashi got a good reward. Looking at Kakashi, who was thinking about the purpose of his calligraphy, Miyu showed a smile of an old farmer with a good harvest. It's good to be able to critically hit, and it's only a matter of time before the trust level is raised. In the afternoon, Miyu took his disciples to the Hokage building, and chakra still had to be refreshed. Chapter 180 Plan Explosion. Are there any D-level commissions available? Miyu led his disciples into the mission hall of the Hokage building and asked the registered ninjas. D-level missions are still very fun to use to brush chakra. 10 D-level missions can brush almost 450 chakra points. Hey, Teacher Miyu, aren't you doing C-level missions today? Obito couldn't help asking. The last mission was still a life and death battle with the ninjas of the hostile ninja village, and the next mission was to find cats, catch dogs, and pick up garbage. Obito felt that the gap was a bit big. Have you forgotten what day tomorrow is? If you accept the mission out of the village now, then Kai can only celebrate his birthday outside. Miyu knocked on Obito's head and said. This time he did not adopt the same strategy as Shisui that time. After all, using a routine inevitably seems a bit perfunctory. He had told the students before that Might Guy's birthday was coming soon, and everyone would gather together to celebrate on that day. Oh, right, Kai's birthday is coming. I've been so busy lately that I forgot the time. Obito scratched his head and smiled. It's okay. If it weren't for Teacher Miyu reminding me, I would have forgotten it myself. Might Guy touched his chin and said. They have been very busy recently. Before leaving the village for a mission, they either train or do missions. After leaving the village, they must always pay attention to protecting the client's safety. After completing the mission, they rush back without stopping. Kakashi glanced at Miyu and felt that there should be something between Miyu, Obito, and Might Guy that he didn't know. Normally, after becoming disciples for such a short time, the two sides should not be so close. However, Kakashi considered that Miyu was a teacher at the ninja school and Obito and Might Guy were students, so it was likely that they were very familiar with each other during the ninja school period. Yes. The registered ninja opened the mission scroll for Miyu to choose. The D-level missions were all similar. Miyu picked 5 at random and took the students to complete the missions. I don't know why, but today Obito and Kakashi seem to be particularly motivated to compete with each other. Although they usually dislike each other, it was more intense today. The 5 tasks that Miyu took on were completed very quickly, because they were competing to complete the tasks quickly and in quantity, which led Might Guy to do the tasks together. However, when Miyu saw the reward information, he found a problem. The reward was actually reduced. The first task was still about the same as the previous average, with a total of 45 chakra points for the 3 disciples, but it began to decrease when the third one came. The 3 disciples had a total of 45 chakra points. The total of the first 2 tasks was only over 30 points, and the 5th one was only 30 points. Although the difficulty determines the reward, based on previous experience, the difference between D-level tasks is not that big. Miyu had a guess in his mind, maybe because the system judged that the current D-level tasks are less and less helpful to the growth of the disciples, so the reward has decreased. This is not an unfounded guess. From the training tasks and a series of rewards, it can be seen that the system attaches great importance to the growth of the disciples. The disciples will be rewarded with stage rewards as their strength increases, and the training tasks are also the more they are improved during the task period, the higher the reward. With the current strength of Obito and Might Guy, they can get familiar with the task process and exercise their cooperation ability when doing D-level tasks at the beginning, but after doing dozens of them, it is obviously meaningless. In order to verify his idea, Miyu took 5 more D-level tasks. After completing them, Miyu looked at the rewards and found that they were even lower. The reward for the 10th task was only more than 20 points of chakra for the 3 people. Miyu added up the rewards of the 10 tasks and calculated that it was almost over 300. This harvest cannot be said to be bad. After all, a big class only has 40 points of chakra, but it is definitely less than before. Do less D-level tasks in the future, and try to spend more time on other tasks and training. Miyu thought to herself. It would be good if we could maintain the income of 300 chakra points, but if we do it a few more times at this rate, we may not get any rewards. After delivering all the tasks, Miyu took the students home for dinner. And Obito also found a strange problem. The Namikaze Minato, who looked a bit like Miyu, came to Miyu's house again, and helped and packed up the food like last time. Teacher Miyu, what is your relationship with that Minato Jonin? It seems that he comes to your house every day to bring food. Obito asked curiously. He felt a strange feeling that he couldn't explain. If they were just neighbors, it would be strange to eat together every day, not to mention that Minato packed up the food. We are very good friends, and we are teachers to each other. He taught me the sealing technique, and I taught him how to cook. Miyu thought for a while and answered. We used to eat together, and sometimes he would cook and I would eat, but now he is very busy, so we rarely sit together to eat. You are so busy, but you still have to pack up the food to take away. Kakashi felt that this was illogical. Of course it is because the food cooked by Miyu teacher is so delicious. If there is a chance, I have to take it away even if I don't have time to eat together. Obito nodded in approval, thinking that Minato's cooking was flawless. Kakashi subconsciously wanted to refute, but recalling the taste of Miyu's food just now, he felt that it was not so illogical. Tomorrow morning, practice normally, and arrange the afternoon and evening by yourself. After chatting for a while after dinner, Miyu told the arrangement for tomorrow. Just when the disciples were about to go home, Miyu stopped Might Guy alone. Akai, wait a moment before leaving. Might Guy turned around and sat down honestly. I will go back with you. I have something to do with your father. Miyu explained with a smile after packing. That's good, my father should be at home at this time. Might Guy nodded and replied. Just now he was thinking whether it was about training or birthday, but he didn't expect it to be related to his father. At this time, the sun had completely set and arrived at the home of the moon. Might Guy's home is very remote. The closer you go to Might Guy's home, the fewer human-related sounds there are, and the more various sounds of nature there are. I'm back! Might Guy shouted after opening the door. Teacher Mu Yu is here too. He wants to see you for something. Oh, is Teacher Mu Yu here? Then I have to make a pot of tea. Might Dai quickly walked out to check. No need to bother. I'm just here to discuss something with Senior Dai today. I won't stay too long. Mu Yu said with a smile. Although Mu Yu refused, Might Guy still volunteered to boil water and make tea. Senior Dai, do you want to become a more advanced ninja? Mu Yu asked directly. Based on Mu Yu's analysis of Might Guy, making Might Guy's father better can impress Might Guy more than giving him a thoughtful gift. I have a headache today. I will try my best to write and see if I can finish writing about Might Guy's birthday in one go. However, Might Guy believes that this experience is not all bad. At least it has trained his heart and made him stronger. The loss he suffered was not in vain, but to help Might Guy try. He will not let Might Guy follow his old path. The situation in the ninja world is chaotic now. The Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire are both plotting against the Land of Fire. It is at a time when Konoha lacks combat power. It is unreasonable for a master of physical skills like Senior Dai to stay in the genin. Mu Yu said. Face said with pain. Except for the special case of the special jonin, there are only 3 levels of ninja positions. It can be said that each new level is a qualitative change. On the battlefield, the genin can only obey orders and will always be commanded, while the chunin can serve as the captain when performing tasks that are not particularly important, and the jonin is the main combat force in the war, and is basically the captain as long as they go on a mission. Then Mu Yu and Might Dai talked about the encounters they encountered in the sea-level mission. If this continues, the ninja world will become more and more chaotic, and perhaps a war will break out soon. Mu Yu sighed. Has the situation reached this point? Might Dai's expression became serious. It is difficult for him, a genin of 10,000 years, to obtain information related to the war because no one can tell him. I am more likely to see the 3rd generation for some special reasons. If you are willing to use the 8 gates of ninja, you should have no problem being promoted to a chunin, not to mention a jonin. Mu Yu nodded and said. After becoming an intern teacher, he did not directly resign from the position of tutor, but he no longer taught regularly every week as before. Might Guy can be used in 6 gates without much damage, which means that Might Guy can be regarded as an ordinary elite jonin. With such strength, coupled with the war period, Mu Yu does not believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be tempted by such combat power. Sarutobi Hiruzen may not be directly promoted to jonin due to Might Guy's resume and merits, but it is not a big problem for chunin. There are 2 ways to be promoted to chunin. One is to be promoted through the chunin exam. Konoha has 2 chunin exams every year. If you perform well, you can be promoted to chunin. The other way is to be promoted by making contributions, that is, the number of completed tasks. Everything in Konoha has tasks. Mu Yu's classes in the ninja school are also considered tasks, and various actions during the war are also counted as tasks. It is naturally impossible to let Might Guy take the chunin exam, but Might Guy's birthday is tomorrow. Although Might Guy's task data does not meet the requirements, he is very strong and can make up for it. As long as he becomes a chunin, Might Guy will have the opportunity to show his performance. At that time, it will not be difficult to become a special jonin with his strength and merits. As for becoming a jonin, Mu Yu felt it was a bit difficult, because Konoha's current requirements for jonin were very strict, and it was difficult for someone like Might Dai, who was partial to one subject, to become a formal jonin, unless he made great contributions in the war. Even if you only open 6 gates, Senior Dai's strength has surpassed many jonins, and it is more than enough to be a chunin. Senior Dai, what do you think of my proposal? Mu Yu looked at Might Dai's rough face and asked. Very good, you are worthy of being teacher Mu Yu. Might Dai nodded readily and gave Mu Yu a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Might Dai stood up and bowed heavily to Mu Yu to thank him. While Mu Yu was talking, Might Dai thought a lot. He first thought about how to repay Mu Yu's kindness, and then he found that he could not give anything. The only 8 gates that he knew, Mu Yu also knew, and Mu Yu's strength was unfathomable. Without using ninjutsu, just opening 2 gates could surpass his 6 gates, so Mu Yu didn't need his help. But Might Dai finally agreed to Mu Yu's proposal, not because he wanted to prove his strength to others, but for Might Dai. He had been practicing all the way, and he knew that it was necessary to spend money to build a strong body. Various supplements and secret medicines for practicing were very expensive. The consequence of not having money was that the upper limit would be lowered and a lot of hidden injuries would be left. It was okay if there was no opportunity before, but now the opportunity is right in front of him. If he doesn't seize it, he will not be a qualified father. He would feel guilty for accepting Mu Yu's benefits and not being able to repay them, but he would feel even more guilty if he didn't seize this opportunity to make Might Dai's growth path smoother. Senior Dai, you don't have to do this. I'm doing this for Konoha. Mu Yu said with a smile. If Might Dai agrees, it's stable. He will definitely give Might Dai a big surprise tomorrow. I have a secret medicine for physical training ninjas here, which can eliminate hidden injuries in the body. I'll give it to you, Senior, as a way to celebrate your promotion in advance. Mu Yu took out a secret medicine from the ninja tool bag and handed it to Might Dai. Now that secret medicine can be bought directly with money, it is not so precious. Helping Might Dai now is helping Might Dai in the future. Eliminate hidden injuries? I don't need it at my age. You should take it back or leave it to Guy. Might Dai shook his head and refused. He has accumulated hidden injuries over the past few decades, and a secret medicine is useless. He would rather leave this good thing to Might Dai. I left it for a Kai. This one is extra. Senior Dai, you can try it and see the effect. Mu Yu put the secret medicine in front of Might Dai. Although Might Dai is a reliable person, Mu Yu still has to see Might Dai eat it before he feels relieved. The effect of this medicine is too good. If it leaks out, it will easily cause trouble. After all, I am not as good as you, Senior Dai, in the 8 gates of ninjutsu. You will have to teach a Kai more in this area in person in the future. Mu Yu took out his ultimate move. He has already realized how to control Might Dai and his son. If he wants to get Might Dai's gold coins, he must start with Might Dai. If he wants Might Dai to be obedient, he must start with Might Dai. Get started. Mu Yu has already said this, and Might Dai is not a shy person, so he swallowed it directly. Might Dai soon felt a little warm, and then slowly became warm all over, until he finally felt a body that he had never felt before. Might Dai knew that he owed Mu Yu again. This must not be a simple secret medicine. The effect was too strong, and it was almost immediate. He felt that if he could take more of this secret medicine, his strength, which had been difficult to improve for a long time, could be improved again. Senior, try to stay at home tomorrow. By then, the 3rd generation should see your strength with his own eyes. If necessary, I will send a shadow clone to find you. Mu Yu reminded. Might Dai nodded and gave a thumbs up to indicate that there was no problem. The tea is ready. Might Dai trotted over to pour tea for Mu Yu and Might Dai. Mu Yu drank a cup and said goodbye and left. It's really just a short chat. Might Dai scratched his head and said as he looked at Mu Yu's leaving back. Dad, what does teacher Mu Yu want to talk to you about? Might Dai asked curiously. Haha, it's a very powerful and youthful thing. It will definitely shock you, Kai, after it is completed. Might Dai laughed and drank the hot tea. Mu Yu asked him not to tell Might Dai before the result came out, saying that this thing was not 100% successful, so as not to disappoint Might Dai if he said it didn't work. What's so mysterious? Might Dai was even more curious. There should be more later. Chapter 182 The Strength of 8 Gates Ninja. After a morning of training, Yu said to the students, "It's Kai's birthday in the evening, so go to Kai's house and gather then." This was mainly for Kakashi, and Obito had already prepared the gifts. "I have something else to do next, you can move freely, and if you want to continue training, you can also practice here for an afternoon." Yu is going to Sarutobi Hiruzen to show off his acting skills. "Maybe I'm going to prepare a gift for you, Kai. I wonder what kind of gift it will be," Obito said with envy. His birthday is February 10th, and there is still more than a month left. Obito has already begun to look forward to what gift Yu will prepare for him. "Haha, no matter what gift teacher Yu gives me, I will be very happy," Might Guy said with a big laugh. He thinks Yu has been very good to him. Apart from his father, he has never met anyone who treats him so well, so he doesn't ask for more. Even if Yu just says happy birthday, he will be very happy. "That's what I said, but I would be happier if the gift is better," Obito thought for a while and said. If Yu gave him a purchased standard kunao as a birthday gift, he would be happy and collect it, but if Yu gave him a kunao made by himself, he would be even happier and cherish it more. After leaving the training ground, Yu went straight to the Hokage building. It is true that he and Might Guy said that he had more opportunities to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen because of special reasons, but Yu said it more to increase the persuasiveness of his words. Normally, it is more convenient to go to the Hokage building to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. Going to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house to find Sarutobi Hiruzen can only be done in the evening, which is too late. Knock, knock. Yu knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. "Come in." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came out. "Sandaime-sama." Yu greeted with respect. "It's Yu, what's the matter?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took the pipe out of his mouth and asked with a puff of white mist. "Sandaime-sama, I found a ninja in Konoha with power far beyond his current position. He is extremely powerful but is still a genin." Yu said seriously. "A genin with extremely powerful strength." A figure immediately appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. "Is he a ninja who is taking the blame?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked after a moment of hesitation. When it comes to people with extremely powerful strength but who have always been genin, he first thought of Maraboshi Kasuke. Maraboshi Kasuke is an old ninja whose strength and contribution have reached the level of jonin very early, but because of some things that happened in the past, he has been traumatized and has refused to be promoted. Sarutobi Hiruzen admired Maraboshi Kasuke very much, and even taught his own A-level ninjutsu shuriken shadow clone technique to Maraboshi Kasuke. "No, if you want to talk about the characteristics, it should be thick eyebrows and green tights." Yu shook his head and said. "Is it Might Guy?" Listening to Yu's description, a new image appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Might Guy is also well known in Konoha, but it is a bad reputation. Yu nodded and explained. "I also discovered it by accident, because Might Guy's child Might Guy is interning here, and I discovered Might Guy's true strength by chance. This is why Yu took this step after starting the internship. With such an identity, the adaptation process is more reasonable and convincing. He has mastered a powerful physical technique called 8 Gates Ninjutsu. Even if he bursts out with all his strength, I am no match for him." Yu made up a story seriously. "I feel something is wrong. A genin has mastered a powerful physical technique that I have never heard of, so I came to report to you, the Sandaime-sama." Hearing Yu's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly surprised. That Might Guy had mastered the 8 Gates Ninjutsu. It's normal that you don't know, because the 8 Gates Ninjutsu is a forbidden technique in the Book of Seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a while and uttered a few words Wudeo. This forbidden technique has existed since the Warring States period. After successful practice, it is extremely powerful. The second generation Hokage once gathered some people to create a ninja team that can use the 8 gates, and Might Guy is one of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen has not seen the power of the 8 Gates Ninja with his own eyes, but Sarutobi Hiruzen has seen the practice method of the 8 Gates Ninja, which can be said to be the ultimate in strength. If it weren't for the fact that Senju Tobirama's 8 Gates Ninja team plan failed so thoroughly, he would have wanted to make one. Senju Tobirama has made many innovations, such as the series of Ninja School Anbu that he created, but not all of them were successful. The 8 Gates Ninja plan was the most unsuccessful one. It was a waste of manpower and material resources, and there was no last successful practitioner, and all failed. I didn't expect that he hadn't given up after so long, and he succeeded. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. Shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a seal to create a shadow clone. If Might Guy really mastered the 8 gates, then he would not be suitable to be a genin, and could be promoted to a chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. For the 3rd generation, Might Guy's successful practice of the 8 gates is a great achievement, which proves that the 8 gates squad plan is feasible. However, it is useless for Mu Yu to say it, Sarutobi Hiruzen has to go and see it himself. It's not that he doesn't believe in Mu Yu's character, but he doesn't believe in Mu Yu's eyesight. This is the 8 Gates Ninja that his teacher wants to get. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who directly split out the shadow clone, Mu Yu thought that the 8 Gates Ninja was really tempting. There was no need to wait for Might Guy to come, and he could go with the shadow clone directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone went to an empty training ground, and Mu Yu went to find Might Guy to test it. Because Mu Yu reminded him in advance, Might Guy stayed at home, and Mu Yu saw it as soon as he went there. Let's go. The Sandame wants to test your strength personally. Senior Dai, please try your best to perform. Mu Yu urged. No problem. I'm ready to burn my youth at any time. Might Dai gave a thumbs up and laughed with shining white teeth. At this time, Might Dai was a little excited. After decades, he was ready to be a 10,000-year ninja. He didn't expect to get such an opportunity. In addition, Senior Dai, please try not to talk about my strength with the Sandame. Mu Yu reminded him again, worried that Might Dai would let it slip. Although Might Dai didn't know all of his strength, it was not the level that could be shown now. Don't worry, I know. Might Dai nodded and replied. He didn't know why Mu Yu asked him to hide his strength, but Might Dai respected Mu Yu's choice and was willing to help. Then Mu Yu led the way and the two went to the training ground where Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone was. That's it for today. He didn't say this just to gain favor. He did remember Might Dai. After all, his appearance and behavior were somewhat different from those of ordinary people. Ha ha ha, thank you for your support. Might Dai raised his thumbs up, and showed his 2 rows of white teeth while laughing. Mu Yu had to sigh that there were indeed many benefits of a high status. Sarutobi Hiruzen's status destined him to gain favor easily. Except for a time traveler like him, few people in Konoha village could resist the active approach of the Hokage. I have heard about the power of the 8 gates from Mr. Tobirama a long time ago, but unfortunately I have never had the opportunity to witness it with my own eyes. I wonder if you can satisfy my regret today. Habitually pulling a little favor, Sarutobi Hiruzen started to talk business. Since it is the regret of the Hokage, there is of course no reason to refuse. Jingmen, open! Might Dai clenched his fists, and his whole body burst into chakra. He roared and opened the 6th gate directly, and his whole body was covered with green energy. The 8 gates of ninjutsu were supposed to be opened one by one. You had to open the front gate first before you could open the back gate. But if you mastered the 8 gates of ninjutsu to a certain level, you could directly skip the front gate and open the back gate. Might Dai's current limit was to skip the first 5 gates and open the 6th gate directly. Whoosh! The powerful chakra that Might Dai instantly burst out triggered the airflow, bending the surrounding green grass and blowing Sarutobi Hiruzen's black and grey hair. This is the 6th gate of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu? Feeling the might that erupted from Might Guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed an interested look. Although there is no special eye that can directly see through the gates opened by Might Guy's body, based on the relevant description of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, he can judge that Might Guy is currently in the state of 6 gates. When the first 5 gates of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu are used, there will be no special changes to the body's exterior. Starting from the 6th gate, each gate will change. At the 6th gate, the whole body will be filled with green energy, the 7th gate will have blue steam, and after opening the death gate, there will be blood-red steam. Attack me, don't hold back. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. If you want to test your strength, the best way is to fight. Although it was just a shadow clone, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a lot of chakra, about 30% of the chakra. A hint of excitement flashed in Might Day's eyes. Since he had mastered the 8 gates, he had only fought with Mu. He didn't expect that he could fight with the 3rd Hokage so soon. As Sarutobi Hiruzen wished, Might Day did not hold back and used the power of the 6 gates to the extreme to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a whoosh, Might Day instantly disappeared from the spot and kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was still calm without any panic. Just when Might Day's leg was about to kick Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure disappeared, making Might Day's attack miss. The speed is really good, surpassing many jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who used the instant body technique to leave, nodded secretly in his heart. After the attack failed, Might Day was not discouraged. After all, this was the 3rd generation Hokage. He quickly locked Sarutobi Hiruzen's position and continued to run towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time Might Day used his fist. Under the powerful fist force, just swinging his fist could induce the air to create a shock wave and rush towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed a seal and spit out a lot of mud to form a hard rock wall. Boom! Might Dai's fist hit the hard rock wall hard, causing the rock wall to shake and crack slightly. Mu looked at this scene without any surprise. The strength of ninjutsu depends on the user. If it was the earth flow wall of the 8-year-old Kakashi, the 6-door Might Dai could blast it open with one punch, but this was the earth flow wall of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The cracks appeared because Sarutobi Hiruzen was not serious. The strength is not bad either. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to comment on Might Dai's performance. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to attack, using the instant body technique to stand on the earth wall at a very fast speed, and then quickly formed a seal to spit out a hurricane. Facing a strong man like the 3rd Hokage, Might Dai did not dare to slack off. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to attack, he immediately dodged and left. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen used various high-level ninjutsu of different attributes as if showing off his skills, making the place where the two fought very embarrassing. After fighting for nearly 7 minutes, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to say, "Let's stop here." Then Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and touched his beard and said, "The 8 gates of ninjutsu are indeed powerful. Only 6 gates are enough to defeat many senior ninjas." Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the real power of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu lies in the 7th gate and the 8th gate, but both of them come at a great cost. Opening the 7th gate will definitely cause injury, to the point where it will hurt even if you touch it with your hand, and opening the 8th gate will only lead to death. However, he can roughly infer the strength of the 8th gate Might Dai through the strength of the 6th gate Might Dai. If the 8th gate is opened, maybe he can have the same strength as me in a short period of time. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought in his heart. Of course, it's not the shadow clone, but his original body in its prime. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally understood the feelings of Senju Tobirama when he wanted to form the 8 Gates Ninja team. If this really succeeds, then Konoha will have a trump card with great deterrence in the war, and can directly decapitate the enemy leader without sending too many. Just 2 8 Gates ninjas and a few jonins will be enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to train 8 Gates ninjas at this moment, but the war is still going on, and the timing is a bit inappropriate. No matter what you do during the war, you need to be cautious. your original achievements are not enough to be promoted to Chunin, but because you are the first person in Konoha to successfully practice the 8 Gates Ninja, and you have fulfilled the last wish of Mr. Tobirama, I specially promoted you to Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious face. Thank you, Sandame-sama. Might Dai clenched his right fist tightly, feeling very excited. He was very grateful to Miyu, thanking Miyu for helping him create such an opportunity, and he was also grateful to Sarutobi Hiruzen for promoting him. But Might Dai felt that he needed to be grateful to himself the most, the self who was not shaken by the rumors of others, the self who practiced a physical skill day after day for 10 years, and the self who believed that hard work would eventually pay off. You deserve this. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. It can only be said that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. If it weren't for the continuous practice of the 8 gates, Might Dai would not have become a 10,000-year-old genin that everyone despised, but if he didn't practice the 8 gates, Might Dai might not have become a very strong ninja, nor would he have been specially promoted to a Chunin like he is now. Dai, go to the Hokage building to get a set of Chunin uniforms and promotion forms. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his hand seal and cancelled the shadow clone, allowing the memory to flow back to the main body. The difference between Konoha Genin and Chunin is that Genin only has forehead protectors, while Chunin will be given a green ninja vest. Congratulations, Senior Dai. Miyu congratulated with a smile. Thanks to your help, Miyu. Might Dai for Miyu gave a thumbs up and said gratefully. Might Guy wanted to take the uniform and the form to become a Chunin back to Might Guy to show him the good news. So the two of them quickly rushed to the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very quick. After they arrived at the Hokage building, they received the Chunin 2-piece suit, vest, and promotion form without waiting. The Chunin standard vest was sealed in plastic. Might Guy thought about it and tore it open, and put on the green vest directly, so that Might Guy would find it when he returned. However, when Might Guy was wearing the vest and picking up the form to go home, he was stopped by Miyu. Senior Dai, excuse me, it's Kai's birthday today. What gift did you prepare for Kai? Miyu stopped Might Guy and asked. Might Guy pulled out a green tights of the same style as his from somewhere, laughed and gave a thumbs up and said. Of course it's an affordable and easy to use tights. Miyu finally knew why Might Guy gave Shisui a tights on his birthday. Senior Dai, I have a suggestion. For example, we can write some physical training experience together and give it to a Kai, so that even when he goes on a mission, he can practice according to the experience above. Miyu raised his glasses and suggested with a smile. There is a big gap between the mastery level and the perfect level. He is worried that he will be a little short of the perfect level skills at that time, so he thought of CO creating and giving it to Might Guy. Miyu, you are still thoughtful, then do as you say. Might Guy nodded heavily, this is indeed better than giving tights. At night, Might Guy's house. At this time, Miyu's disciples have basically arrived. Obito, Nohara Rin, Shisui, and Kakashi have all arrived at Might Guy's house. Hey, where is teacher Miyu? Why hasn't she come yet? It's already past 7. Obito glanced at the time and scratched his head in confusion. Teacher Miyu must have his reasons for not coming. Shisui said with a thoughtful look. Kakashi glanced at Shisui. Shisui was the only person he didn't know well, but he remembered that Shisui and Might Guy had run together before, so he should be Might Guy's friend at the ninja school. Did he run into a lost old lady? Obito speculated based on his own experience. It shouldn't be. Even if he ran into 5 old ladies, teacher Miyu could use a shadow clone to help and then come back with her real body. Nohara Lin thought that Miyu wouldn't be late because of this. Maybe she went to do something with my dad. Might Guy recalled what Might Guy said yesterday. Might Guy didn't show up either. He felt that the two should be together, but he didn't know what that amazing and youthful thing was. I'm back. Might Guy's full-bodied voice reached everyone's ears. This chapter is 3.2k, and there should be about 4-5k left. Chapter 184 Excited Might Guy. Might Guy and Miu Yu walked into the house together. "Dad, welcome home," Might Guy said aloud, and was stunned when he saw Might Guy walking in. Might Guy was green on top of green. No, he was wearing a green Chunin vest. This is still easy to recognize, because Might Guy usually only wears green tights, and the vest on his body can be seen at a glance. "Dad, could it be that the very powerful and youthful thing you said is?" Might Guy's eyes gradually became brighter and brighter, and his voice became more and more excited. He thought of a possibility that made him extremely happy. "Yes, it's what you think," Might Guy laughed and said. Might Guy gave himself a thumbs up, showing his 2 rows of white teeth, and laughed heartily to Might Guy. "Now I am not Konoha Genin Might Guy, but Konoha Chunin Might Guy. Dad, you are finally promoted to Chunin, no one can say you are a 10,000-year Genin anymore." Might Guy excitedly went forward and hugged Might Guy. Might Guy also hugged Might Guy, and both of them were so happy that they burst into tears and looked very excited. Might Guy was happy that no one could say his father was a 10,000-year Genin anymore, and Might Guy was happy that he could give Might Guy more support. Obito scratched his head, and he couldn't understand this picture. In Obito's cognition, Chunin was not very powerful. Kakashi became a Chunin at the age of 6. However, Obito could still feel that Might Guy and Might Guy had a good relationship as father and son. Shisui looked at the deep love between the father and son and thought of the short blade he carried close to his body, but he was not too envious. Kakashi is the one who can best understand the significance of Might Guy as a Chunin. He and Might Guy have known each other for a long time. When he went to check his admission results, White Fang saw Might Guy's potential and said that Kakashi could be friends with Might Guy and that Might Guy might surpass Kakashi in the future. So Kakashi also knows something about Might Guy's family situation. Unlike his father, Might Guy's father Might Guy is not a famous strong man, but just a despised 10,000-year-old Genin. Might Guy himself does not care about the opinions of outsiders, but Might Guy cares a lot. He does not allow anyone to slander his father in person, and even goes to seek revenge on those ninjas without considering their strength. If Kakashi had not happened to pass by and solved the 2 ninjas that day, Might Guy would definitely have been beaten up. Now that Might Guy has become a Chunin, the 10,000-year-old Genin's words are self-defeating. Might Guy's joy and excitement can be seen in his heart. As you can imagine. "Kai, you should thank Teacher Miu Yu more. This time I was able to get promoted thanks to Teacher Miu Yu." Might Guy put his hand on Might Guy's shoulder and said seriously. Miu Yu's help to their family was really great. Not to mention the introduction of him to the 3rd Hokage and the gift of secret medicine. Just as Might Guy's teacher, Miu Yu has done the utmost in this regard and considered all aspects. "Well, Teacher Miu Yu, thank you for everything you have done for me. I really appreciate it," Might Guy said excitedly with tears flowing again. Thinking back to the time when he met Miu Yu, Might Guy sometimes has an unrealistic dream. From Miu Yu, Might Guy can really feel the same kind of feelings as Might Guy, who treats him unconditionally and does not seek rewards. He will be very happy as long as he grows up. But Might Guy did not expect Miu Yu to do this, and even helped his father get promoted and get rid of the identity of a 10,000-year-old ninja. This was beyond Might Guy's expectation. He thought Miu Yu had been good enough to him. She taught him the powerful forbidden technique of rock breathing without hesitation, and gave him secret medicine to eliminate fatigue and hidden injuries for free every month. Having already achieved this level, Might Guy naturally would not be dissatisfied at all. In his heart, Miu Yu has always been second only to Might Day. But Miu Yu's help in promoting Might Day this time made Might Guy realize more deeply how good Miu Yu was to him. Although Miu Yu had not given him a gift at this moment, Might Guy thought he had received the best birthday gift and he felt Miu Yu's intentions. It is also Senior Day who has the strength. I just did something within my ability, Miu Yu said with a smile, and then took out a handkerchief to wipe Might Guy's tears. He would not do this kind of thing normally because he felt it was a bit too much, but it was just right at this time and in this atmosphere. After all, it is the omnipotent Mu immortal. Obito said with a smile, and then took out a green tights and handed it to Might Guy. This is a gift. I specially asked someone to make a tights. There is a word Kai on the front of the chest. Might Guy took the tights and unfolded it. As Obito said, there was a word Kai embroidered on the front of the chest. Obito, you have great taste. Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up and praised him. He was very satisfied with Obito's gift. I thought you would like it more if you wore tights every day, Kai. Obito smiled proudly. This is a painting I drew. Noharolin smiled gently and gave her gift. Might Guy took the painting and looked at it carefully. The painting showed the scene of their usual training in the forest. There were not only Might Guy but also other people. Might Guy was sweating profusely while lifting a stone to exercise. Shisui was practicing fire escape seriously. There was a big fireball in front of him, and Obito was covering his head and saying something, and Mu still kept his fingers together. The overall layout looked very warm. Haha, it's a great drawing. Obito's expression when he was hit is exactly the same as usual. Might Guy laughed. Ah? What hit? Obito looked curiously and happened to see the part where he was hit. Why am I the only one who was hit while they were all practicing? Xiaolin, you misunderstood me too much. Obito said with a heartache. I think it will be more interesting this way. Noharolin covered her mouth and chuckled. Shisui gave Might Guy a weight-bearing ninja tool for training, while Kakashi gave him a few secret medicines for training. This is the experience of physical training that your father and I wrote together. Even if we are not around in the future, you can practice according to the experience in this notebook. Mu smiled and handed a notebook to Might Guy. Kai, your youth is constantly moving forward. Might Guy laughed and encouraged. Might Guy nodded heavily. At this time, a breeze blew and spread the notebook open. Might Guy saw various experiences about the 8 gates and rock breathing in it, and saw 2 completely different handwritings. Might Guy's mind appeared the scene of the 2 of them thinking hard together to write down their insights, and tears of joy and excitement flowed again. Teacher Mu, Dad, thank you for your gifts, I will definitely not let you down. Mu showed a warm smile. A gold mine was discovered. There is one more chapter. Chapter 185 New Perfect Skills. Disciple Might Guy's trust level has been increased, and the current trust level is 4. You gave the disciple a collection of physical training insights, and the disciple is extremely grateful for the reward of supercritical strikes, and received the reward armament color domineering, perfect level. The reward was slightly less than that of Shisui, but it is understandable. After all, Might Guy is not a member of the Uchiha clan, and it is impossible for him to open his eyes and increase his strength when he is emotional. However, Mu is still very satisfied with the overall harvest. Might Guy's trust level is full, and the chakra increase in the future will be 4 times the benefit of Shisui, and he also gained a perfect skill. Perfect level skills are very valuable. Mu recognizes Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength, regardless of other aspects. Even with his densely packed skill library, Sarutobi Hiruzen only has one combination ninjutsu skill that is close to perfect level. And this perfect level skill is actually the armed color domineering that the strong man next door must have, which is even better. Based on some of the system localized skills currently obtained, Mu speculates that the system has improved the skills. The localization will refer to the strength of the skills in the original world. For example, the breathing method in Demon Slayer, if you don't know the breathing method, you can't fight against demons at all. The importance can be imagined, so the breathing method is basically at the level of forbidden skills after localization. Although skills of the level of shaving and finger gun are okay in the local world, they are not too important. So after the system is localized, they are just excellent physical skills, which are not very important. A large number of training memories related to armament haki kept emerging in Mu-Yu's mind. It seemed that he had practiced this skill for decades in an instant. After getting the training memory, Mu-Yu immediately judged that this was a super practical Yindun secret technique. After the localization of armament haki, it belongs to Yindun. The strength of haki is related to the user's mental strength and chakra strength. The entry-level armament haki can be hardened by using, that is, through the change of Yindun's nature, a layer of black substance is created to cover any part of the body, which can not only enhance defense but also increase attack power, and can also be added to Kunao Shuriken. After becoming proficient, you can wrap and release the armament haki. Wrapping means wrapping special armament haki chakra around the limbs to enhance strength and can be used together with hardening, while releasing means directly releasing the armament haki Yin-Tun chakra, like spitting fire in Fire Tun and spitting water in Water Tun. The armament haki that reaches the mastery level has absolute control over the haki on the body, and can concentrate the haki at a certain point to create the ultimate defense or the ultimate attack. As for the perfect level, it comprehensively improves the quality of haki. As long as the chakra is sufficient, the hard ninjutsu cannot be hit, and the haki is added to the punch to collapse the sky and crack the earth. After recalling the use of haki in his mind, Mu-Yu even felt that Might Guy could learn it. Although it is a secret technique, armament haki belongs to the type of powerful brick flying type. Without fine operation before mastering it, Mu-Yu felt that Might Guy could not learn it to the mastery level. With Guy's talent in ninjutsu, it would be difficult to bring it to the mastery level even if he had the teaching skills. Getting started is considered a success, and becoming proficient is considered a gain. Anyway, after Might Guy opens the 8 gates, he has more chakra than anything else. He just pours chakra into it, and his whole body is high-intensity armed color, which is hard and has high output. Even if he can only use hardening, it is a great improvement. Mu-Yu thought in his heart. The fundamental reason why he cannot use it after opening the 8 gates is that the chakra is too violent and cannot reach the standard of using ninjutsu. But what about this armed color domineering secret technique? It is not a specific ninjutsu, but a method of using chakra. Take the shadow secret technique of the Nara clan as an example. The core is also the change of the nature of Yindun, and the shadow imitation technique, shadow seam, and shadow stab technique are specific ninjutsu. Mu-Yu does not need Might Guy to use his domineering to make it a ninjutsu. He only needs Might Guy to use hardening. However, Mu-Yu is not sure whether it can succeed. After all, he has not conducted experiments yet, but he feels that there is a chance of success. After everyone gave their gifts, they blew the cake, made wishes, and a series of other processes. My birthday is February 10th, only a month away, so come along. Obito reminded with a silly smile while eating the cake. It's Kai's birthday now, Obito, you're too impatient. Nohara-rin said helplessly. Only Obito can promote his birthday while celebrating someone else's birthday. Hehe, seeing everyone so happy, I couldn't help but say it. Obito said with a smile. Obito is looking forward to it, and Mu-Yu is also looking forward to it. After all, there are not many opportunities to get rewards like this. Mu-Yu feels that it is a little easier to get Obito's gold coins than Might Guy. Although both of them are not too lacking in the love of their elders compared to Shisui, there are also big differences in detail, because Might Guy is a father and Obito is a grandmother. Although Obito is helpful, he does not treat everyone equally. On the contrary, Obito is the kind of person who will treat you better the better you are to me, the deeper my feelings for you will be. In the original work, Obito turned into a psychopath after seeing Nohara-rin die. Nohara-rin really started taking care of Obito since he was still a kid. When Obito was late for school, Nohara-rin sent him the admission documents. After that, she took care of him all the way until she died under the conspiracy of Uchiha Madara. So in Obito's big explosion plan, Mu-Yu was going to let Obito see his seriousness about Obito's birthday, his meticulousness in preparing gifts, and his meticulous care for Obito from the beginning. Just don't be late on your own birthday. Kakashi said lightly. You will be late on your own birthday. Obito retorted, and then remembered that he hadn't told Nohara-rin about Kakashi's failure in the mission. Xiaolin, let me tell you, don't think that Kakashi is a chunin, and Kai and I are still trainee ninjas. In fact, Kakashi is not as reliable as us when doing missions. When we entered the land of fields, we encountered the enemy. I held back a powerful ninja of the enemy, and Kai tried hard to protect the client. Only Kakashi was a burden to teacher Miyu, and was controlled and couldn't move. Obito seized the opportunity to slander wildly, which stunned Nohara-rin. Kakashi's face darkened. Obito didn't say anything about the strength of the enemy who controlled him. Instead, he talked about how strong the ninja he faced was. Since Obito was so smuggling, Kakashi was not polite. He recalled various details at that time and attacked Obito fiercely. The room suddenly became more lively. At the end of the battle, Kakashi and Obito were still reviewing the battle verbally, looking for each other's weaknesses. Miyu went to the South Forest alone to test her new ideas. Chapter 186 The Possibility of Armament Haki. Miyu quietly went deep into the forest, and kept her Byakugan open all the way to make sure there were no other ninjas around her. Miyu first tested the use of armament haki without opening the 8 gates, condensing the chakra in her hand, and then quickly changing its nature. Along with the use of chakra, Miyu's right palm was quickly covered with a layer of black substance, which looked like a black glove. Miyu took out a kunai with his left hand and stabbed it hard towards his right hand. Dang! When the kunai touched the palm covered with armament haki, it shook violently as if it had stabbed something extremely hard, and it could not penetrate at all. Miyu's left hand chakra was activated, and the power of thunder release was attached to the kunai, greatly increasing the power of the kunai. Tsitsai. The shining blue lightning wrapped Miyu's palm, constantly bombarding Miyu's palm covered with armament haki. However, although the layer of black material may be as thin as paper, it has extremely strong defensive power. Even if the lightning escape continued to shock for several minutes, nothing happened. The defensive power of armament haki hardening is considerable. Miyu nodded, recognizing the defensive power of this localized armament haki of Naruto. Miyu actually mastered a ninjutsu that is a bit similar to armament haki hardening, a ninjutsu called Earth Escapee Earth Spear. This ninjutsu can harden the body to enhance defense and attack power. Miyu compared the strength of the Earth Spear with that of armament haki and found that the upper limit of the Earth Spear is far lower than that of armament haki, whether it is attack, defense, or versatility. The Earth Spear only has the ability similar to hardening, and cannot be added to weapons, and it can't be as far beyond attack as haki. The only advantage of the Earth Spear is that it can be used with armament haki, and the two do not conflict. However, Miyu felt that it was unnecessary. The armament haki alone was strong enough. If he used the Earth Spear again, the defense would overflow. It was a waste of chakra. Just after testing the defense with the lightning release kunai, Miyu created a shadow clone and used pseudo-darkness to chop him. Miyu used the armament haki to protect his arm and directly opened his palm to resist the complete pseudo-darkness. The output capacity of pseudo-darkness is naturally needless to say, which means that he can basically ignore most ninjutsu. Of course, Miyu can't just take all ninjutsu in the future battles. He really thinks that armament haki doesn't need chakra. Miyu tried to use armament haki to the extreme, but found that using 10,000 points of chakra to use armament haki to harden and wrap his fist was far from the limit. Miyu thought about it, and finally didn't throw a punch with 10,000 points of chakra, so he cancelled it. It's better to be low-key in Konoha. It would be bad if the Anbu were to be attracted by the noise. Then Miyu tested the effect of armament haki to strengthen the weapon. He chose a standard shuriken. Miyu threw the shuriken with the black armament haki on the blade towards a half-man-high stone. The armament haki shuriken easily penetrated the stone, and even penetrated the tree behind the stone, showing its excellent penetrating power. However, the chakra consumed by haki made Mu feel that this should be used as a ninjutsu, otherwise how much chakra would be needed to casually throw out a bunch of shurikens with armament haki. Since the previous test showed that the earth spear can be used with armament haki, Mu tried to use armament haki to strengthen ninjutsu next. Mu first tested the lightning escape. While using Chidori, he also used armament haki to change the nature of yin escape and let armament haki entangle Chidori. The Chidori with armament haki is no longer pure blue lightning, but black-blue lightning, which looks a bit weird. The Chidori with armament haki has greatly increased its power and its destructive power has become very terrifying. Everything touched by the black lightning is destroyed. Not all ninjutsu can be enhanced by armament haki. After testing, Mu found that only a few ninjutsu can be enhanced, and most ninjutsu are not suitable, especially fire, wind and water. The ninjutsu that is suitable for armament haki is either held in the hand or small and powerful. This is a gratifying discovery, which means that Mu's output limit has increased again, and his burst has become stronger. In addition, Mu also tested whether armament haki can be compatible with the patterns of breathing methods. He tested them one by one and found no problems. Open the door, open. Finally, Mu opened the 8 gates, trying to use haki with the 8 gates open. Mu condensed chakra in his hand again, and soon his palm was covered with armament haki. Mu was not too surprised. The more gates of the 8 gates are opened, the more violent the chakra is. He can even use ninjutsu in the state of the first gate. Rest gate, open. Life gate, open. Mu opened 2 gates in one breath, and instantly felt that the chakra in his body began to become uncontrollable. In the state of the 3rd gate, Mu could no longer use ninjutsu because chakra was too difficult to control. Mu, who had been prepared, did not care about this. Since there was no way to perform fine operations, she would not operate. Mu burst out all the chakra in her body and used the armed color domineering. The dark domineering instantly covered Mu's whole body, making Mu look like she was wearing an airtight black armor. Mu could feel the chakra in the body is being consumed rapidly. The consumption of using armament haki on the whole body is much higher than that of the palm or an arm. If you want to ensure the strength of armament haki, the consumption will be even greater. For Mu, it is not worth it to use armament haki on the whole body. When encountering most ninjutsu, you can switch to thunder breathing to burst and run away. The consumption of chakra is much lower than that of using armament haki on the whole body. But Might Guy is different. The huge amount of chakra increased by the opening of the 8 gates of ninjutsu Might Guy can't use up at all, and his only means of attack is physical skills. Most of the time, he needs to fight face to face. Armament haki on the whole body can protect the body well. After testing all the items, Mu concluded that armament haki can be used in the state of 8 gates of ninjutsu, but don't think about concentrating a little to enhance strength and only harden the arm. Either it can't be used, or it will cover the whole body when used, and there is no way to control the specific part. And there is no way to use armament haki to strengthen weapons, so you can only use armament haki to harden and cover your body. Mu can only say that 8 gates of ninjutsu plus armament haki is the ultimate force, and there is no operation at all. Mu also tried the 8 gates of the ninjutsu plus rock breathing pattern plus armament haki, but the chakra consumption caused Mu to exit quickly within 3 seconds. The chakra consumption was too exaggerated, and his 3-gate 8 gates of the ninjutsu could not withstand it at all. Mu would rather use only the 8 gates of the ninjutsu plus rock breathing or only the 8 gates of the ninjutsu plus armament haki, although the strength is weaker, but it is more durable. I don't know how long it will take Might Guy to learn it. Although he is a powerful type before he masters armament haki, the difficulty of Yin Dun is more difficult than the 5 basic properties. Mu feels that it may be several times more difficult for Might Guy to get started with armament haki than rock breathing. Although rock breathing is difficult, it fits Might Guy's personality very well, and rock breathing is a physical skill. Armament haki is different. This is a real Yindun secret technique, and you need to learn the changes in Yindun properties. Although Might Guy is not like Li who cannot learn ninjutsu, his talent in ninjutsu can only be described as horrible. Mu Yu had a hard time teaching Might Guy Shadow Clone before. Shisui learned the ninjutsu once, but Might Guy spent a month but failed to make the proficiency of Shadow Clone reach above 40, and this was with the blessing of the teaching skill. Later, Mu Yu simply told Might Guy not to learn, because Shadow Clone was not very meaningful to Might Guy anyway. Facing such a Might Guy, even if the teaching skill has been upgraded once, his own proficiency in Yindun nature change is not low, and he has perfect level domineering. Mu Yu feels that it is still not easy to teach Might Guy's armament haki to the entry level, and the time may be calculated in years. Chapter 187 Teaching Secret Techniques. In the early morning, Mu Yu met with the disciples at the training ground as usual. We will not do tasks these days, and concentrate on training to improve our strength, Mu Yu said in front of Obito, Kakashi and other disciples. The income from D-level missions continued to decrease, and coupled with the newly acquired powerful secret technique of armament haki, Mu Yu decided to let the students concentrate on training for a while. Mu Yu quickly continued, "We will not train in the training ground today, but in another place." Now that he has established initial trust with Kakashi, Mu Yu is ready to change the training location to the South Forest again. Since Mu Yu started to teach interns, Nohara Rin and Shisui have not received the professor bonus, and they are all taught by the shadow clones. Since they are all training, Mu Yu will definitely strive to maximize the income, and everyone will teach together and receive the bonus of the teaching skills together. Kakashi has no objection to this. The various trainings of ninjas need to be practiced in different places, so Konoha will have so many training grounds to provide ninjas with a comprehensive training place. Where are you going to practice? Outside the village? Are you going to teach any new powerful ninjutsu? Obito asked with a curious look in his eyes. Not outside the village, it's in the South Forest, but there is indeed a secret technique to teach you. Mu Yu replied. What kind of secret technique is it? Is it the fire escape that you used before, Mr. Mu Yu? Obito's interest was aroused at once. It's not fire escape. Mu Yu shook her head. Obito's interest was a little less, but he was still excited. After all, Mu Yu said so he should be able to learn it. Secret technique. Kakashi noticed the elements in Mu Yu's words. The so-called secret technique is a ninjutsu with a high degree of confidentiality. Generally, ninjutsu that can be called secret techniques are not simple. After all, if they are not strong, they don't need to be kept secret. Many ninja families in Konoha have inherited secret techniques, and the most famous one is Ino Shikacho. However, rather than saying that ninja families are more likely to have secret techniques, it is better to say that it is easier to form ninja families with secret techniques. If he practices the swordsmanship passed down to him by Hotaki Sakumo to the same level as Hotaki Sakumo, and then passes it on to the next generation, it will be considered a secret technique over time. Kakashi is a little curious about where Mu Yu's secret technique came from, and he has never heard of a ninja with a strong surname like Hanyu. Could it be that teacher Mu Yu created it? Kakashi had a guess in his heart. This is not impossible, because Mu Yu's strength is really unfathomable. The enemy in the last encounter was already considered to be quite powerful, but Mu Yu it can be easily solved without taking it too seriously, and there are even a few chunins left for them to practice. In Kakashi's mind, even if Mu Yu's strength has not reached the level of the three ninjas, it is not far away. Considering Mu Yu's age, this is already a super genius. With this strength and age, Kakashi would not be too surprised even if he developed a secret technique that can support a ninja clan. Secret technique, should I learn it? Might Guy scratched his head and asked Mu Yu. Although Might Guy is very confident, he is confident in his efforts and perseverance. In terms of ninjutsu talent, Might Guy still respects the facts. His ninjutsu talent is indeed difficult to describe. In this regard, he admits that if his ninjutsu talent is good, he doesn't need to specialize in physical skills. You have to learn it, and you must learn it. It is very important for you in the future, as important as rock breathing. Mu Yu said seriously. For Might Guy who specializes in physical skills, armament haki is too important. Even if it is just getting started, it will increase his upper limit. When Mu Yu said this, Might Guy instantly realized the importance of the unknown secret technique. Might Guy, who had already mastered the rock breathing, knew how much rock breathing could help him. It had a stronger training effect, stronger explosive power, and could be used in conjunction with the 8 gates. Then Mu Yu led the disciples to move to the South Forest for training. When Mu Yu and the others arrived, Shisui and Nohara Rin had already started training under the guidance of the Shadow Clone. Teacher Mu Yu. Shisui quickly found the few people who had not hidden their traces, stopped practicing, and greeted Mu Yu. Mu Yu nodded and smiled in response. Nohara Rin, who was practicing her super strength, heard Shisui's voice and found Mu Yu and the others. After breaking the tree she was practicing with a punch, she also smiled gently and greeted Mu Yu and the others. Listening to Nohara Rin's good morning accompanied by the rumbling sound of the tree falling to the ground, looking at the fallen tree and Nohara Rin's thin arms waving, Kakashi's pupils shrank. Is Xylan's power so great? Kakashi recalled his memories of school and found that there were no memories related to this. Unlike Kakashi who was surprised, Obito was already used to it. He felt it was normal after seeing it many times. Good morning, Rin. Obito said with a silly smile to Nohara Rin. You looked very youthful just now. Might Guy praised Nohara Rin with a thumbs up. The progress is not bad, but there are still many places that can be improved. Mu Yu nodded and gave Nohara Rin some pointers. Nohara Rin, who listened carefully, quickly formed a picture of Mu Yu's words in her mind, and rehearsed the strange power in her mind. Many points that she couldn't figure out before had new ideas. Thank you, Teacher Mu Yu, it feels much clearer all of a sudden. Nohara Rin recalled the memory of the inspiration just now, her eyes brightened a little, and she quickly thanked Mu Yu and continued to practice. Kakashi looked at this scene with a thoughtful expression. He felt strange from the beginning. It was nothing for Shisui to call Mu Yu teacher, because Mu Yu was a teacher in the ninja school, but it was strange that there were 2 shadow clones of Mu Yu here. It is not necessary to send 2 shadow clones to explore the way in advance for training in the village. After all, the training location must be thought of in advance, not decided on the spur of the moment. Seeing how Mu Yu taught Nohara Rin skillfully, and Nohara Rin's performance, Kakashi's doubts were solved. Shisui and Nohara Rin should be Mu Yu's extra disciples, so Mu Yu brought them here to practice together. Kakashi even had a guess in his mind, maybe Obito and Might Guy had also become Mu Yu's disciples a long time ago, so their strength improved by leaps and bounds. After all, both parties are in the ninja school, maybe Mu Yu likes them, so he taught them. Shisui, put down your training for the time being, I want to teach you a secret technique today. Mu Yu stopped Shisui's training. Shisui has already opened the Sharingan, with the blessing of the Sharingan, learning the domineering related to yin escape is simply a natural advantage. Shisui, who was originally continuing to practice, immediately stopped practicing and walked to Mu Yu's main body. Mu Yu has no plan to let Nohara Rin learn haki for the time being. Currently, Nohara Rin's training items are enough for her to practice for a long time, including Palm Immortal Technique, Super Strength Chakra Scalpel. When those are almost trained, Nohara Rin can learn haki. Because even if Nohara Rin learns haki now, it will be useless. Chakra is not enough. Nohara Rin is the one with the least chakra among Mu Yu's disciples, and currently has only 700 chakra. There are many reasons for the lack of chakra. First, her chakra amount is not much. When Mu Yu first saw it, it was far lower than Might Guy and Obito. In addition, Nohara Rin became a disciple 1 semester later than Obito and others, and there is no breathing method suitable for her. The reason why he taught others was because Might Guy could have a qualitative change after learning it, and Might Guy learns slowly, so he will learn it sooner. Shisui has already opened the Sharingan, and he has a good talent, so he will learn it quickly. Moreover, Shisui is very good at Shuriken and Kunao. As for Obito, it will be sooner or later for Uchiha to open his eyes. Currently, there is no skill with higher benefits than armament haki. Kakashi is also very talented, so he may learn quickly, and Kakashi's fighting style will be greatly improved after learning armament haki. When chakra is not enough in the early stage, you can use haki to bless ninjutsu without haki, just strengthen the White Fang short blade, and the attack ability can be greatly improved. The secret technique I want to teach you is called armament haki. Miyu introduced. Listening to this extremely unfamiliar secret technique, the name made Kakashi more certain that this was a secret technique developed by Miyu himself. You all should know that in addition to the 5 basic nature changes of fire and water, there is also a special chakra nature change called yin and yang. This armament haki belongs to Yin Tun. Might Guy was already confused. He felt that the 5 basic natures were like heavenly books. How difficult would this special chakra nature change be? Shisui looked calm. He had already mastered Yin Tun, and his level was not bad. It was not entirely due to the Sharingan. He had been learning illusions with Miyu before. Wow, it sounds very powerful. The name is domineering. Obito was a little looking forward to the specific effect of this ninjutsu. Miyu concentrated the chakra on his right arm, and soon the whole arm quickly turned black, as if wearing a pitch-black armor. Armament haki can create a very special chakra through Yin-Tun nature changes, which can be attached to a person to greatly enhance the defense and attack capabilities. Miyu continued to introduce. Shisui, try stabbing my arm with a kunao. Miyu was ready to demonstrate the actual effect of armament haki. Shisui showed a hint of hesitation in his eyes, but out of trust in Miyu, he took out a kunao from his ninja bag and walked in front of Miyu, and quickly stabbed Miyu's arm covered with an unknown black substance. The other 3 disciples focused their attention on the kunao and the arm that was about to be stabbed. Then something surprising happened. The sharp kunao did not leave any marks on Miyu's shoulder, not even a white mark, as if it had not been attacked. Use all your strength, Miyu said. Shisui nodded, holding the kunao with both hands and stabbing it suddenly. Just now, he knew that Miyu's secret technique was not simple, so Shisui was relieved. Dang! A metal collision sounded, and the huge recoil force from the kunao made Shisui's hands tremble slightly. Everyone could see that Shisui really used a lot of strength this time. When everyone's eyes were put back on Miyu's arm, they found that Miyu's arm still had no changes. The smooth black arm even reflected light under the sun. Use chakra and concentrate on breathing. Miyu continued to speak. Whether a ninja uses chakra or not is completely different. Yet, Shisui responded while quickly changing his breathing rhythm, entering the state of breathing of fire, and concentrating his breathing again and again to obtain the strongest power. With the blessing of the power of breathing, Shisui burst out the chakra in his hand to further increase his strength, and finally stabbed Miyu's arm with all his strength. Bang! After the kunao stabbed Miyu's arm, everyone saw the sharp part of the kunao break directly and fall to the ground before they had time to see if Miyu's arm was injured. This defense is too strong. Obito looked at Miyu's arm, his eyes widened and he said in disbelief. He felt that if this could cover the whole body, it would be too safe in battle, and there would be no need to worry about getting injured. Might Guy understood why Miyu said he must learn this secret technique. If he mastered this secret technique, he would not need to learn weapons in the future, and could directly fight others with his armed color domineering bare hands. Kakashi's eyes flickered. He still remembered that Miyu's initial words were to increase defense and attack at the same time. He was a little curious about the attack demonstration later. However, Miyu did not end the defense demonstration. He asked the students to step back, and then said to Shisui, "Use the full force of the Phoenix Claw Red to attack me. If you want to say shocking, then of course you have to face the ninjutsu directly. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red." Because Mu said to use full force, Shisui did not use the one-handed one-seal version of the kunao, but made a complete seal and threw a large number of shurikens. The high-speed shuriken touched the flames sprayed by Shisui, and instantly turned into dense small fireballs. At this age, he can actually use this level of ninjutsu. Kakashi looked at the might of Shisui's fire style and was very surprised. The first time he saw Shisui was when he was walking with Obito and Nohara-rin at night. At that time, Obito said that Shisui was a genius who was more talented than him. Kakashi didn't take Obito's words to heart before, after all, it was Obito's words. But now that Kakashi has seen Shisui perform fire style, it's hard to say whether he can beat him, but he is indeed a very strong genius. Seeing the fireball coming, Mu immediately burst out all his chakra to cover his whole body with armament haki, and his whole body turned black. Boom! The small fireballs kept hitting Mu's body, causing bursts of explosions, and the fierce flames completely covered Mu's figure. Obito tried to open his eyes wide, hoping to see through the flames and see Mu inside, but unfortunately he could only see a vague figure in the fire without the Sharingan. Mu waved his hand as if to drive away mosquitoes, and a strong gust of wind was generated instantly, blowing away the explosion smoke, revealing his unharmed body. She can resist the fire ninjutsu head-on easily. Kakashi was surprised to see that the black substance on Mu's body did not change at all. Kakashi knew that Mu could resist it. After all, if Mu could not withstand it, how could Shisui use his full strength? But in Kakashi's imagination, Mu's body should have some changes, such as leaving some marks on the black substance. But in fact, Mu's body did not any changes. Even when Mu cancelled the armament haki, it can be seen that even the clothes were not damaged at all. You know, this is a fire escape with both sharp shuriken and high temperature of flames. Kakashi feels that if this ninjutsu hits ordinary people, it can directly blow them up. Too cool, this is the ninjutsu I want to learn. Obito was instantly excited when he saw the shuriken falling from Mu's body and Mu who was unharmed, and a fantasy appeared in his mind. He and Nohara-rin were on a mission. Nohara-rin was attacked by a sneak attack. He activated the armament haki to help Nohara-rin resist the attack, and then asked Nohara-rin if she was injured without any damage. Xiaolin will definitely be impressed by my handsomeness. Obito thought about Nohara-rin's admiration for him and smiled foolishly. This is the defensive ability of armament haki. As long as your haki is strong enough, even ninjutsu can be resisted head-on. Mu said with a smile. Of course, before you have mastered a certain realm, don't use the armament haki like me to resist the ninjutsu. I do this because my strength is far beyond yours. Mu reminded. Under normal circumstances, Mu does not recommend the full-body armament haki except for special situations such as the 8 gates. The correct development route of armament haki is to focus on one point and reach the pinnacle. All of you come behind me, stay away, I'm going to attack. Mu continued. He consumed chakra to create armament haki, and then began to condense the armament haki on his fist, preparing for a simple straight punch. The 4 disciples stared at Mu's fist intently, curious about how strong the attack with the armament haki could be. Today is also 7K, please give me a monthly ticket, and strive for 10,000 a day tomorrow. Also recommend a friend's book. I'm a cultivator, you let me participate in the horror paradise. Introduction, be timid in the world of cultivation, and hit hard in the horror paradise. Chapter 188 Armed Punch. It was early January, the coldest time of the year, but the cold wind in the early morning could not stop the ninjas' enthusiasm for training. The disciples followed Mu's arm swinging, watching Mu punching with silence and holding their breath, worried that the noise would affect Mu's performance. Muyu did not use other abilities, he just converted a large amount of chakra into armed color domineering to harden his fist and wrap the domineering around his fist. He aimed at the river not far away, and swung his fist like an iron fist under the cover of armed color domineering. Whoosh! Just as Muyu swung his fist, a strong wind suddenly rose. Kakashi could feel the strong wind whistling in his ears, and the leaves were blown by the strong wind, like a warning of the coming rain. Boom boom boom! The next moment, a huge roar sounded, as if the air was blown up. The shock wave caused by the fist instantly broke and fell the trees in front of Muyu. Even Shisui and others in the back were affected by the residual power of the powerful impact and could not stand steadily. They had to use chakra to absorb the ground. What an exaggerated punch! Kakashi used his hands to block the various wood chips and leaves blown by the strong wind, squinting his eyes as he watched the shock wave destroy everything along the way, with an uncontrollable look of shock on his face. Kakashi had more experience than Obito and the others, but he had never seen this scene before. Might Guy was even more excited when he saw that Muyu had such a terrifying destructive power with just one punch. You know, Muyu didn't use the 8 gates of ninjutsu or the breathing method. If he used them all together, wouldn't he be able to punch through the entire South Forest with one punch? Attack and defense are equally excellent. If you can master them, it is much more important than learning a few more fire ninjutsu. Shisui judged in his heart. There is no doubt that the importance of armament haki can be compared with the breathing method. Muyu immortal, bless me, let me practice armament haki as smoothly as flame breathing. Obito has already prayed in his heart that he can successfully learn armament haki. After destroying all the trees along the way, the powerful impact sank into the river. With a loud bang, the river water continued to explode, and a large amount of river water and various river fish in it were blown up. Rin Nohara, who was originally practicing, stopped temporarily and looked at Muyu curiously. Muyu was quite satisfied with her control. Such an attack was very conspicuous outside, but it was just a small movement in the South Forest, which occupied 30% of Konoha's territory. In addition to choosing to strengthen your body, you can also use armament haki to harden your weapons. Muyu cancelled the armament haki on his fist, took out a kunai, attached hardened armament haki to the edge of the kunai, and at the same time wrapped the power of armament haki around the kunai. Muyu casually picked a nearby stone and threw the kunai away. With a whoosh, the kunai stabbed at the stone quickly, and blew up the stone the moment it touched it. What a versatile secret technique! Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. He thought that the attack and defense were already very strong, but he didn't expect that it could be added to weapons. Kakashi felt that this secret technique was very suitable for his fast, accurate and ruthless swordsmanship. The already sharp white fang short blade was strengthened by the armed color domineering, and the strength made Kakashi it felt like it would be a waste if I didn't cut something hard. Might Guy didn't feel much about this. He wasn't very good at using shuriken, and he rarely used kunai. He basically fought with fists and feet. Shisui's eyes lit up, and he felt that the short blade Muyu gave him would be of great use. As long as you practice the secret technique to a high level, there are actually many things that can be strengthened, even ninjutsu can be done. Muyu stretched out his hand and concentrated a large amount of chakra to change the nature of the lightning chakra. Then the shining purple lightning appeared in Muyu's hand. Muyu asked Kakashi to summon the earth flow wall, and Muyu used purple lightning to break the earth flow wall. After destroying the earth flow wall, Muyu asked Kakashi to use earth escape to summon an earth wall. This time, Muyu did not use ordinary purple lightning, but armed lightning escape purple lightning strengthened by armed color domineering. Boom boom! Under the attack of the terrifyingly destructive black-purple lightning, the wide and thick earth wall was instantly disintegrated, leaving only a pile of black charred mud and stones. Although the purple lightning showed great power both times, the 4 disciples could still clearly feel that the purple lightning with the armed color domineering was even more powerful. This secret technique is too strong, it can even strengthen ninjutsu. If you learn it, won't your overall strength change qualitatively? Obito felt that the strength of this domineering secret technique that Mu Yu taught was too exaggerated. Although the breathing method is strong, the breath of fire can only enhance fire escape, and the breath of rock is only outstanding in enhancing physical ability. But the armed color domineering is different. It can resist ninjutsu in terms of defense, and it can punch out as strong as ninjutsu in terms of attack power, and it can also strengthen weapons and ninjutsu. It can indeed enhance a lot of strength after learning it, but it's not as exaggerated as you think. Mu Yu shook his head and said. First of all, armament haki cannot strengthen all ninjutsu. For example, it is difficult to strengthen fire escape such as Great Fireball. Then, the chakra consumption of armament haki to strengthen ninjutsu is not small. Frequent use of armament haki to strengthen ninjutsu in battle will consume a lot of chakra. Obito thought things were too simple. Although armament haki is strong, it burns chakra. If it is not chakra, it can't withstand such burning. Especially for Mu Yu who has a lot of high proficiency skills, he feels that his chakra may not be enough to burn even if it reaches 200,000. High proficiency nature change can convert a lot of chakra in one breath, and the patterns of various breathing methods are also big consumers of chakra. Now there is a bottomless pit like perfect armament haki. Ah, fire escape is not okay. Obito scratched his head and suddenly felt that armament haki was not over the limit. It's not that fire escape is not okay, but most of the fire escape is not okay. Mu Yu corrected. Next, except for Shisui, the three of you have to learn the nature change of yin escape. Mu Yu began to arrange the next training. Most ninjas are born with a chakra attribute, but this does not mean that ninjas cannot master the changes in chakra properties other than the innate attribute. It is just that learning the changes in the properties of that innate attribute will be faster and the upper limit will be higher. Of course, there are exceptions. It is possible to have one more attribute or one less attribute. For example, Xiao Li has no chakra attribute, and when Mu Yu tested Might Guy's chakra attribute, he found that Might Guy has two innate attributes, one is thunder and the other is fire. Although Might Guy has two innate attributes, it is almost the same as Xiao Li having no attributes. Learning ninjutsu is too difficult. It is better to spend more time on physical training. The two attributes of yin and yang cannot be tested by chakra test paper. Mu Yu started teaching directly. However, in order to brush today's apprentice return reward, Mu Yu chose to teach Shisui's armed color domineering first, and the clone taught Kakashi and the other two yin escape chakra property changes. The essence of yin escape is to rely on spiritual power to create form from nothing. It can be said that the core of using yin escape is spiritual power. Mu Yu explained. If you see a strange and incomprehensible ninjutsu in Naruto, it may be related to yin dun, because yin dun's main feature is to create something out of nothing. As Mu Yu continued to talk, Might Guy began to get confused. He knew every word Mu Yu said, but he didn't know what it meant when they were connected. Ah, it's so difficult. Obito scratched his hair, feeling that the change in the chakra nature of yin dun was really elusive compared to the change in the chakra nature of fire dun. So that's how it is. It's really special compared to the 5 major properties. Kakashi showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and he began to gradually understand yin dun. At this time, the gap in the 3 people's ninjutsu talents was revealed. Although their potential was S-level, Obito and Might Guy's learning ability in ninjutsu was far lower than Kakashi. Although it was Mu Yu, the shadow clone, the proficiency and teaching level of yin dun were real, but there was no teaching skill blessing. On the other side, Mu Yu's main body also began to formally teach the armed color. Armament haki is yin-tun ninjutsu. Yin-tun ninjutsu is to transform the non-existent into the real through chakra and imagination. When practicing armament haki, you can imagine that there is an invisible armor on your body, and then use chakra to materialize the armor. Mu Yu said to Shisui. Invisible armor. Shisui fell into deep thought. Armament haki is more difficult than he thought. He originally thought that it would be easier with the experience of learning illusions, which are also yin tun. As a result, after he started learning, he found that the difference between the two is really big. Don't use the experience of learning illusions to apply armament haki. Each yin tun secret technique is very different. Mu Yu saw through Shui's thoughts reminded. There is a reason why yin and yang are listed as two special nature changes. The difference between the Great Fireball and the Great Fire Extinguishing is that the flames of the Great Fire Extinguishing are more, and everyone can see at a glance that this is fire style. But if you perform the shadow imitation technique and the heart-turning technique to someone who doesn't know about chakra nature changes, no matter how hard that person thinks, he will never think that one controls the shadow and the other invades the head, and these two ninjutsu actually belong to the same nature change. The effects of different yin-style secret techniques and yang-style secret techniques are really different. You taught your disciple armament haki, and because the disciple was very grateful, you rewarded a big critical hit and obtained the ninjutsu earth-style heavy rock technique, proficient level. It exploded a ninjutsu that has nothing to do with Shisui, but Mu Yu is used to it. The return of teaching a disciple is not 100% related to the disciple, but the probability is higher. He also exploded the nature change of water on Might Guy. It is also a small explosion. The weighted rock is considered a top-level earth escape ninjutsu, which can petrify the enemy, increase the enemy's weight to slow down, and increase its own weight to increase its attack. As for the super weighted rock technique, that thing is essentially to use the weighted rock technique with all your strength. It cannot be said to be two ninjutsu. Super Shinra Tensei is similar. If Mu Yu is willing to condense all the chakra into armed color and throw a punch, it can also be called super armed punch. There are also similar ones such as the shadow clone technique and the multiple shadow clone technique. Although the multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique, once you are proficient in the shadow clone technique, you will automatically master the multiple shadow clones. However, most people will not use so much chakra on the shadow clones. This chapter is 3.2k. If I can write it, there will be another 6.8k. I saw Might Guy's chakra attribute in the Jinjutsu. I think with Might Guy's ninjutsu talent, he should not practice the change of attributes, so he is born with two attributes. Don't think too much about the change of yin attributes. Genjutsu is also yin escape, but Genjutsu is still considered basic skills in the ninja world. Chapter 189 Teaching Thunder Breathing. Mu Yu's main body taught Shisui for 2 hours, and then switched with the shadow clone. The main body taught Kakashi and the other two, and the clone taught Shisui. Although Shisui is the gold mine with the highest potential, Mu Yu will not be partial in teaching. He will treat everyone equally. Back to Kakashi and the others, Mu Yu first used the appraisal technique to take a look at Kakashi and the others' data, and found that Kakashi and Obito already had the proficiency of yin escape, but Obito's proficiency was very low, only a little, and Might Guy didn't even have a little. Mu Yu was not surprised, this was within his expectations. After all, that was Might Guy who could not learn Shadow Clone in a month after the professor's blessing. With the blessing of the upgraded version of the professor, Kakashi's yin-style nature change proficiency increased rapidly. After 2 hours, his proficiency suddenly increased from 3 points to 10 points. And Obito also increased from 1 point to 3 points. As for Might Guy, he finally completed the breakthrough of 0 and had a little proficiency. This made Mu Yu very happy. If you can practice proficiency, you have the hope of learning, although it will be much slower. In the afternoon, Mu Yu did not let Might Guy practice nature change again, but let him practice 8 gates. In fact, for Might Guy now, the practice of 8 gates is the most important. Why the spotted state of rock breathing is so strong on Might Guy is because he can practice 8 gates to a very high level, and then there will be a lot of chakra for rock breathing to burn. If the haki is not controlled accurately, it will also consume a lot of chakra. Mu Yu can say that even if Might Guy learns haki now, it will not have much practical significance. Without the 8 gates, where will he get so much chakra to use? Kakashi and Obito will continue to practice yin-style nature change in the afternoon. It is easy to learn nature change, but it is difficult to master it. Miyu saw that some Chunin teachers have also mastered yin-style nature change, but they are only at the entry level, and their proficiency is not high. Basically, they have learned some simple illusions. Based on Kakashi, who has the fastest progress, Miyu feels that Kakashi can master yin-style nature change in about 7 days. The proficiency from non-entry to entry is 100 points. Although Kakashi can increase his proficiency by 10 points in the morning, it is more difficult to increase the nature change later. It is not that it will increase by 10 points every 4 hours of practice. As for Obito, Miyu feels that it may be around 20 days. As for Might Guy, Miyu is not sure. It may take several months. When the afternoon training was almost over, Miyu split a shadow clone and went to the training ground for the holiday special training. He had promised Hongdu and the others that he would go and take a look when he had time. His original body was indeed very busy. He had to use his teaching skills to speed up the students' learning of ninjutsu and could not get away, but there was no pressure to split a shadow clone. When Miyu arrived at the training ground, it was almost time for the training to be dismissed, and the students began to rest. Miyu glanced and happened to see Hongdu lying dead on the ground, so he walked over. "How is the special training going?" Miyu walked over and said with a smile. Hongdu, who had closed his eyes to take a nap, woke up instantly when he heard this familiar and warm voice. After opening his eyes to confirm that it was Miyu, he hugged Miyu's thigh and complained. "Teacher Miyu, the holiday special training cannot be without you. The holiday special training without you is like a strawberry cake without strawberries. It has no meaning to exist." Miyu bent down and rubbed Hongdu's little head, pulled her down and sat her on the grass, smiling and asking. "What happened? Why can't I be absent from the special training suddenly?" Hongdu's voice also attracted the attention of some people nearby. Since the number of people in the special training this time was not much different from the last time, the surrounding students gathered around Miyu when they saw her. "Those teachers are not as good as Miyu. Not only can they not teach well, but they also assign us a lot of training tasks to complete, and we are not allowed to rest in the middle." Hongdu told Miyu all the unpleasantness she had encountered in the past few days. "Yes, although there are several teachers, it's better for you, Miyu, to teach alone." The students nearby nodded in agreement after hearing Hongdu's complaints. The students felt very strange. The last special training was a great success. Why didn't they follow the experience of the last time? They also had to change. Hongdu's words opened the chatterbox of the surrounding students. Many students expressed their dissatisfaction, and Miyu listened with a smile. How to say it, he was not too surprised. The actions of these teachers were within his expectations. Miyu was promoted to a special jonin by the 3rd generation last time because he completed the special training. Moreover, the teacher selected for this special training is also a more capable teacher in the ninja school. They may not dare to compete with Miyu alone, but it is different for several people. They will think that they can at least be comparable to Miyu. Even if they cannot become a special jonin like Miyu, there is no problem with promotion and salary increase. But the reality is cruel. Not to mention that Miyu has the teaching skills. Even if he does not have the teaching skills, Miyu's teaching level can beat those ninja teachers. His various high-level skills are all based on real training experience, and Miyu has also learned how to become a teacher in the previous world system. Whether it is ninja knowledge or professionalism as a teacher, those Chunin teachers cannot be compared with Miyu. When they found that they might not be able to achieve results, they began to worry. The result of several people teaching together was not as good as Miyu's original one. They were still based on Miyu's successful experience. Increasing the amount of training has become a matter of course. After all, it is impossible for strength to decrease with training. When many students surrounded Miyu in a circle, more and more students came over. Originally, they came to watch the fun, but when they saw Miyu was here, they had to have a good chat. The more students there were, the faster they gathered. In the end, most of the students came to Miyu's side. "Why are you all gathered together? Stay in your own class." The Chunin teacher also noticed the students' abnormality and came over to scold them. "It's almost time to end the get out of class anyway, let them rest freely," Miyu said. The Chunin teacher then realized that Miyu was sitting among the students, and many students were standing, blocking the Chunin teacher's sight. "So it's Director Miyu, you're right, everyone should have a good rest." The Chunin teacher smiled and said. As a more motivated teacher, he admired Miyu very much. He was promoted sharply within less than a year after joining the job. Not only was his position in the ninja school promoted, but he was also directly promoted from Chunin to Special Jonin. Then Miyu continued to chat with the students. Even after the get out of class, many students did not go home but chatted with Miyu. "I can't join the special training this holiday because I have other work to do. As for the future, I don't know. It depends on the arrangements of the third generation. I personally want to continue to lead the special training." Miyu answered the students' questions one by one. After Might Guy and the others graduate, Miyu will probably not lead interns for a long time. After all, Shisui will only be a second year at that time, and it's still early. "I will coordinate with the special training teachers to see if we can make a more reasonable training plan," Miyu said with a smile. The students gave him a good surprise at the end of the last special training. Miyu didn't mind doing this kind of thing. "Teacher Miyu is the best." Hongdu cheered. She decided that if the special training teacher next time is not Miyu, she will not come directly. Non-fourth year students can choose not to come. The next day, in the morning, she still took Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy to practice yin escape nature changes. Shisui practiced armed color domineering alone, and in the afternoon, Miyu arranged for Kakashi to practice thunder breathing. The reason why he didn't teach yesterday was mainly because there was only one chance to return the apprenticeship in a day, so he taught it one day later in order to get more rewards. This chapter is 2.4, and there will be more later, but it may be late. Chapter 190. Might Guy opens the door. "Do you think I'm fast?" Miyu asked Kakashi. "Fast?" Kakashi nodded and replied immediately. Miyu is definitely the fastest ninja he has ever seen. When Miyu bursts out at her true speed, Kakashi can't even see where Miyu is. "If you can practice the technique I will teach you next, then you can become as fast as me," Miyu said with a smile. Kakashi has a very good talent for lightning chakra. Among the breathing methods he currently masters, the thunder breathing is the most suitable for Kakashi. As for Kakashi's reaction problem, this can be solved by practicing seriously. The fourth generation Raikage can rely on the lightning escape. The chakra mode is as fast as flying thunder god, and the problem of no reaction is because the nerves are activated by using thunder chakra. Thunder breathing is not worse than thunder chakra mode and can do the same operation. If Kakashi really can't learn this micro operation, thunder breathing can also enhance the power of thunder chakra. When he cultivates the transparent world, everything will be solved. The technique I will teach you next is enough to be called a forbidden technique. It will be very difficult to learn. Be prepared. Miyu reminded with a serious face. He must let Kakashi know how powerful what he teaches is, so that Kakashi will be grateful. Forbidden technique. Kakashi was surprised. He didn't expect that he had just come into contact with a secret technique yesterday and had to learn another forbidden technique today after becoming Miyu's disciple for less than half a month. Could it be that teacher Miyu actually knew my father? Miyu's generosity made Kakashi wonder if Miyu had a good relationship with his dead father, so she took care of him so much. This high-level ninjutsu, secret technique, forbidden technique, is taught casually just like sea-level ninjutsu. He has been in several teams and has never seen such a situation. The name of this forbidden technique is thunder breathing, and the core is to strengthen yourself through highly concentrated breathing. When you learn the full concentration breathing of thunder breathing, you can instantly increase the speed of the nature change of thunder attribute chakra, and at the same time, you can use the nature change of thunder attribute chakra to activate cells to enhance explosive power. Mu introduced. Enhance nature change and activate cells. Kakashi's face under the mask instantly became extremely surprised. He had heard of the latter's activated cells, but enhanced nature change was really unheard of. However, Kakashi listened to what Mu said, and suddenly remembered that when he fought with Might Guy and Obito before, the two of them suddenly burst out with powerful power. Have Obito and Guy learned it? Kakashi thought for a while and asked. They also learned breathing methods, but they are different from yours. They are two other breathing methods. Mu told Kakashi the facts directly without hiding. Obito is learning the breath of fire, which can enhance fire escape and physical ability. Might Guy is learning the breath of rock, which cannot enhance any properties, but greatly improves the body. Kakashi was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that there were several such powerful forbidden techniques, and Mu had mastered them all. This is a solid conclusion. He said that the speed at which the two of them had increased their strength was too exaggerated before, and their strength had improved a lot every time they met. It would be reasonable if there was a ninja like Mu teaching them. Based on Kakashi's learning experience over the past 10 days, Mu is really good at teaching. If you learn thunder breathing quickly, I can also consider teaching you other breathing methods. Mu said with a smile. Different breathing methods are not conflicting. The reason why students are not allowed to learn more breathing methods is that they need to invest too much energy, which is not worth it for the time being. I'm getting off topic. Next, let me show you the actual performance of thunder breathing. Mu switched the breathing method to thunder breathing, and then directly entered the full concentration state, grabbed Kakashi and took him for a run in the forest. When Mu put Kakashi down, Kakashi couldn't stand straight. Kakashi leaned against the tree and shook his head. In just a few minutes, he felt that he had walked through the South Forest. Of course, in addition to the characteristic of speed, all breathing methods can enter the corresponding chakra mode after practicing to a certain level. The chakra mode of thunder breathing can use any lightning ninjutsu without seals, increase the power of lightning, and activate cells throughout the process. After Kakashi recovered a little, Mu and Kakashi briefly talked about the real power of breathing methods. Only after learning the stripes, breathing methods can be truly forbidden. Then Mu entered the state of thunder breathing. With the extreme concentration of breathing and the continuous burst of chakra, Mu's whole body was surrounded by dazzling blue lightning, as if wearing a piece of armor made of lightning. Thunder releases pseudo-darkness. Mu did not make a seal, but directly opened his mouth and spit out a powerful lightning, instantly destroying a large area off trees in an area. Then Mu clenched the air, and a large amount of blue lightning continued to form a lightning spear. Mu shot the lightning spear out, and a huge explosion sounded instantly, and a big pit appeared. Mu in the state of thunder breathing marks was like the god of thunder in the world, and every move could produce lightning equivalent to the lightning ninjutsu. This is the power of the breathing pattern. It is really an extreme change of nature. You don't know what the seal is at all, and you can use the ninjutsu as you like. It is really strong, and the chakra consumption is really fierce. Every time Mu attacks, the chakra is burning. After letting Kakashi know how powerful the thunder breathing will be in the future, Mu quickly exited the state of the marks. No wonder it is a forbidden technique. As a ninja who is good at using lightning, Kakashi can be said to have changed his view of ninja. The picture of Mu being able to produce powerful lightning with a slap is really exaggerated. He can't use such a powerful lightning ninjutsu even if he completes the seal. What's more terrifying is that Mu also mastered other breathing methods. In the flame breathing chakra mode, Mu can blow a sea off fire. How strong can Mu Yu's body be in the rock breathing chakra mode? If you use the breathing chakra mode at the same time, and then use the domineering enhancement, how terrifying can Mu Yu's strength be? Kakashi only felt that Mu Yu's strength was unfathomable, and there was no way to judge his full strength. Let's start with the most basic breathing. You need to change your normal breathing method and concentrate. Breathing. Mu Yu began to teach formally. Although Kakashi was much stronger than Shisui and the others when he was learning the breathing method, his performance was not better than Shisui and the others, and the difference between the two sides was not much. You taught your disciple the breathing of thunder. Because the disciple was very grateful for the reward of critical hit, he was rewarded with the thunder attribute chakra nature change, proficient level. However, Mu Yu was quite satisfied with the reward Kakashi exploded. Although they were all proficient level, in Mu Yu's mind, the proficient level chakra nature change was better than the mastery level ninjutsu. Of course, powerful skills such as armament haki and breathing method were excluded. After an afternoon, Kakashi, like Shisui and Obito at the beginning, did not increase his proficiency at all. After learning for an afternoon without making any progress, Kakashi, who had always learned everything very quickly, felt a sense of frustration. However, with Mu Yu's reminder, Kakashi also knew that the breathing of thunder was different from the ninjutsu he had learned before and was very difficult, so this frustration quickly dissipated. When the training time was about to end, Mu Yu received good news that Might Guy could finally open the first gate of the 8 gates. After successfully using the first gate of the 8 gates, Might Guy's upgrade reward was also settled. Under your guidance, Might Guy, your disciple, has practiced hard and gained a certain increase in strength. He was awarded the reward, 8 gates, proficient. The upgrade reward is very good. This time, he finally didn't give 3 or 6 gates, but directly let Mu Yu master the complete 8 gates. Although Mu Yu rarely used the 8 gates in battle, as he continued to strengthen his body in the rock breathing, Mu Yu believed that one day he would be able to open 6 or even 7 gates without injury. Even if he didn't use it in battle, it would be great to use it to teach Might Guy. Mu Yu thought that Obito would trigger the upgrade reward first, but Might Guy overtook him and triggered the reward first. Obito's worst time is coming. Before he opened the Sharingan, he couldn't beat anyone except Nohara Rin. Mu Yu thought in his heart. Facing Might Guy who used the 8 gates and rock breathing at the same time, Obito had no chance of winning. Obito's old rival Kakashi was also stronger than Obito, not to mention Shisui. He was the youngest among Mu Yu's disciples, but the strongest. You should get more familiar with the opening state of the 8 gates. The first 3 gates are the safe zone of the 8 gates, so you can speed up the progress. Mu Yu said to Might Guy. Since Might Guy can open the 8 gates, it's time to complete the training mission. After all, Kakashi is now Mu Yu's disciple. As long as Kakashi is willing to learn seriously, his strength will improve soon. The breathing method that has not yet been introduced can also enhance his strength to a certain extent. Mu Yu calculated the time. Might Guy's training mission has lasted for more than 5 months. It is currently the training mission with the longest time span. He feels that the reward after settlement should be very good. Moreover, after Might Guy's trust level was raised to 4, there was no life mission. Mu Yu guessed that the training mission may not coexist with the life mission, or the life mission cannot be triggered when the training mission is in progress. Might Guy's life mission is relatively easy to guess. Mu Yu guessed that it was to become the strongest in the ninja world. After about 5 days, Obito's promotion reward was also settled. Disciple Uki, under your guidance, Obito has practiced hard and gained a certain amount of strength, and received a reward fire attribute chakra nature change, proficient. Mu Yu felt a little regretful. It would be better if it was the wind attribute chakra nature change, then all of his 5 basic attributes would be above the proficient level. Finally, this proficient level of fire attribute nature change became 750 points of proficiency, allowing Muyu's fire chakra nature change proficiency to reach the mastery level of 8,350 points of proficiency. In these 5 days, Might Guy quickly became familiar with the feeling of opening the 8 gates. Muyu tested the strength of both sides and then compared them. Might Guy, who could use rock breathing and 8 gates at the same time, was slightly stronger. Muyu did not hesitate and arranged combat training for the two at noon that day. Proper combat can better master the learned abilities. Today, Kai, you fight with Kakashi, and then Obito fights with Shisui. After the battle, take a break and then switch opponents to continue fighting. Muyu said. The training mission must be completed, and Muyu gave his disciples some motivation. He thought Kakashi probably didn't know that Shisui was stronger than him, and Obito's memory was still at the stage when his strength was stronger than Might Guy. As for Nohara Rin, the current strength gap is large, and there is not much meaning in participating, and watching the battle will be motivation. Why not me and Kakashi? Obito sighed, fighting with Shisui is really boring, and he doesn't give him a chance at all. And he feels that his strength has improved a bit recently, and maybe there is hope of defeating Kakashi. My dear friend, be careful this time, my youth is burning especially hot today. Might Guy laughed and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. 3.4k words, I got stuck at 2 o'clock and couldn't write any more. The 3 chapters add up to about 9k. Please give me a monthly ticket. I'll make up for the 1k tomorrow. Chapter 191, Towards the Strongest Physical Skills. I hope you're not just talking. Kakashi looked calmly posed. Kakashi would not underestimate Might Guy's strength, but he did not think that Might Guy could beat him now. So far, he has never lost a battle with his peers, not to mention those who are 1 year older than him, and Kakashi who is 2 or 3 years older than him has never lost. The battle begins. Muyu shouted quickly after both of them were ready. Swish! Kakashi immediately took out many shurikens and shot them at Might Guy. Might Guy's chakra burst out from his feet, and he disappeared in front of Kakashi with a whoosh, avoiding the incoming shuriken. Kakashi felt the strong wind coming from the side, and immediately kicked to the side, colliding with Might Guy's foot. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and the powerful force made Kakashi retreat several steps. Kakashi knew that he could not defeat Might Guy with only physical skills. While retreating, Kakashi continued to retreat to the back and quickly formed seals to perform ninjutsu. Shadow Clone Technique. After creating 2 shadow clones, Kakashi stopped retreating and rushed towards Might Guy with the 2 shadow clones. Kakashi's body was slightly behind the 2 shadow clones. As long as Might Guy showed a flaw when attacking the shadow clones, he would immediately use purple lightning to rush up and hold Might Guy. Seeing Kakashi's quick counterattack, Might Guy laughed. Kakashi, this is the first time I use this forbidden technique in a battle. I have been keeping it for you since I learned it. Rock breathing, full concentration breathing. Might Guy entered a highly concentrated breathing state, absorbing a large amount of oxygen to improve his physical ability. The absorbed air traveled through the chakra meridians in his body, cooperating with the chakra to strengthen his whole body. This is not over yet. On the basis of the full concentration breathing of rock breathing, Might Guy opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu. 8 gates of ninjutsu, open the door, open. Might Guy roared and opened the door that restricted the chakra in his body. In an instant, the chakra increased greatly, and his physical ability was enhanced again. Konoha Whirlwind. At the moment when Kakashi's shadow clones rushed up, Might Guy kicked out a superspeed whirlwind kick, and the powerful force directly kicked the 2 shadow clones of Kakashi away on the spot. Opportunity. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his right hand, concentrated a large amount of chakra in his palm to change the nature of lightning escape, and then rushed towards Might Guy. Kakashi quickly completed the nature change and form change, and the shining purple lightning bloomed in Kakashi's palm, as if a purple sharp blade was put on his palm. But Might Guy, who used rock breathing and 8 gates at the same time, was more powerful than Kakashi could imagine. Although he had just defeated 2 shadow clones, at the moment when Kakashi rushed up, Might Guy showed super speed and easily avoided Kakashi's slash. This speed, how could it be? Kakashi frowned. The speed that Might Guy suddenly showed was beyond his expectations. On the second day after joining the team, Kakashi and Might Guy had fought once, so Kakashi dealt with Might Guy based on the experience of the previous battle. After all, only half a month had passed, and Might Guy should not have made much progress. But the facts told Kakashi that he was wrong. Might Guy's speed after half a month was not at the same level as that of Might Guy half a month ago. Not only Kakashi, but even Obito and Shisui who were watching the game were shocked by Might Guy's speed. What's going on? Did Akai's rock breathing have a new breakthrough? Why did he suddenly become faster? Obito scratched his head and said in surprise. He didn't quite understand the speed that Might Guy suddenly burst out, but he remembered that Might Guy had just successfully practiced rock breathing not long ago, and he was the first to break through the breathing method. Shisui looked solemn when he saw the speed displayed by Might Guy. If he faced such a Might Guy, he might have to use the Sharingan to win steadily. Kakashi, who made a misjudgment, immediately changed his moves to make up for it. He activated the purple lightning on his right hand, and let it turn into lightning and rush towards the surroundings. The purple lightning with a large range of attacks gave up some of its power in exchange for the attack range, and after all, it was still lightning, which could paralyze the opponent. But Kakashi underestimated Might Guy's combat ability and his desire for victory. When Muyu taught armament haki, he demonstrated the purple lightning several times. Because the purple lightning was different from other lightning escapes, it was purple lightning, so Might Guy was deeply impressed. When Kakashi used the purple lightning, Might Guy was already prepared. After dodging the slash, he quickly retreated to the back and dodged the purple lightning. It's bad. Seeing Might Guy dodge the purple lightning, Kakashi thought it was not good. Although the purple lightning is flexible and powerful, it requires a lot of chakra. It consumed a lot of chakra and failed to achieve any results. In this battle, Kakashi was already at a disadvantage. After dodging the purple lightning, Might Guy knew that the time for counterattack had come. He was already on the road to victory, and he immediately ran towards Kakashi at full speed. Might Guy could feel the power constantly surging in his body. The breathing method was introduced from the outside, and the 8 gates of ninjutsu developed the inside. The 2 forbidden techniques worked together. At this moment, his strength had reached the peak since his training. While running, Might Guy poured all his strength into his legs, and a large amount of chakra condensed on his legs. He wanted to concentrate all his strength and kick out an unprecedentedly powerful kick. If Might Guy pulled up his trouser legs at this time, he could see the hideous appearance of all the meridians on his legs bulging. Ultimate Konoha Goriki Whirlwind. Might Guy gathered all his strength while running and suddenly kicked out a limit kick. The strong wind that was raised at the moment of kicking could blow Kakashi's white hair backwards. This attack cannot be resisted, it must be avoided. This thought immediately appeared in Kakashi's mind. However, the next moment Kakashi abandoned this idea, because the extremely fast approaching Might Guy told him with facts that Might Guy was much faster than him. In the case of losing the game, Kakashi had lost the opportunity to dodge. When Might Guy dodged the purple lightning slash, Might Guy and Kakashi had 2 choices. Kakashi would change the purple lightning or retreat, while Might Guy would use physical skills to attack Kakashi or retreat with speed. The reason why Kakashi chose to use the purple lightning change instead of retreating was that he was worried that Might Guy would directly attack, so it would be meaningless for Kakashi, who was slower, to retreat. So Kakashi chose to turn the purple lightning into a large-scale attack. If Might Guy dared to attack, he would be paralyzed by lightning instantly. Although Kakashi decisively executed his idea, it was a pity that Might Guy was equally decisive and successfully predicted Kakashi's actions, causing Kakashi's attack to miss and consume a lot of chakra in vain. Might Guy was getting closer and closer to Kakashi, leaving Kakashi no time to think. He didn't even have time to seal, and he didn't have the chakra to use the purple lightning for the second time without sealing. He concentrated the chakra on his arm and made the last resistance. Kakashi, can you do something? Although he usually didn't like Kakashi, Obito felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Kakashi being suppressed by Might Guy. He really wanted to give Might Guy 1000 ryo to let the two of them switch positions. How cool it would be if he kicked him. It might be a bit sorry for Might Guy, but Obito hoped Kakashi would win because he wanted to be the first person to defeat Kakashi. Defeating Kakashi and returning all the sarcastic words Kakashi had said before, Obito could not stop laughing just thinking about it. Miyu stood with his hands behind his back and watched this scene. There was no surprise. Kakashi made mistakes not because Kakashi's fighting wisdom was not as good as Might Guy's, but because his hard power was not as good as Might Guy's. This caused Kakashi to be under great pressure during the battle game, and it was easier to make mistakes. As the distance between the two people got closer and closer, Might Guy suddenly remembered the first time he met Kakashi. At that time, Kakashi was the first to enter the school, and he was a failed student. Because of his efforts, he was finally admitted to the ninja school and happened to be assigned to the same class as Kakashi. During class, the teacher asked Kakashi to stand up and demonstrate the clone technique. As a result, Kakashi directly split several shadow clones. From then on, Might Guy knew what a true genius looked like. Might Guy has not forgotten the teacher's praise for Kakashi at that time, and the admiring eyes of his classmates looking at Kakashi. From then on, he vowed to surpass such a genius Kakashi. But Might Guy was very weak at that time. Not only was he weak in ninjutsu, but he was also not good at physical skills. When Might Guy challenged Kakashi for the first time, Kakashi easily defeated him with one move. Might Guy was ridiculed by many people for overestimating his own abilities and wanting to challenge a genius when he was the last one. He ignored the words of these people, took the ridicule as encouragement, silently increased the amount of training, and challenged Kakashi every time he made progress. Meeting Miyu was an important note in his life. Miyu taught him stronger physical skills, gave him secret medicine to eliminate fatigue, and made a training plan for him to improve his strength faster. Facing Might Guy, whose strength was improving rapidly, Kakashi gradually had to use all his strength to deal with it and use all means. But challenging a genius is difficult. Until yesterday, in a serious battle, Might Guy had never defeated Kakashi once. Akai, I believe you can become the best in physical skills, because you are a hard-working genius. Miyu's words still echoed in his ears. While breathing continuously, Might Guy felt that his body seemed to have more strength. He continued to add the extra strength to his legs. Super Konoha's strong power whirlwind. What he kicked out was no longer a limit kick, but a kick beyond the limit. Bang! Might Guy kicked Kakashi's crossed arms beyond the limit, and there was a loud bang. Feeling the huge power coming from his arm, Kakashi's face changed instantly, and the severe pain quickly spread from his arm to his whole body. After only a few seconds of fighting, under the impact of the huge power, Kakashi flew backwards and hit the tree hard. Kakashi felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart. He tried hard to stand up but failed, and sat on the ground. Kakashi, I won this time. Might Guy held his knee with one hand, panting, and smiled and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. After 4 years of hard work, he finally defeated the genius who could kill him in seconds. Relying on the physical skills he practiced day and night, he defeated the genius Kakashi. This time, it was the victory of the hard-working genius. Disciple Might Guy completes the training mission. Disciple Might Guy obtains an optional life mission. Life mission, the road to the strongest physical skills. Chapter 192 The heart of playing with shadow clones is dirty. Disciple Might Guy completes the training mission and obtains rewards, Chakra plus 2500, Peacock, Mastery, Tiger of the Day, Proficient. It may be that Might Guy's strength has increased greatly during this mission. Whether it is the amount of chakra or the skills, it can be regarded as a high-quality reward. Although Peacock and Tiger of the Day are difficult to use without the 8 gates to strengthen the body, but he can teach Might Guy, so that Might Guy can develop more 8 gates taijutsu. Muyu glanced at his chakra. Name, Hanya Muyu. Chakra, 36,500. It must be said that it was very nice to get such a big reward suddenly. In just the past 8 days, he has taken another small step towards 50,000 chakra. Then Muyu glanced at Might Guy's newly triggered life mission. Life mission, towards the strongest physical skills. Main goal, to become a top ninja who is good at physical skills, whether in terms of strength or fame, to let all ninjas know that they can become strong even if they are not good at ninjutsu. Mission progress, 0. Mission reward, depends on the completion of the mission and the growth of strength during the mission, and a settlement is made every 10% progress increase. Note 1, the mission automatically fails when Might Guy dies. Note 2, life missions are extremely difficult. Once you are sure that you can only proceed to the next life mission after completing it, please choose carefully. Note 3, the greater the difficulty, the higher the reward. Muyu took the mission directly, and Might Guy probably couldn't trigger other missions. He felt that Might Guy's mission was more difficult than Shisui's mission. There was no time limit for what constituted a top-level strongman. He felt that the top strongmen in the system probably did not refer to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Reikage, and Onoki. Although these third-generation Kages were strong, they were far inferior to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Bambi. Above them were Six Paths brothers and Kagaya Otsutsuki, who were Six Paths level players. However, the greater the difficulty, the higher the reward. Muyu was looking forward to what rewards would be given after the life mission was settled. The function that can only be unlocked at the 4th level of trust should have better rewards than the training mission. All kinds of thoughts in his mind only lasted for a moment. Muyu used a body flash technique to go to Kakashi and used the palm fairy technique to treat Kakashi. The palm fairy technique is a very powerful medical ninjutsu that can treat both external and internal injuries. As the green light entered Kakashi's body, Kakashi immediately felt much more comfortable. At this time, Kakashi could no longer care about the fact that Muyu had mastered advanced medical ninjutsu. His mind was full of Might Guy's kick that just exceeded his limit. Kakashi thought that after this kick, he would be at most in a big disadvantage, but he didn't expect that Might Guy's kick almost knocked him out. There were no fancy skills, and he defeated him with a kick with great speed and strength. This made Kakashi feel that his initial idea of fighting was a little ridiculous. His father was right, Might Guy had great potential, and now he has surpassed him. In actual combat, he defeated Kakashi Hatake, who was called a genius ninja. In the trance of flying backwards, Kakashi also remembered the scene when he defeated Might Guy with one move. At that time, he also felt that Might Guy was a little overconfident, and the last ranked tail came to challenge him, the first. Now it seems that he underestimated Might Guy. Being weak for a while does not mean being weak forever, and being strong for a while does not mean being strong forever. Akaji, you have really become stronger. Kakashi said with a trace of loneliness in his eyes. He also said this a few months ago, when he saw Might Guy fighting with a Chunin, but at that time he was the stronger one who recognized Might Guy's progress, and now he was the loser who sighed at Might Guy's strength. Ha ha ha. Might Guy straightened his back and laughed when he heard Kakashi's words. He was not laughing at Kakashi's failure, but celebrating his own success. After losing countless times and working hard for countless days and nights, he finally defeated this genius ninja whom he considered to be his nemesis. Kakashi, you must work hard to practice. From today on, I will wait for you to catch up. Might Guy walked up to Kakashi and stretched out his hand, trying to pull Kakashi up. With Muyu's treatment, Kakashi got much better. He held Might Guy's hand and stood up. My dear friend, Don't keep me waiting for a long time. Might Guy showed 2 rows of white teeth and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Although he had defeated Kakashi, Might Guy had enough confidence in Kakashi. He believed that Kakashi would catch up one day, and then Might Guy would prepare stronger tricks for the stronger Kakashi. Shisui and Obito, you two are ready to fight. Miyu said after finishing the treatment. Both disciples nodded and walked to the battleground to prepare for the battle. Xiaolin, you have been practicing for a long time, come and watch the battle and rest for a while. Miyu called Nohara-rin, who was practicing over. After all, Obito's strength is much weaker, calling Nohara-rin over is equivalent to adding a boost to Obito. Kakashi, are you okay? Nohara-rin, who came over, saw Kakashi's face and asked with concern. Nothing. Kakashi shook his head and replied. Might Guy's kick was very powerful, but he also used chakra to bless it, and with Miyu's palm fairy technique treatment, there was basically no big problem, and he only needed to rest for a while to recover. Noticing Nohara-rin coming over, Obito immediately glanced at Nohara-rin. When he saw Nohara-rin asking Kakashi about his well-being, he immediately scolded Kakashi in his heart. Damn Kakashi, he must be flat. I didn't practice well when I was young, and I was kicked by Kai and I was defeated. After criticizing Kakashi in his heart, Obito stopped observing other places with his peripheral vision, and focused all his attention on Shisui. Although he knew that there was a big gap between his hard power and Shisui, and there was a high probability that he would lose, but Nohara-rin was watching, and Obito didn't want to lose too badly, as long as both sides tried their best to lose. And Obito felt that it was not impossible to win. If he could awaken the Sharingan in the battle and then break through the breathing method, then Shisui would not be difficult to deal with. Shisui didn't have as many messy ideas as Obito. He only had one idea in his heart, that teacher Miyu was watching, and he had to show his strength to win beautifully. The battle begins. Miyu announced. Whoosh! Obito immediately changed his breathing rhythm and entered the state of fire breathing and rushed towards Shisui. He would definitely not fight with physical skills against Might Guy, but if it was Shisui, he could still give it a try. His fire breathing was stronger, and he had the advantage of height. Shisui had experienced a long period of combat training with Obito before, and he was familiar with Obito's combat habits. He instantly entered the state of fire breathing and fought with Obito in physical skills. Bang! Bang! The two sides kept going back and forth with punches and kicks. Although Obito was stronger, Shisui was more flexible. In the first round of physical skills confrontation, neither of them got any advantage from the other. Kakashi's eyes flickered as he watched this scene. Obito's physical skills were not weak. The main reason why he often couldn't beat Kakashi in physical skills was that Kakashi's combat experience crushed Obito. But the situation soon changed. After finding out Obito's current physical skills level, Shisui stopped probing and directly showed his extremely fast instant body technique, suppressing Obito with his strong mobility. So fast, I can't see clearly. Obito looked around for Shisui's figure. Miyu's battle was not limited to a certain range. They had already fought outside the open space, where there were many trees. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a large number of shurikens shot towards Obito. Obito locked the direction from which the shurikens came, and directly entered the state of full concentration breathing. He dodged the incoming shurikens with a few jumps and rushed into the tree canopy from which the shurikens came. Although full concentration breathing consumes physical strength, he felt that he would lose without waiting. However, Obito was more cautious this time. He did not rush in directly, but after approaching, he used the ability of the breath of fire to create a large amount of flames. Puff! After the shadow clone Shisui was burned by the flames, he turned into smoke and dissipated. Obito immediately turned around and kicked a roundhouse kick. With a puff, Shisui who appeared behind him also turned into smoke and disappeared. Bang! The real Shisui appeared, rushed to Obito with a flash body technique, and hit Obito back several meters with a heavy punch. Obito's face darkened, thinking that the people who played the shadow clones were dirty, and the person who developed the shadow clone ninjutsu must be even more evil. Fire Style, Phoenix Claw Red. In order to prevent Shisui from taking advantage of the victory, Obito took out 4 kunao and formed a seal with one hand to release the ninjutsu. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Shisui did not continue to chase after him, but used the fire style ninjutsu, spitting out a huge fireball as high as 4 meters. Boom! The flaming kunao collided with the fireball and caused an explosion. If used normally, the power of the Balsam Claw Red would be stronger than the Great Fireball technique, but Obito used a version that reduced the power in pursuit of speed, so he only slightly stopped the movement of the fireball, and soon the smaller fireball continued to hit Obito. Obito thought about Nohara Rin who was watching the battle, and decided not to dodge in his heart. He spent chakra to solve the Great Fireball. He didn't want to get into Shisui's rhythm again. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Obito retreated while forming a seal and spitting out a large fireball to offset the incoming Great Fireball. Just when Obito was concentrating on thinking about how to defeat Shisui, he suddenly found that Nohara Rin actually appeared next to the 2 large fireballs and was about to be swallowed by the 2 fireballs. How could Xylan? Obito subconsciously wanted to tell Xylan to be careful, but he quickly realized that Shisui could cast illusions, and Nohara Rin could not appear in the middle of their fight. Miyu was still watching. When Obito reacted, it was too late. While Obito was distracted, Shisui quietly came to Obito's side and pressed the kunao against Obito's body. Ah, the illusion is too bad, why is it Xylan? Obito scratched his hair, unwilling to give up. He felt that he could still struggle for a while. Shisui had a calm expression on his face and said nothing. Obito thought that he lost accidentally, but Shisui thought it was inevitable. He first used the tactics of instant body technique to make Obito exhausted, and then used the shadow clone to consume Obito's chakra, making Obito more nervous after being injured. In this state, Obito had almost no resistance to illusions and was only likely to lose. Pa! Miyu flashed to Obito's side and knocked on Obito's head and said, "If you think illusions are cheating, you can also learn them. If you lose, you have to admit it." Hee. Obito smiled and touched the place where he was knocked, then asked curiously, "Teacher Miyu, is there no way to deal with illusions?" Miyu thought for a while and replied, "Of course there is. The essence of illusions is to control the opponent's chakra to interfere with the 5 senses. The illusion can be removed by disrupting the chakra. This can be mastered with more training. But as long as you Uchiha open the Sharingan, ordinary illusions will hardly pose a threat unless it is an illusion with stronger pupil power." Miyu told Obito a shortcut. The illusions of the ninja world are destined to not reach the top without the Sharingan. The Sharingan has too much blessing on illusions, which can be called cheating. Non-Ijutsu illusions can be removed by themselves, but Ijutsu illusions can only be removed with the help of others. Sharingan. Obito showed a longing look. He was a ninja of the Uchiha clan, so he had naturally heard a lot about the legend of the Sharingan. He had always fantasized about opening his eyes suddenly and defeating Kakashi. However, Obito still didn't understand how to open the Sharingan. Logically speaking, his strength should be stronger than when Shisui opened the Sharingan, but he still didn't open his eyes. Because Kakashi was knocked out by Might Guy's punch before, Miyu extended the rest time and waited until Kakashi recovered before starting the battle between Kakashi and Shisui. Chapter 193 The Fallen Genius. Shisui and Kakashi, how are you preparing? Miyu asked. "I can fight at any time." Shisui replied quickly with a faint smile on his face. "No problem, we can start the battle." Kakashi nodded calmly. With timely treatment and enough rest time, he has fully recovered at this moment. "That's no problem. Miyu said with a smile, and asked Shisui and Kakashi to go to the battlefield and prepare to start fighting. Looking at Kakashi's indifferent face, Miyu mourned for Kakashi in his heart for 0.1 second. Since Shisui had defeated Obito under Kakashi's observation, Kakashi had a general understanding of Shisui's strength and methods. But this is not a good thing for Kakashi, but it will make Kakashi misjudge Shisui's strength. Because Shisui has never liked to kill with one move, he will use as much strength as he can to defeat the opponent. If Shisui used the Sharingan, Obito would have been killed long ago. They were so confused by Shisui's illusion that they lost their way, but Shisui didn't use it until the end. In addition, Shisui's age was very confusing. Kakashi would never have expected that Shisui, who was 2 years younger than them, was strong enough to hold back in the battle with Obito. Of course, even if Kakashi did not misjudge Shisui's strength, Kakashi would probably not be able to beat Shisui. Under normal circumstances, Shisui and Kakashi have similar comprehensive strengths, but when Shisui used the Sharingan, the situation was different. According to Konoha's habit of sparring, the two of them made opposing seals. If we are the same age, I am indeed not as good as him. Kakashi thought to himself as he looked at Shisui, who was serious. Although there was no way to go back 2 years to fight Shisui, Obito's strength now exceeded that of his 6-year-old self, and Shisui defeated the current Obito. In indirect comparison, Shisui was indeed more talented than him, as Obito said before. However, Kakashi was still confident in this battle. He felt that Obito's loss was not a problem of strength, but because his combat level was too poor. Although he had practiced less in the past 2 years, he had done a lot of tasks, and he had rich combat experience. The battle begins. When the two of them got into position, Miyu announced the start of the battle. Kakashi immediately drew out the white fang short blade from behind him and slashed at Shisui. Clang! Shisui used the breathing method to strengthen his physical ability and quickly took out the short blade given to him by Miyu, blocking the white fang short blade that Kakashi was swinging at. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, and his hands moved very quickly, with the sharp blade constantly slashing at Shisui's vital points. Kakashi's extremely fast swordsmanship made Shisui feel a lot of pressure, and there were several scratches on his clothes. Shisui knew in his heart that Kakashi's close combat swordsmanship was powerful, and he immediately used the instant body technique to distance himself and then quickly formed a seal. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Shisui opened his mouth and spit out a large amount of flames, which eventually formed a 3-meter-long fireball that flew towards Kakashi. Faced with the fiercely hot fireball, Kakashi did not choose to resist it, but threw a smoke bomb and dodged it. At the moment Kakashi threw the smoke bomb, he immediately threw a large number of shurikens towards the edge of the smoke. Boom! The fireball sank into the smoke and hit the ground, causing an explosion. At the same time, the shurikens that pierced the air quickly also rushed into the edge of the smoke. There was no sound of metal collision. The smoke dissipated, and only some charred land and shurikens were seen on the ground, but Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Shisui looked thoughtful. The two jumped onto the tree, hid in the tree and used shadow clones, then observed the movement in the north from the tree. Just now, he had thrown the shuriken towards the south. Swish, swish, swish. Sure enough, Kakashi suddenly appeared behind the big tree where he was observing, throwing a large number of shurikens. Shisui also threw shurikens to knock down the incoming shurikens, and at the same time, through the collision of shurikens, several shurikens stabbed at Kakashi at a very strange angle. Dang dang! Kakashi dodged some shurikens and knocked down other shurikens, but just when he successfully resolved the shurikens, Shisui had already stabbed at him with a kunai in his hand. Senior Kakashi, the battle is over. Shisui said. The battle is indeed over, but I am the winner. Kakashi rushed out from the tree next to him, holding a kunai and pointing it at Shisui's vitals. You should be more careful about the enemies who have disappeared. Kakashi reminded calmly. Senior Kakashi, what you said makes sense. Just as when Kakashi thought he had won, Shisui walked out from behind the tree, and immediately came to Kakashi with the instant body technique, and held Kakashi with a kunao and said, "It seems that I still won." Shisui smiled faintly. "You are indeed very cautious, and you are already very good as a student, but you need to be more cautious." Kakashi, who was held by a kunao, said calmly. The next moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the ground where Shisui was standing, and pulled Shisui into the ground, leaving only his head on top. "If you were more cautious, you might have a chance to win, but this time I won." Kakashi, who appeared next to Shisui, announced his victory. Obito, who was watching the game, was already confused by the constantly reversed situation, and couldn't help but complain. "Kakashi is really cunning, and the two shadow clones are bait." Might Guy scratched his head, feeling that it would be better to kick with all his strength than to be so fancy. Just when Kakashi thought he had won, something strange happened. Shisui, the shadow clone, suddenly counterattacked and died together with the two Kakashi shadow clones. A shuriken on the ground suddenly turned into Shisui. Shisui quickly opened the Sharingan and said, "Senior Kakashi, you are right. Ninjas should be cautious." Kakashi subconsciously looked at Shisui and saw Shisui's blood-red eyes. Sharingan. Kakashi was shocked. He didn't expect to see the Uchiha Sharingan, which was famous in the ninja world, on Shisui, a first-year ninja school student. The next moment, Kakashi suddenly found that his body was bound by a tree that suddenly grew out and couldn't move. Kakashi knew that the ninjutsu that could control the growth of plants was very famous in Konoha and the ninja world. It was the wood escape used by the ninja god Senju Hashirama. But as an Uchiha, Shisui naturally couldn't use wood release. Kakashi quickly guessed that he was under an illusion. He wanted to remove it, but Shisui's series of attacks were too fast. Kakashi soon felt that the sharp short blade was close to his body. The illusion ended, and Kakashi saw Shisui who had appeared beside him. "Thank you, Senior Kakashi." Shisui smiled calmly. It was within his expectations to win Kakashi. Although he always heard the teachers in the ninja school compare him with Kakashi and said that he was the second Kakashi, Shisui didn't think he would lose to Kakashi because he was Muyu's first disciple. When Kakashi first used the smoke bomb, Shisui directly opened the Sharingan to capture Kakashi's position. After that, a series of attacks were deliberately baited by Shisui. At the end of the first wave of confrontation, his victory was doomed. "There is no need to give in. You won by hard power," Kakashi said with a complicated expression. Before today, he had never lost to a ninja of the same age, even to a ninja who was several years older than him. Just today, he lost twice, once to Might Guy, who was the same age as him, and once to Uchiha Shisui, who was 2 years younger than him. Kakashi was surprised and felt it was reasonable to lose to Might Guy. After all, Might Guy was so hard-working and was recognized by his father. Kakashi was very convinced that he lost to Shisui in this battle, and the comprehensive strength shown by Shisui really surpassed him. "Can I still be considered a genius?" Kakashi asked himself in his heart. 2 years ago, Kakashi would not laugh when others said he was a genius, but he felt that he agreed in his heart. He graduated early with the first place in the ninja school at the age of 5 and passed the Chunin exam at the age of 6 to become a Chunin. If he is not considered a genius, then how can he be considered a genius? But can he still be considered a genius now? It is already a new year. If it is not calculated by age, he can be considered 9 years old. How much has he improved at the age of 9 compared to when he was 6, and what kind of genius deeds has he done? No, his hard power has not improved much, but the accumulation of experience shows that he has been making progress, and there are no more extraordinary deeds. He is just a younger Chunin. Maybe he could be called a genius in the past, but now he is no longer qualified to be called a genius. Kakashi thought about when he became like this. The picture in his mind gradually became clearer as he kept thinking. It was a very deep night, a bloody night. Since that night, Kakashi called me back and no one responded. Kakashi, are you feeling unwell? Miyu looked at Kakashi's pale face and asked softly. Miyu's voice pulled Kakashi out of his memories. After coming back to his senses, Kakashi was relieved by Miyu's warm smile. Then he shook his head and replied. I'm fine. I was just thinking about something. Miyu put her hand on Kakashi's shoulder and said with a smile. If you are tired, you can rest more. Training is important, but the body is the capital of training. Kakashi nodded slightly, and then returned to the viewing area to rest. Xiaolin, you see, I said Kakashi can't win. Shisui can even beat me, so it's easy to deal with Kakashi. Kakashi saw Obito slandering him as soon as he arrived at the viewing area. I can't beat Shisui, but it's still easy to beat you, an Uchiha who has no eyes. Kakashi said bluntly. After hearing what Obito said, Kakashi's motivation for training doubled. No matter what, at least he couldn't lose to Obito. Damn Kakashi, I will have something like Sharingan sooner or later. Obito retorted when he heard Kakashi's voice. Kakashi replied to Obito with a laugh. Obito immediately realized that what he just said was not an admission that he was not Kakashi's opponent without Sharingan, and quickly changed his words, even without Sharingan, I can beat you. Then prove it to me, defeat Kai, then you do have the strength to beat me. Kakashi said lightly, and then it was Obito and Might Guy's battle. Obito was speechless for a moment. With the speed and strength that Might Guy showed in the morning, Obito was really a little guilty. Okay, you are all very powerful, Obito, you should prepare for the battle. Nohara Lin said with a gentle smile. Chapter 194 The Dragon Returns to the Sea. Akai, how did you suddenly become stronger? Before the battle, Obito humbly asked Might Guy for advice on how to become stronger. It's not that I suddenly became stronger, it's just that I can use the physical skills I'm learning in a preliminary way. Might Guy scratched his head and said. There are 8 gates in the 8 gates of the 8 gates, and he can only open the first gate now, so it can only be considered a preliminary use. Don't worry, Obito, my youth will not let you down, and I will definitely show you the momentum of fighting Kakashi. Might Guy gave a thumbs up. Obito. Just now, he was actually thinking that Might Guy's youth should not burn too hot, so that he could win and then show off in front of Kakashi and Nohara Rin. Of course, Obito would only have such thoughts when he was daydreaming, and he would not be happy if Might Guy really let him. But be careful of my fire escape. Obito reminded seriously. Feeling the gazes of Kakashi and Nohara Rin, Obito decided to fight with all his chakra this time, to fight for that glimmer of a chance of victory. He had already thought about it, to finish this battle in his own style. He couldn't imitate the fighting style of Kakashi and Shisui, and Kakashi himself didn't beat Might Guy. Begin! Miyu shouted. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. Obito jumped back and quickly formed a seal to spit out a big fireball. The blazing fire continued to spew out of Obito's mouth, and finally formed a 3-meter-high fireball that quickly hit Might Guy. Might Guy, who was originally attacking Obito, immediately turned to the side to dodge the great fireball. Swish! After Obito released the ninjutsu, he immediately threw a large number of shurikens towards the dodging Might Guy. Dang dang! Might Guy waved his kunai to block the incoming shurikens, but was caught off guard and was cut through his tights by several shurikens, leaving blood marks. Breathing of flame, breathing with full concentration. Obito changed his breathing rhythm, absorbing a large amount of oxygen, strengthening his physical ability, and increasing the speed of his own fire attribute chakra changes. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Then Obito quickly released another fire style towards Might Guy. Breathing of rock, breathing with full concentration, 8 gates, opening the first gate, open. Seeing that Obito seemed to want to defeat him with a fast-paced attack, Might Guy no longer held back and instantly used all his means. With the blessing of breathing techniques and 8 gates, his physical ability increased rapidly, and his speed and strength were greatly enhanced. The flying speed of the fire dragon was faster than the great fireball, and it soon rushed in front of Might Guy. Might Guy knew that the great dragon fire was more flexible and could control the direction to a certain extent, so he directly used the shaving to retreat to the back and hid behind a tree not far away. Boom! The high-speed fire dragon burned the tree, and it broke and fell to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. Damn, too fast! Seeing that his fast-paced attack didn't work, Obito knew that victory was getting further and further away from him. He didn't use much chakra for the great fireball, and used Muyu's bluffing technique. It looked fierce, but it was not very powerful. However, the great dragon fire technique really used a lot of chakra. The full concentration breathing of rock breathing was strong, and coupled with the burst of the 8 gates, Obito had almost no ability to fight with Might Guy in close combat. Obito tried to fight with Might Guy in physical skills, but was beaten and lost his direction in an instant. He barely avoided being eliminated by Might Guy by using all his strength to promote the flame. I can't see clearly at all. Obito thought about the countermeasures in his heart. It would be better if there were no obstructions. There were trees tens of meters high everywhere, which greatly affected Obito's ninjutsu hit rate. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. There was the ground scorched by Obito's fire escape, and there were also trees broken by Might Guy. Obito's chakra was running low, and his body was getting more and more tired. He felt that he was going to lose. Although he always belittled Kakashi, Obito recognized Kakashi's strength. He was the genius ninja Hitaki Kakashi. When they were in the ninja school, they were friends who often interacted with each other. Kakashi was the long-term #1 genius, and he was the last one in everyone's mouth. Obito's overall performance was actually better than Might Guy's, but his last name was Uchiha. In the public's perception, the ninjas from the Uchiha, the first rich family in Konoha, were all very good. So Obito, who was mediocre in actual combat and ranked last in theory, became the last one in everyone's mouth. Obito was a very optimistic person, but he couldn't ignore what everyone said. He envied and even yearned for Kakashi. He was criticized by the teacher. Praise for being admired by classmates. Even Kakashi, the one he admired, lost. It was natural for him to lose, right? No. Obito's eyes suddenly became firm, denying the wavering voice in his heart. What yearning! He didn't want to be someone like Kakashi who didn't dare to show his face all day. What he wanted to do was to surpass Kakashi. Obito's breathing gradually became more concentrated, and his eyes were full of desire for victory. Ultimate Konoha Grunt Cyclone. Might Guy concentrated all his strength, poured all the strength of his body into his legs, kicked out the limit, and launched the final attack. The strong wind driven by Might Guy's powerful force drove some broken stones and rotten leaves on the ground towards Obito, but with the protection of goggles, Obito didn't need to squint. Obito's eyes were more serious than ever. He absorbed a lot of external power and exploded all the remaining chakra in his body. Breathing of flames, breathe with all your strength, this is my last bit of strength. Obito concentrated all his strength on his fist. He did not consider whether he could control the flames and not hurt himself. He just wanted to use this last bit of strength to fight for the invisible light of victory. Boom! Might Guy's ultimate kick collided with Obito's fist, burning with a lot of flames. The gas explosion caused by the huge force collision blew up the dust around. Kakashi looked at Obito in disbelief. He had been kicked by Might Guy before and knew how powerful that kick was. How could Obito withstand it? Bang! In the end, Might Guy was better and kicked Obito backwards. Might Guy's legs were also injured and he almost fell down, but he still stood up with perseverance. Ahem, it hurts. Obito coughed, feeling the pain in his body, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. So it hurt so much when Kakashi was kicked. Obito was guessing Kakashi's mental activity at the time while controlling his expression. Kakashi didn't cry out in pain, so he couldn't. Obito wanted to stand up with his hands, but found that the hand that punched, that is, the right hand, had no strength. He used his left hand to support the ground and tried to stand up. He tried 3 times, but failed in the end. I still lost. Obito gave up getting up, turned over and lay on the ground looking at the sky. He didn't know how to describe his current mood. He had tried his best and exerted all his strength, but still lost. Thinking about it, Obito suddenly laughed. He remembered the way Kakashi was kicked away by Might Guy. It was really embarrassing. He was kicked away with an unbelievable look on his face. He lost more beautifully than Kakashi. Kakashi was kicked away directly, and he at least stalemated with Guy for a while. After laughing, he thought of his own record. So far, among Muyu's other 4 disciples, Obito has never fought with Nohara Rin. Obito has never won a single battle with Shisui and Kakashi, and he has won less than he lost in the battle with Might Guy. Obito suddenly remembered a sentence Muyu said, "Failure always runs through life." This is a sentence from Muyu, and Obito feels that this sentence makes sense, but he really wants to win. What a youthful and exciting battle! Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up and laughed. Obito's final counterattack was somewhat beyond Might Guy's expectations. If it weren't for the blessing of the 8 gates, he might have lost. You all performed very well, get treatment and have a good rest. Muyu quickly appeared on the field and took Might Guy and Obito to a cool place to rest and receive treatment. Seeing this, Nohara Rin also came forward to help. Xiaolin, how powerful was my last punch? Kakashi was kicked away with 1 kick, and I almost won. Feeling Nohara Rin's treatment, Obito's eyebrows and eyes became full of smiles, and he couldn't help but say. Kakashi, who happened to be walking over, suddenly had rows of neat black lines on his forehead. He admitted that Obito's last punch made him look at him with a new look, but it was just a boast that he almost won. I feel like my breathing method has improved a little bit. Kakashi, wait, I will defeat you after I get familiar with the improved breathing method. Seeing Kakashi coming over, Obito said confidently. While receiving treatment, Obito kept reviewing his battle with Might Guy in his mind. He could feel that he had improved at the last moment, otherwise he would not be able to hurt Might Guy. Kakashi knew that what Obito said was true. After practicing the thunder breathing for these days, he also had a preliminary understanding of the breathing method. You can try. Kakashi replied calmly, as if he didn't take Obito's challenge seriously. Although he was determined to practice breathing techniques recently, Kakashi would not let Obito have a chance to be proud. Seeing that Obito still had the energy to compete with Kakashi, Nohara Rin breathed a sigh of relief. That shouldn't be a big problem. Muyu nodded secretly in her heart. Fighting from time to time is indeed conducive to stimulating the growth of disciples' strength. Obito is indeed the fastest to learn the breathing of fire, and this time he has made progress in the battle and increased his proficiency. And Might Guy is also pretty good, and he is more familiar with the simultaneous use of breathing techniques and the 8-gate Shandi. Kakashi failed twice in a row and witnessed Obito's breakthrough in the battle. He will definitely be very active in the next training. As for Shisui, Shisui is mainly responsible for putting pressure on this battle. Currently, no one among Muyu's disciples can put pressure on Shisui, including the current Might Guy. Shisui's Sharingan can not only capture Might Guy's movements, but also has almost no shortcomings. He is very good at ninja and taigen. Even if Might Guy uses rock breathing and the first gate at the same time, he can't beat Shisui. However, Muyu believes that this situation will be broken soon. The first 3 gates of the 8 gates of the 8 gates are the safe zone of the 8 gates of the 8 gates. As long as you learn the first gate, you can quickly open the third gate. Facing Might Guy with rock breathing and the third gate of the 8 gates of the 8 gates, Shisui is not easy to deal with. Sometimes you can't react to the action just by seeing it. Miyu is looking forward to Might Guy adding a failure to Shisui, who has an undefeated record. It is not conducive to the growth of the disciples' strength to keep a fixed ranking. They have to put pressure on each other. Obito's injury was serious, so he didn't practice. Might Guy started to exercise after treatment, while Kakashi quickly started to practice thunder breathing after a friendly exchange with Obito. When it was time to disband, Kakashi went home and quickly had dinner and continued to practice. In order not to be defeated by Obito, he must use the breathing method in battle as soon as possible to enhance his strength. After saying goodbye to his disciples, Miyu also returned to his home in the main city. But this evening, there was a guest he didn't expect. "Miyu, let me introduce you, this is my teacher Jiraiya," Minato said with a smile to Miyu, introducing the white-haired ninja standing next to him. "Is it Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas?" Miyu's face was a little surprised, but soon she showed a gentle smile and greeted Jiraiya. "Ha ha ha, I am Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas in the legend, who is so handsome that even crying children can shut up." Jiraiya laughed proudly and introduced himself again. Then Jiraiya looked at Miyu carefully for a few times, then looked at Minato, touched his chin and asked, "Are you relatives?" "Teacher Jiraiya, didn't I introduce Miyu to you in the letter?" Minato scratched his head and said, "Did he remember it wrong?" "Haha, just kidding, I think you two are really a bit similar," Jiraiya replied with a smile. If he didn't know anything and saw the two of them, he might really think so, but Minato had already introduced Miyu to him in the letter, he just wanted to tease his somewhat innocent student. "It's time to eat, let's eat together, you sit down and have a cup of tea first, I'll go prepare dinner," Miyu invited. At present, she is still in the developmental stage, so of course the more friends the better. "Teacher, take a rest, I'll help Miyu," Minato and Jiraiya said, and after Jiraiya nodded, they walked into the kitchen skillfully. It's indescribable that the world's best delicacy is so delicious that it feels like being under a magic. It's really exaggerated that eating vegetables can create a magic. Jiraiya, who was sitting alone in the living room, thought of Minato and the Miyu cuisine he described. He had just arrived in Konoha today, and he went straight to Minato's house as soon as he came back. A big reason was that Minato had written to him many times, praising Miyu's cuisine as the best in the world. However, Jiraiya didn't have too much expectation. He was a person who traveled around the ninja world all day long. He had eaten all kinds of delicious food. No matter how delicious the cuisine was, how delicious could it be? 4K Chapter, a small request for monthly tickets, tomorrow will be a burst, and I will work hard to make 10,000. Chapter 195 Really Fragrant. As time passed, Jiraiya gradually smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen. It seems to be fried fish. Jiraiya smelled the fragrance and guessed the cuisine made by Miyu. The fragrance is very good, but I don't know how it tastes. Jiraiya touched his stomach, and he felt a little hungry unconsciously. Fortunately, Miyu and Minato didn't let him wait too long. Just when Jiraiya was thinking about what to write in the novel, Miyu and Minato brought all the dishes. Jiraiya was instantly attracted by the squirrel fish with a strange shape and very appetizing color. Although he encountered many unique delicacies when traveling around the ninja world, it was the first time he saw fish cooked like this. "What is the name of this dish?" It took a lot of effort to shape it. Jiraiya took a look at the squirrel fish and asked curiously. "The name of this dish is squirrel fish, and the shape is indeed the feature of this dish," Miyu introduced with a smile. "Teacher Jiraiya, don't look at it as complicated, it's actually quite difficult to make. Kushina and I have been learning for a while and can't make it like Miyu, and the taste is even more different." Minato talked about the hardships he and Kushina had to learn squirrel fish. When he said that Kushina had learned halfway and directly handed him the flour knife step, Minato had a helpless smile on his face. "Haha, it sounds like something Kushina would do. Jiraiya said with a smile. Let's eat the dishes first. These dishes should be eaten while they are hot. Muyu reminded him. Some dishes taste completely different when they are hot and when they are cold. Jiraiya was not polite and directly took out his chopsticks to pick up some fish meat and stuffed it into his mouth. When he picked it up, Jiraiya felt a little sorry for ruining such a beautiful dish. But soon the pity in Jiraiya's heart disappeared. He bit through the crispy shell and found the extremely tender fish meat inside. The fish meat was sweet and sour. The soup made Jiraiya's appetite whetted, and he became even hungrier after eating a bite of the fish. After eating the fish, Jiraiya felt as if he had turned into a dragon and rushed into the vast ocean, swimming freely, without having to search the world for the prophecy child who could change the world. When he came to his senses, Jiraiya realized that what Minato said in the letter was not an exaggeration at all. It was so delicious that it was like being in an illusion. Just now, Jiraiya experienced the feeling of extreme relaxation for the first time in a long time. The time control of this fried fish is really too strong, and the sour and sweet ratio of the soup is also perfect. No matter if it is more sour or sweet, it can't achieve this effect. Jiraiya commented for a while, and then when he looked at the squirrel mandarin fish, he suddenly found that half of the fish meat was gone, and Minato kept eating without saying a word. Minato, when did you eat so fast? Jiraiya couldn't sit still anymore. Minato ate so much after he said a few words, so Jiraiya stopped talking and ate his rice quickly. Not only the unique squirrel mandarin fish, but also the ordinary-looking pork with preserved vegetables and stir-fried pork with peppers made Jiraiya eat bowl after bowl of rice. Muyu, your stir-fried pork with peppers tastes good, but why don't you put more meat? Jiraiya looked around the large amount of peppers with sharp eyes, and finally picked up a piece of meat and asked in confusion. If there is more meat than peppers, it won't taste like this. Muyu explained. The stir-fried pork with peppers he made is not so much peppers as meat, but because the peppers were not eaten, it seems that there are a lot of peppers at the end. That makes sense. Cooking is similar to ninja training. If the ratio is broken, it will fail. Jiraiya touched his chin and agreed. To synthesize the sage chakra, it is necessary to coordinate the ratio of chakra and natural energy. Then this dish is suitable for a larger portion. Jiraiya gave a suggestion. Since adding more meat will destroy the taste, adding more pepper and meat will not destroy the ratio. I, Jiraiya, would like to call you the #1 chef in the ninja world. After traveling all over the country for so many years, this is the first time I have eaten such delicious food. Jiraiya praised. This is the first time he couldn't help wanting to clean his chopsticks when eating. Although Minato's description of Muyu's cooking was outrageous, Jiraiya found that Minato was realistic after eating, without any exaggeration. I don't dare to be the #1 in the ninja world. I just spend more time cooking. Muyu said modestly. Haha, your extra thought is amazing. Jiraiya smiled and looked at Muyu very favorably. At this time, Minato suddenly coughed twice, and said with an apologetic look on his face. Muyu, I have something to apologize to you for. Muyu guessed something in her heart, but asked with a puzzled expression on her face. What is it? Did you pick up the food too quickly when eating? That's unnecessary. After hearing Muyu's words, Minato felt even more embarrassed and explained. I really didn't speed up on purpose. It's just that your food is so delicious, so I ate it very quickly subconsciously. Muyu knew that Minato might really be like this. After all, Minato's reaction is superhuman. Then Minato apologized with a serious look. I'm sorry, Muyu, I lied to you when I said I didn't have time to eat. In fact, I wasn't particularly busy during that time. I just wanted to bring food to Kushina, so I found an excuse that I was very busy. So that's it. I knew it a long time ago. Who is so busy that they come here every day to eat? Muyu said with a smile. Sometimes you can pretend to be stupid, but you can't let others think you are really stupid. Kushina is undergoing secret training, so she can't come, but she really wants to eat your cooking, Miyu, so. Minato and Miyu briefly explained, hiding a series of secret information such as Kushina's identity and monitoring the Anbu. It can no longer be concealed, because Minato will go to the battlefield with Jiraiya in a while, and he can't leave a shadow clone to bring food to Kushina at that time. Sorry to bother you, Miyu. Minato said apologetically. It's okay, just make one more meal, which is nothing compared to your help in my sealing technique. Miyu smiled and nodded, indicating that Kushina would not starve if she was in Konoha. After dinner, the three sat together and chatted for a while. At first, Jiraiya asked Miyu about cooking, and then talked about sealing techniques. I have an idea to set a seal in the body, store some chakra in it, and when the battle chakra is not enough, release the chakra in the seal to quickly replenish the chakra. Miyu said her idea. Jiraiya and Minato both have high levels of sealing skills, and they know more local knowledge than him as a time traveler. Miyu wants to take this opportunity to find inspiration. Anyway, to put it bluntly, it's just an idea in a brain hole, and it's hard to see his true level of sealing skills. The idea is very good, but it's basically impossible to realize it. Jiraiya thought for a while and replied. Your idea comes from the tailed beast of the Jinchuriki, right? Jiraiya asked. Miyu nodded. In fact, his inspiration came from Tsunade's yin seal. The reason why the Jinchuriki can use the chakra of the tailed beast is because the tailed beast has a very unique property. Sealing it into the human body can achieve the effect of integration. No matter how much chakra the tailed beast has, it will not affect the chakra meridians and acupoints. But your idea is different. You want to store. If you want to use your own chakra, you must set up a seal on the chakra meridian acupoints, not to mention the difficulty of setting up a seal on the chakra meridian acupoints. A large amount of chakra is suddenly released at a certain meridian acupointment. The gushing chakra will affect the chakra of your entire body and cause you to be unable to release ninjutsu. How can you use it in battle? Jiraiya explained. And you have to consider the damage to your body caused by the sudden burst of chakra. Jiraiya's words made Miyu suddenly understand a lot. He thought that Tsunade's yin seal was to maintain her appearance, so the 100 healings technique released by the yin seal became an automatic medical ninjutsu mode that could not be turned off once it was turned on. According to Jiraiya, it was not that Tsunade wanted to treat automatically, but that Tsunade could only do so. Otherwise, the sudden surge of chakra would become a negative state that hindered herself, just like the chakra of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Jiraiya's words did help Miyu a lot. Before, he only thought about creating a power bank in his body, but ignored. However, Miyu did not give up the power bank plan directly. Jiraiya thought it was impossible, but he might not be unable to do it, because he was a cheater. He had a transparent world and absolute control over his body. He could complete any delicate operation inside. He also had an excellent talent for sealing. Miyu had only studied the sealing technique for half a year and had mastered the 5 elements seal and contracts seal. He was already proficient in the evil sealing technique taught to him by the 3rd generation not long ago, and had already mastered the fire sealing seal. Maybe I can make an automatic rock-breathing pattern seal first. Miyu thought in his heart. He could not innovate first and imitate Tsunade to make a fully automated sealing ninjutsu. The reason why it is rock-breathing is that the rock-breathing pattern has an extreme strengthening effect on the body. Even the internal part of the body can be strengthened to prevent the body from being hurt by the sudden emergence of chakra. Thank you for your reminder, Jiraiya. I took it for granted. Miyu thanked. It's okay, the most important thing for young people is to think more. If you don't dare to think, you are not a young person, haha. Jiraiya patted Miyu's shoulder and laughed. Miyu, you make me feel ashamed. I haven't thought about this kind of thing. I just tried to improve the effect of some sealing techniques. Minato said with a smile. If the person who said this was not Minato, Mu felt that the person must be in Versailles. Those who can improve the sealing technique are those who really understand the sealing technique. But for Minato, Mu felt that Minato might really think that his imagination is good. When the time was almost up, Minato and Jiraiya left. Mu gave an appraisal when Jiraiya left. There are 7k to come. Chapter 196 Jiraiya's Panel. Name, Jiraiya. Chakra, 160,000. Potential, S+, Basic Potential and Sage Mode. Skills, Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 6200/15,000, Sage Mode, Beginner, 499/500. Jiraiya's panel is also very scary. Except for Kushina with a question mark, who is not sure about the specific situation, only Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly suppresses Jiraiya in Chakra. In addition to Chakra, Jiraiya has a high level of proficiency in Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change. In addition, he has many mastery level skills. Yes, Mu glanced at it casually, and found that all kinds of ninjutsu were quite complete, and he also mastered a lot of functional ninjutsu. Mu didn't expect that the Sage Mode could increase the potential value. This was the first time he saw a skill that could increase the potential value. When he thought about the performance of the Sage Mode in the later period, he felt that it was normal. The upper limit of the Sage Mode is too high. Not to mention the strength of Naruto and Hashirama's Sage Mode, the three unknown sages alone can show that the Sage Mode is not simple. Mu compared Jiraiya's panel with Sarutobi Hiruzen's, and felt that it was really hard to tell who would win between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya when they went all out. Said. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a combination of ninjutsu that is close to the perfect level and more mastery level nature changes. He has mastered many mastery level ninjutsu, and his ninjutsu has almost no shortcomings. Jiraiya is not as versatile as Sarutobi Hiruzen, but his Sage Mode that is close to the mastery level can offset a lot of Sarutobi Hiruzen's advantages, and Jiraiya can also summon the Sage of Myaboku Mountain to help. It is hard to say who will win between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya now, but Mu is sure that in another 10 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not be able to beat Jiraiya. Jiraiya is a type of accumulation and then burst. Jiraiya's performance in the later period can be called ordinary people the limit, of course, the exception of the 8 gates of ninjutsu should be excluded. After all, the Sage Mode can be opened again and again, and the Death Gate will die if there is no yin-yang ninjutsu. Mu really hopes that his disciple will grow up quickly, and he adds chakra to him. Mu also took a look at Minato's panel, which is thousands more than when he first met Minato. Name, Minato Namikaze. Chakra, 47,600. This is the value of the high-speed growth period. Mu believes that Minato will grow faster after joining the war. The current Minato is still a long way from the yellow flash that ends the war. Secretly memorizing Jiraiya's panel, Mu continued to study his sealing technique. Perhaps they were stimulated by each other. Since that fight, several of Mu's disciples have become more diligent. Even after Mu was disbanded, they stayed in the South Forest to practice. Obito is consolidating his improved breathing method, preparing to solve Kakashi, the biggest worry, after the end. Kakashi is practicing breathing method with high intensity, wanting to master the breathing method of thunder as soon as possible, so as not to lose to Obito. If he loses to Might Guy, he will lose to Shisui. If he loses to Obito, he will lose to no one. Might Guy uses all the time he can to practice, and according to Mu's plan, he is heading towards the second and third gates of the 8 gates. Shisui is working hard to learn the armed color domineering to consolidate his position as an invincible disciple. Noharolin is also working hard to practice physical skills and medical ninjutsu. She also wants to participate in the training battles between Mu's disciples. Mu is very satisfied with the status of the disciples, so she gave up the originally prepared competitive training and prepared to bring them the blessing of practice after the students have made this wave of efforts. After Mu made it clear that he wanted to imitate Tsunade's yin seal, his progress was faster, but Mu soon encountered a new problem, that is, his knowledge of medical ninjutsu was a little insufficient. This time, he wanted to perform the sealing technique on his own body, so some knowledge of medical ninjutsu was essential. Mu's knowledge of medical ninjutsu came from the medical ninjutsu swiped out during class, just like the system would give a little property change when swiping out unmastered attribute ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu comes with medical knowledge. However, the level of Mu's medical ninjutsu was relatively low, all at the entry level. Mu thought about it and used a ninjutsu proficiency scroll on the palm fairy technique. He saved up 4 ninjutsu proficiency scrolls, and it was not a big problem to use them up, and the palm fairy technique was very practical. After the palm fairy technique was upgraded to the proficient level, Mu had a lot more medical knowledge in his mind, and Mu once again invested in the development of the sealing technique. Then he found that he had little knowledge of medical ninjutsu before, so there were many places that he had not seen. He lacked more than he thought, and using the remaining 3 scrolls together might not make up for it. After all, this is a proficiency scroll, not a mastery scroll, it just improves to the proficiency level. Mu thought about it and decided that it was unlikely for him to practice by himself. At present, he only found that he had a talent in sealing techniques, and everything else was mediocre. Should I go find Tsunade? Mu thought to himself. Tsunade was still in Konoha at this time, and if he was lucky, he might meet her in the casino. But he didn't need to try his luck, because Jiraiya had been coming to eat for several consecutive days. As long as Mu had a good excuse, it would not be a problem for him to follow Jiraiya to see Tsunade once. But if he wanted to ask Tsunade for help, his medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques would definitely be exposed. After all, if you want Tsunade's help, how can she help if you don't make it clear? Mu thought about it and decided to find Tsunade, but not now, but after a while. Wait until he can improve his apparent strength a little bit, and at the same time improve Jiraiya's favorability a little bit. Now, as a special jonin who teaches, although he has the identity of a former member of the root, his performance is still a little beyond the outline. Learn more about sealing techniques and improve the level of sealing techniques. Mu decided on the next action. After a week of combat training, Kakashi mastered the yin escape nature change. Because he spent more energy on the breath of thunder, Kakashi spent more than 10 days to get started with the yin escape nature change. So Mu began to formally teach Kakashi armament haki. You taught your disciple armament haki. Because your disciple was very grateful, you were rewarded with a critical hit and obtained the ninjutsu Earth Escape Turbo Spear, proficient level. With Mu's efforts, Kakashi successfully exploded again and exploded a good attack Earth Escape. We won't practice today, let's take the mission. Mu said when they gathered in the morning. Last time, there was an accident, and he didn't know how much chakra a normal sea-level mission would have. If the reward was okay, he wanted to take his disciples to brush a wave of chakra. Sea-level missions usually require leaving the village, and he can also take his disciples to practice outside the village, without delaying practice like D-level missions. Mr. Mu, what level of mission are you taking? Obito asked. C-level. Great. Obito couldn't help but cheer. According to the information sent by Minato, the third battle with Tsunade was in Konoha. Chapter 197 Bird Summoning Beast. I don't know what kind of enemy I will encounter this time. It would be great if it is a Chunin, which will allow me to show my strength. On the way to the Hokage building, Obito fell into fantasy. Obito still had a good idea in his mind. He would definitely not be able to beat a Jonin, but if it was a Chunin, he could still give it a try. After all, Kakashi was also a Chunin. What are you thinking about? The last mission was an accident among accidents. You won't encounter ninjas in sea-level missions. Kakashi said speechlessly. He has done so many sea-level missions, and the only time he encountered a ninja in a sea-level mission was the last mission. I was able to encounter one last time, why can't I encounter one this time? Obito immediately retorted. He really wanted the same accident to happen as last time. The total bounty for the last mission was 800,000 taels. In addition to paying taxes, Obito also successfully received a reward of more than 100,000 taels. This made Obito very excited. It was the first time he saw so much money. The graduation examination of the ninja school should add theoretical conditions to prevent some people without common sense from becoming ninjas after graduation. Kakashi said lightly. Isn't it just that the theory is a little better? What's so great about it? Ninjas look at strength. So what if you are good at theory? Akai's theory is about the same as mine, but he still kicked you so hard that you can't get up. Hearing Kakashi's ridicule, Obito instantly launched a crazy counterattack like a cat with its fur blown up. If Kakashi said that Obito was not strong enough, Obito would not be so angry, and it was not certain who would win in a fight, but Kakashi said that Obito was bad at theory, because his theory was indeed bad. Kakashi's face was a little dark, but he knew that it was not the time to entangle that. He seized Obito's theoretical pain point and hit only one point. Miyu did not stop the two of them, and let Obito pull Kakashi's mood a little better. They walked to the Hokage building in a noisy manner. Since there were other teams taking tasks here, Obito and Kakashi temporarily stopped fighting. Obito did not want to embarrass Miyu, and Kakashi thought it was stupid. I want to take a sea-level task. Miyu said to the registered ninja. The registered ninja quickly took out a scroll and spread it out for Miyu to see. Miyu noticed that there was a war mission on the mission scroll. Unless it was a particularly critical situation, Konoha would generally not forcibly assign a large number of ninjas to go to the battlefield to perform missions. Some less important missions would be posted in the village and accepted by the team freely. Of course, some important war missions must still be completed by senior ninjas assigned by the top leaders. However, when war missions were mixed into the tasks accepted at ordinary times, Miyu knew that the war had gradually entered the next stage. In fact, when Jiraiya came to his house, Miyu knew it when he came to visit. Jiraiya traveled around the ninja world and rarely returned to Konoha, but now he is back. However, Miyu judged from the original plot that it is still far from the most intense time. It will take a long time before the 4 major ninja villages are surrounded and beaten. After all, Obito has not graduated yet, and it will take more than 3 years for Kakashi to be promoted to Jonin. According to the original time, now should be the day when Obito's 3rd semester starts. Miyu Jonin, although you are allowed to accept sea-level missions, after all, there are 2 interns in your class. According to the requirements, you are not allowed to accept war missions. The registered ninja said. There are also war missions and D-level missions. In order to prevent teachers with abnormal brains from taking students to the battlefield and causing accidents, Sarutobi Hiruzen prohibits classes with interns from accepting war missions. Well, I know. Miyu nodded. He was not prepared to accept the war mission. It would be difficult to deal with him if he met Jinchuriki or Tsuchikage and Reikage. He just wanted to compete with those candidates who had not grown up yet, and forget about the current cage. The 3rd generation Hokage, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage, and the 3rd generation Reikage. None of them were simple. Needless to say, the 3rd generation Hokage had seen the panel. The 3rd generation Reikage was ridiculously strong and could withstand the spiral shuriken. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage's dust was also very powerful and could fly. Hey, what mission is not allowed to be accepted? Obito, who was a little rebellious, heard that there was still a mission that was not allowed to be accepted, and immediately looked out to check. Pa! Miyu hit Obito on the head without even looking at it. Did you, Teacher Miyu, develop a ninjutsu to hit me, so accurate? Looking at Miyu, who was still looking at the mission scroll but hit him on the forehead accurately, Obito was shocked. Because I have good eyesight. Miyu smiled and replied, continuing to look at the mission scroll. Except for war missions, sea-level missions are the same old ones, either driving away wild beasts or bandits, or escorting clients or escorting materials. It's not that the client doesn't want to assign other tasks, but if it's higher, it will cost more money to become a B-level mission, which is not within the scope of what Miyu's class can accept now. Miyu looked at the mission carefully. He looked at the mission location more than the mission content. The grass country was directly excluded by Miyu. Konoha and Iwagakure might have a big battle there. Finally, Miyu looked around and chose a task in the country of river, to drive away wild beasts. The task description is that a black giant eagle often harasses residents in the place where the task is located, Kawakita town, and eats the poultry raised by the residents as a buffet. Chickens, ducks, geese, and even pigs have not escaped the clutches of the black eagle. Miyu estimated that this black giant eagle is more or less a ninja beast. It can catch and eat all the pigs. This strength is extraordinary. Miyu looked at the time of the task release again. It was a new task that was released last night. Let's take this task. Miyu pointed to the task of driving away wild beasts in the country of river and said, if there is an accident, it can be regarded as making extra money. If there is no accident, you can also test the reward of normal sea-level tasks. If everything goes well, you can even get a bird summoning beast. There are not many people in the ninja world who can fly. If there is a bird summoning beast, it will be more convenient when you can't beat it. Let me see, let me see. When Miyu walked out of the task hall, Obito poked his head to check the task. Hey, it's not the country last time. Obito's voice seemed a little disappointed. Why, do you like the land of fields? Miyu asked after putting away the task list. Hehe, not really, I just feel that the possibility of encountering enemies there is relatively high. Obito replied with a smile. Miyu didn't know how to evaluate it in her heart. This was the small monster that the cloud-hidden ninja had always killed. But this time Obito was right. The possibility of encountering enemies in the land of fields was higher. If it was a frontal battlefield, it would be fine. The Raikage might be sacrificed in the frontal battlefield, not to mention the Jonin. But this unexpected situation directly disappeared an elite team. Cloud-hidden ninja will definitely send someone to investigate. If there was no for the giant eagle of river country this time, Miyu will probably specifically ask if there is a mission for field country. After all, it is impossible for the third Raikage to come to investigate in person. There will be more later, but it will be late. Chapter 198 Mission Secrets. Excuse me, who are you, Mr. Hamajiro? We are the ninjas who accepted the mission. Miyu asked, looking at the three people in front of him who seemed a little strange. Why did Miyu say it was a little strange? There was a timid and thin man between two sturdy men. It didn't look like a guard, but a hostage-taking. But Miyu felt that it shouldn't be a hijacking. If someone really dared to hold the client hostage in Konoha, Miyu would like to call him a warrior. This is not the way to seek death. I am Hamajiro. The thin man in the middle stood up silently and said, I have a question here. Does the black giant eagle in the mission description show any special abilities, such as breathing fire or spitting out lightning? Miyu asked. If there are special abilities, then it can be basically confirmed that it is a ninja beast, and it is the kind with combat ability. Ah, Dehei is just strong, he can't spit fire or spit electricity. Hamajiro shook his head and said, Dehei. Miyu thought that the residents would give such a nickname, shouldn't it be a terrifying name like the strange eagle Black Death God? There is no problem here, we can set off at any time. Miyu said. Then set off now, we can't let this monster do evil anymore. A big man next to Hamajiro said. Miyu looked at Hamajiro, and the strong man also looked at Hamajiro, and Hamajiro finally nodded. Since the client has spoken, Miyu and others rushed towards Kawakita town in Kawakuni. A town in the north of Kawakuni, Miyu Kawakita town feels that the name may come from this, because Kawakita town is really in the north of Kawakuni. To the west of the Kingdom of Rivers is the Kingdom of Wind, which is mainly desert and desert grasslands. To the east is the Kingdom of Fire, which is mainly forest grasslands. The north is close to the Kingdom of Rains, and the south is close to the sea. So the southeast of the Kingdom of Rivers is more developed, and other areas are relatively backward. Kawakita town, where Miyu went, is also a relatively backward place in the Kingdom of Rivers. Although the environment in the north is better than that in the west, it is close to the chaotic place of the Kingdom of Rains. In addition, there is no ninja village in the country, so the environment in the north is relatively chaotic and difficult to develop. Hamajiro, you kid, walk faster. If you go back later, everyone will suffer. The strong man on the road kept urging Hamajiro to move forward. Hamajiro had to speed up silently. When they arrived at an uninhabited dense forest, Miyu led Obito to explore the way ahead, and Might Guy and Kakashi were behind to prevent sneak attacks. Teacher Miyu, why do I feel that this mission is a bit strange? Why is this client so timid? Obito said while chopping the thorns on the road with a kunao. There should be some problem. Let's communicate with the client in the evening. Miyu nodded and said. If Obito could find the problem, it shows how obvious it is. On the first day of departure, Miyu and others did not encounter any obstacles. Miyu already knew this from the last mission. The current security in the Land of Fire is pretty good. When it was almost time to rest at night, Miyu directly used illusion to knock down the two strong men. Hamajiro saw the two strong men fall straight down in an instant, and looked at Miyu and others in panic. Mr. Hamajiro, don't worry. We in Konoha will never let the client suffer any harm. Miyu said with a smile. After our observation, these two people don't seem to be your guards. What is the relationship between you? They are sent by the mayor to protect me to Konoha to issue the mission. Hamajiro said honestly. He has never seen ninjas fighting, and the two strong men fell silently, which really scared him. Since they are protecting you, why are they so bad to you? Miyu asked with some doubts. Hamajiro glanced at the sturdy man lying on the ground, and after making sure that both of them had lost consciousness, he spoke. In fact, Dehei didn't harass the residents of the town at all, he only caught the poultry of the mayor's house. Miyu narrowed her eyes slightly, and then motioned Hamajiro to continue. Dehei is actually not fierce at all. He was picked up in the woods and raised together, but that bastard mayor wanted to catch Dehei and take him home as a pet. In the end, he failed to catch him and was retaliated by Dehei. Why is there such a bastard? If I see him, I will definitely beat him up. Obito was furious when he heard it. And why did you come to Konoha to issue a commission to drive away Dehei? Obito asked. There is no other way. Our fields are rented from the mayor. He wants us to collect money to go to the ninja village to issue a task to drive Dehei away, otherwise he will not rent us the fields. Hamajiro answered helplessly. You have to pay for it yourself. Kakashi was a little surprised. He was just wondering why the mayor sent Hamajiro to issue a commission. This kind of person has lost his youth, he should be beaten up. Might Guy said indignantly. Miyu's expression remained unchanged. He felt that the mayor was somewhat ill. He was cruel but not to the extreme. Even in such a situation, he still dared to ask the villagers to issue commissions. Anyway, the villagers' money did not have the village's name printed on it. The avatars of the villagers, just collect the money and send their own people to issue tasks. Are they afraid of ninjas? Miyu guessed now. The remote areas have never seen regular ninjas from the big ninja villages, so they may be afraid. Sending 2 strong men to watch them is probably because they are afraid that Hamajiro will run away with the money. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, Hamajiro is lying, but based on the current performance, this possibility is relatively small. But Miyu doesn't care, just collect information when you get there. If the mayor is really the kind of person who exploits the villagers, Miyu doesn't mind being a messenger of justice. Miyu doesn't hate the ninjas of Uegakure or Kumegakure. The reason why he kills them is that if he doesn't kill them, they will kill Miyu. Unlike other Konoha ninjas, Miyu is just a traverser who has traveled through time for less than a year. He has no feelings for the village of Konoha. He will have some feelings for people because of various things, but so far, Miyu has no feelings for the so-called Konoha. Miyu felt that there was nothing to be sentimental about. A military base that allowed children in their early teens or even younger to go to the battlefield. With Miyu's worldview in the previous world, it was difficult for him to have feelings for such a place. Compared to the ninjas in other ninja villages, Miyu hated feudal exploiters more. If you don't want to rent it, then don't rent it. Just grow your own land. Obito scratched his head and said. He didn't understand why he had to rent land. The residents of Konoha couldn't even grow their own land, and occasionally they had to issue D-level tasks for ninjas to help. Obito's words made Hamajiro speechless for a while. Own land, such a distant word, in fact, it wasn't that far away. It seemed that his family had some more than 10 years ago, but they had to sell it to the mayor because of the increasing difficulties. Because there is no land at home, the land in the town almost all belongs to the mayor. Hamajiro finally sighed. He didn't know why, although everyone worked hard to grow crops, they became poorer and poorer, while the mayor did nothing but became richer and richer, and had more and more land. It hurts. Obito was about to say something, but Miyu's finger hit his head directly, much heavier than before, making Obito gasp. Konoha is one of the most developed places in the Land of Fire. Don't compare Konoha's environment with other places. Miyu said. If the Hokage also has a per capita GDP, then Konoha's per capita GDP must be very high, because Konoha is really sparsely populated and very rich. The training ground where the Chunin exam is held has a radius of 10 kilometers. What is this concept? The diameter of the third ring of the capital in his previous life was less than 15 kilometers. You can imagine how rich Konoha's land resources are. After saying this, Hamajiro seemed to be much more relaxed and fell asleep soon. Teacher Miyu, what should we do? Obito looked at Miyu and asked. He didn't know what to do for a while. He was really upset if he really drove the giant eagle away and let the mayor get what he wanted. Let's go to Kawakita town to see the guy who harassed the residents first. Miyu said calmly. I feel dizzy and can't write anymore after writing for almost 3 o'clock. I still need more than 400 words to reach 10,000 a day. I will try to write more tomorrow. I also recommend a friend's book, Dragon Clan, Retired Death God, Going to Work to Slay Dragons. Dragon Clan plus Death God, neither Liu Ming nor Lu, double chefs are ecstatic. Chapter 199 What a Big Bird. Kawakita town is at the foot of a small mountain. It is similar to what Miyu imagined. It is remote and poor. Even most people here live in houses that are not from the same era as the houses in the main city of Konoha. I think the scenery is pretty good. Obito went to the top of the building and put his hand horizontally on his forehead to look around and said. My ninjas, Daikoku usually stays at the highest point of the mountain. If possible, please try not to kill it. Just keep it away. Hamajiro said with a pleading expression. Hamajiro's words made Obito, who had seen a good view, feel bad all of a sudden. Obito was very unhappy when he thought of helping the hateful mayor. I know, but the giant eagle is a bird after all, and it has the ability to fly. We need to prepare for it for a while. I will notify you when it is completed. Miyu nodded and replied. After that, Yu took the disciples away from Hamajiro's house. "Teacher Yu, we are not really going to help the mayor, are we?" Obito couldn't help asking when he saw Yu leading them to the top of the mountain. "Otherwise, a ninja is nothing if he doesn't complete the mission," Kakashi answered first. Although he was also unhappy with the so-called mayor, he would still choose to drive the giant eagle to complete the mission. "Let's investigate it first to see what the real situation is like, and don't believe what others say." Yu shook his head and said, "It's good to be enthusiastic, but you can't blindly follow someone's words. If the giant eagle really harasses the residents, and the mayor is not a bad person, then blindly acting at that time will be a good deed." "Kakashi, you narcissistic ghost, I didn't ask you." Seeing that Yu didn't say that he wanted to help the mayor, Obito was a little happy, and he scolded Kakashi by the way. Relying on the powerful vision of the Byakugan and the powerful mobility of the ninja, Yu quickly found the giant eagle described in the mission. Perhaps because of its large body, this giant eagle did not build a nest on a tree or cliff like an ordinary eagle, but lived in a cave. Yu simply estimated the height and wingspan of the giant eagle, and felt that the giant eagle should be about 4 meters long, and the wingspan may be more than 10 meters. After seeing the black eagle's body, Yu was sure that this black hawk is a ninja beast, and ordinary eagles can never grow to this size. Big black, big black. Obito and others do not have the supervision and perspective of Yu's Byakugan, so they have not found the location of the giant eagle. Obito even tried to call Black Hawk's name to let him come out. Although he is his disciple, the Byakugan cannot be exposed at present, so Yu did not say it directly, but led the disciples to continue looking, and then gradually approached the cave where the giant eagle was. At this time, suddenly a sharp eagle cry sounded. Then a black shadow flashed, and a black giant eagle appeared at the entrance of the cave, staring at Yu and others with sharp eyes. "What a big bird!" Obito said in surprise with his eyes wide open. Looking at the giant eagle described in the task is completely different from seeing a giant eagle several meters tall in reality. Kakashi's muscles were tense, and his hands had quietly put into the ninja tool bag and took out 2 kunai. Unlike Obito, Kakashi felt that the giant eagle's pair of sharp claws could directly kill people when he saw the giant eagle for the first time. "It's really big." Might Guy fell into thought. What if he fought with such a huge bird and the other party flew directly into the sky? Whoosh! The giant eagle suddenly spread its huge black wings, and then flapped its wings while making a terrifying scream. The flapping of its huge wings generated a strong wind, driving the grass, leaves and sand on the ground to float in the wind. Kakashi thought the giant eagle was about to start attacking, and immediately prepared to shoot the sharp kunai in his hand. Yu pressed down Kakashi's hand that was about to shoot the kunai. Kakashi looked at Yu with puzzled eyes. Although he promised the client not to kill the giant eagle, with the size of the giant eagle, if the key parts were not attacked, it would not cause much damage. "Don't rush to do it, look over there." Yu shook her head and pointed to the charred wound on the right wing of the giant eagle. Because the giant eagle's feathers are black and its body is large, Kakashi did not observe this at the first time. "Is there another ninja in the village with this injury?" Kakashi speculated while staring at the giant eagle cautiously. As a skilled ninjutsu master, he could tell at first glance that the injury on the giant eagle's wings was caused by lightning. Could it be that the mayor invited other ninjas to take revenge on Daikoku? Obito thought for a while and guessed. At this time, Yu could probably confirm that the giant eagle was still mild-tempered. When he saw strangers in his injured state, he only threatened them instead of attacking them directly. Yu walked forward with a smile. The giant eagle was frightened by Yu's actions and flapped its wings again at a high speed. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, I just want to help you heal." Yu continued to walk forward and said fearlessly. If it was a ninja beast, it might understand what he said. It was unknown whether the black giant eagle did not understand or did not believe Yu's words. Seeing that Miyu ignored the warning and continued to walk towards him, the huge wing on the left waved towards Miyu. Swoosh! Miyu disappeared from the giant eagle's sight. Just when the giant eagle was wondering where the little man had gone, he felt a heavy blow to his head in an instant. He felt dizzy and fell directly to the ground. It turns out that when teacher Miyu hit me, it was considered light. Obito saw Miyu put two fingers together and knocked the giant eagle down directly, and subconsciously touched his forehead where he was often hit. To make the dishonest giant eagle more honest, Miyu stretched out her hand and used the palm fairy technique on the injured part of the giant eagle. The green healing light enveloped the injured part of the giant eagle, and the wound on the giant eagle quickly recovered. Suddenly the pain in the body disappeared, and the giant eagle couldn't help but let out a comfortable cry. Although he didn't know what happened, the giant eagle understood one thing, that the strange little man in front of him was not easy to mess with, and he had no ill will towards it. The giant eagle folded its wings and lowered its head to rub Miyu to show its friendliness. Obito looked at the thick hair on the giant eagle's big head and felt that it must be very comfortable to touch, so he walked to Miyu's side and wanted to touch the giant eagle's big head. When Obito stretched out his hand, the giant eagle quickly dodged and stared at Obito with a vigilant face. "Don't worry, they are all my disciples and won't hurt you," Miyu said. Then Miyu and his disciples set up tents nearby. Although there were houses at the foot of the mountain, in order to enhance the relationship with the future summoned beast, Miyu chose to live on the mountain. At lunchtime, I don't know if it was to repay the favor, the giant eagle caught a wounded wild boar and put it near Miyu's tent. Miyu was not polite, and directly killed the wild boar and made it into barbecue. After repaying Miyu's kindness, the giant eagle returned to the cave to rest, but was soon attracted by a fragrance that he had never smelled before. The giant eagle quickly walked out of the cave, locked the location according to the fragrance, and quickly arrived at the place where Miyu and others were eating. Smelling the tempting fragrance that he had never felt before, the giant eagle stared at the wild boar on the grill, not daring to make too much movement. It wanted to eat it, but the villain had treated it, and it was not easy to mess with. "No way, does the eagle also like to eat barbecue?" Obito couldn't help but complained when he saw the giant eagle staring at the roasted pig. As expected, the chef's skill is very powerful. Miyu felt that this life skill was simply a god-level skill for gaining favorability, and even the ninja beasts could not resist the temptation. The giant eagle stood in front of the barbecue after thinking for a few minutes. It suddenly flew away. After a while, the giant eagle carried various prey and piled them next to Miyu. Gugu the giant eagle made a gentle sound, pointed at the prey with its wings, then pointed at the roasted pig, then looked at Miyu with excitement, and lowered its head to rub Miyu. Miyu took a kunao and cut 2/3 of the roasted pig to the giant eagle and smiled. "I can't give it all to you, my disciples and I also need to eat." Finally, he could eat this tempting food. The giant eagle didn't care about Obito, who took the opportunity to come up and touch his head, and he wolfed it down. After taking a bite, the giant eagle's eyes flashed with a light. It didn't expect that this thing smelled good and tasted even better. It had never eaten such delicious food. "Wow, Teacher Miyu, Dehei seems to like your barbecue very much." Obito touched the giant eagle's soft hair as he wished and said excitedly. Obito felt like he had learned a lot. It turned out that birds also like to eat barbecue. Miyu smiled but didn't say anything. He felt that he didn't need to do anything. Maybe if he stayed for a few more days, the black giant eagle would be unable to resist and follow him. After dinner, explore Kawakita town. Be careful. There may be hostile ninjas here. Miyu talked about business. Kumagakure and Sand Village are at war. As Kawagakure, which borders Kaze country, it is normal for Kawagakure ninjas to exist. The giant eagle has a lightning injury, so it is very likely that the injury to the giant eagle was caused by the Kumagakure ninjas. However, Miyu speculated that the opponent's strength would not be high. If it was a powerful ninja, it would be difficult for the giant eagle to escape even if it could fly. Kakashi didn't know what to say. Obito's bad words really came true. He encountered a ninja again. Before coming to Muyu's class, he had done so many sea-level tasks and never encountered a ninja. As a result, he did 2 sea-level tasks on Muyu's side, and unexpectedly encountered both. Chapter 200 The Mayor Who Can't Stand Suffering. Muyu asked his disciples to investigate whether the giant eagle harassed the people and some of the people's comments on the mayor, while he went straight to the mayor's house to start investigating. However, in order to prevent accidents, Muyu sent a shadow clone to protect his disciples in secret. Although Muyu didn't ask where the mayor's house was, he didn't need to ask, because he knew that it was right to go straight to the most luxurious courtyard. Muyu soon found a large courtyard that was obviously much more luxurious than other houses. There were even flower beds and ponds inside. He sneaked in quietly. Haha, I'm still smart. As long as we spread the word, someone will definitely help us get rid of the strange bird. A proud middle-aged voice came into Muyu's ears. Yes, you are still resourceful, Mayor. Someone next to him flattered. Of course, otherwise why would I be the mayor? The mayor laughed proudly. Do you really expect those peasants to hire ninjas to deal with this strange bird? I think that man has already left with the money, or died on the road. This world is in chaos. You are wise, Mayor, but since you know that peasant may not come back, why don't you just take the 30,000 taels to compensate for your loss, or arrange for someone to follow you? The person next to him asked in confusion. Stupid, the resistance I encountered when I asked them to pay for work and when I directly robbed them of their money is 2 different levels. Besides, it is so dangerous now. The men I paid to support are not to protect those peasants. 30,000 taels are not important to me. It is important to make those peasants have no money. There are still a few fields in the town that are not mine. I feel uncomfortable looking at them. And the little daughter of the Boeotian family is not bad. Muyu silently remembered the fat and wretched face of the mayor. After listening to the words of the mayor and his men, he basically knew the general situation. Hamajiro did not tell the whole truth. The 2 strong men might even be hired to act or were from Kawakita town, in order to inspire their sense of justice to deal with the mayor. Although Hamajiro did not tell the whole truth, his accusation against the mayor was basically true. Just in the short time that Muyu listened, the mayor exposed himself forcibly annexing land and even wanted to force others to sell their daughters. Have you collected the information about the whereabouts of that strange bird? Those ninjas came to urge you this morning. They are really a group of sick people. They are so diligent to work for free. The mayor did not understand those ninjas. Muyu could only say that different traits are like different mountains. Maybe the mayor was very skilled in land annexation, but he could not think of the value of a bird summoning beast to a ninja, because he did not know the existence of summoning techniques and summoning beasts. The mayor's subordinates nodded, so the 2 of them took a few guards and prepared to go to the ninja's temporary residence. How dare you beg here? Don't you know that our mayor is well known for being kind-hearted and can't stand suffering? Go away. The subordinates saw someone begging in the courtyard, so they scolded him. The beggar saw so many guards with fierce eyes, and he bowed and apologized and walked to other places. Muyu flashed and followed. Sir Ninja, we brought the whereabouts of the strange bird. The nest of the strange bird is on the top of the mountain. When talking to the ninja, the mayor changed his tone and said with a kind smile. That's no problem. We will go to get rid of the strange bird later. The black-skinned ninja with a sword on his back said lightly. I'll wish you all a smooth journey to eliminate harm for the people. The mayor said with a righteous look. Haha, since you are eliminating harm for the people, you should at least show some expression, right? A black-skinned ninja with well-developed muscles said with a smile. Didn't we agree before that we don't want any reward? The subordinate asked in confusion. How do you talk to the ninja master? The reward is easy to talk about. As long as the strange bird can be solved, I am willing to pay 50,000 taels for my hard work. The mayor said with a smile. In fact, he was already cursing in his heart. If he hadn't seen the horrific scene when the ninja and the strange bird fought, he would have turned against them long ago. He said that he didn't want any money, but he actually went back on his word. Those ninjas are simply humanoid monsters. They can actually release lightning. The thugs he raised are no match for them at all. Haha, then it's a deal. The muscular black-skinned ninja nodded with satisfaction. A bird-like summoning beast that can carry people and can also make extra money, this trip is really profitable. Perhaps because of the loss of 50,000 taels, the mayor left quickly without much greeting. Baroka, this will have a bad impact on the village, right? Seeing the mayor and others leave, a tall and thin black-skinned ninja said. Hero, you are too rigid. What impact will this have? They didn't post the commission in the village, so they are not our clients at all. Moreover, this is not in the land of lightning, and we didn't bring forward protectors when we came here. Baroka said indifferently. It's probably okay to bring it. People here may not even recognize our forward protectors in Kumagakur. Iraka, don't you think so? Baroka asked the black-skinned ninja with a sword on his back. Hero's worry is not unreasonable. If this war goes well, our Kumagakur will be famous in the ninja world, and there will be many foreign commissions. It will be troublesome if the news here spreads. After catching the ninja beast, kill those people. To be able to build such a compound, the family should have a lot of money. Iraka said lightly. You are still ruthless. Baroka gave Iraka a thumbs up. He just wanted to cheat more money, but Iraka was going to confiscate the other party's house. You can leave a sand ninja forward protector there. Iraka continued. This is used to mislead the local people. The people don't know so much. He won't be so idle as to kill everyone. His target is only the rich mayor. During the war, the death of such a small character will not attract attention. Iraka asked the two to sort out their equipment and then headed towards the mountain. With such a faceplate and skin color, it should be the cloud-hidden ninja. Muyu confirmed the identities of the three people. He used the identification technique to take a look. Only the cloud-hidden ninja named Iraka had good data. The chakra was more than 4,000, and there was a lightning attribute chakra nature change of 2,000 points at the proficiency level. The remaining two cloud-hidden ninjas had chakras of more than 3,000 and no powerful skills. Such a faceplate is very suitable to be the opponent of Kakashi and others. Muyu thought in his heart. He had no intention of taking action against the cloud-hidden ninja with this strength. He felt that he could use it to train his disciples' actual combat ability. Except Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy lacked real fighting experience. Last time, because the opponent had two jonins, one of whom was an elite jonin, Muyu acted hastily. This time, he decided to let his disciples solve it. Muyu split another shadow clone to follow Kumagakur, and the main body opened the Byakugan and walked around again to prevent Kumagakur strongmen from hiding in the dark. There is another chapter later.